to her. Um, being called, before a dean because you said something that insulted somebody is something that shouldn't happen in American higher education. Yet it happens because we have these administrators who think it's their job to protect people from being insulted. You insult a black student, you insult a woman. Um, there's a disciplinary here. Well, there shouldn't be. Um, Black people are accustomed to being insulted. Jews are accustomed to being insulted. Women are accustomed to being insulted. And it's very good to know who doesn't like you. It's useful. It is it's essential information to know who doesn't like you. If everybody is forced to say I love you, and nobody can say I hate you, you get a false view of what life is all about
outside of the university.
outside the university. I mean, you do graduate eventually.
And that's ultimately the mission of the university is to prepare you to make you into a great human being, into a great leader that can take on the problems of the world.
And you don't do it by treating you like a little flower.
But what role does the university have to protect students? Women, African Americans, anybody, Jews, anybody who gets to be a victim of hate speech.
They protect you from physical assault. If somebody physically assaults you, then they get punished. But they shouldn't insult. They shouldn't protect you against insult because that is a violation of academic freedom, the freedom of being insulted. And also, as I said, it's very useful to know who doesn't like you. It's useful for the so-called victim. I think it's said, I want to know who doesn't like me. It's as important to me as knowing who likes me.
But do you also believe in this open space of discourse that the insulter will eventually lose?
I think that's true. I think that the insulter eventually will wear out his or her welcome. I do. But I like to know who the insult is.
Because it gives you a deeper understanding of human nature.
Yeah. And usually, by the way, my experience has been that the insulters have generally not been as smart as the people that insulted. And that's probably one of the reasons they insult them, because they feel inferior. I mean, I'm not trying to be a psychoanalyst here, but a lot of the people who were the haters are pretty low down in the intellectual scale.
Anyway, 95% of administration, you would fire, you're calling to fire 95% of the administration. People should know. I think people that don't really think about the structure, the way the universities work, are not familiar, I think, with the fact that administration is a huge bloat to administration. When you think about what makes a great university, it's about the students, it's about the faculty, it's about the people that do research, it's the research universities. They don't think about the bureaucracy of meetings, and committees, and rules, paperwork, and all that, and all the people that are involved in pushing that kind of paper. And there's a huge cost to that, but it also slows down and suppresses the beautiful variety that makes the university great, which is the teaching, the student life, the protests, the clubs, all the fun that you can have at the university, all the various kind of exploration, which you can't really do once you graduate.
Right.
It's the place, the university is a place to really explore, in every single way. So let me just talk about this important thing, because I'm very fortunate to have contacted you, almost by accident, in a very important moment in your life. You're running for the Harvard Board of Overseers. What is this board? How much power does it have? And what would you do if elected?
Okay. First of all, I have a prediction. Yes. That in about 5 years they will probably change the name because overseers reminds people of the slavery era, and we're in such a politically correct era that the English language is being restricted, corrupted, because certain words are we have some problems in this country, and part of the problem is the educational system has lost the sense of what academic freedom and free speech are all about, and I think it's essential that the education system begin to take more seriously what free speech language is really are. That's why I'm running for the Harvard Board of Overseers.
So let me just lead on the role of the administration in protecting free speech. So what often happens, I think you've written about this, is there's going to be a few, maybe a small number of hypersensitive students and faculty in protest. So how does Harvard administration resist the influence of those hypersensitive protesters in protecting speech, protecting?
Harvard has done fairly well under the presidency of Lawrence Backer. I have had a couple of meetings with Backer. I like that. I have donated to Harvard a print my late wife took a picture of Bob Dylan and Allen Ginsberg from the Rolling Thunder Review at the Harvard Square. And it's sort of an iconic photograph. She calls it the music lesson because it's got Dylan teaching Ginsberg how to play the guitar. And I donated one of those to Harvard. It's hanging in Backhouse office. The new president, Claudine Gay, is not known for respecting academic freedom. People said, well, we'll give her a chance. Well, I'm willing to give her a chance, but she does have a record. And she's a bureaucrat. I don't think she believes in free speech and academic freedom. I think she's a progressive, not a liberal. I'm not happy with the Claudine Gay, and it is made more essential by attempting to get on the Board of Overseers.
So let's talk about the Board of Overseers and your run for it, the specifics actually. It would be nice because I think you're a write-in candidate, and the election is over on May 16th.
Yes.
And I think there's specifics. I'll probably give them in the intro. I'll give links to people, but the specifics are complicated. Let me just mention that you have to be Harvard alumni, so have graduated from Harvard.
You have to, in order to run and in order to vote.
In order to vote. And the process, I imagine, is not trivial, but this is done online. And if you're an alumni, you should have received an email from a particular email address, harvard@mgelectionservicescorp.com. And presumably there's a way to get some validation number from that email, and then you go online, you enter that validation number, and you vote. To vote for Harvey, you have to enter his name correctly, Harvey Silver Blake, spell it correctly. Obviously, I'm imagining this because I'm MIT, not Harvard. So I'm imagining the process is not trivial. You have to click on things, you have to follow instructions that are not trivial. And I'll also provide an email if the process is painful, it doesn't work for you. You can email Harvard and complain. IT help Harvard.edu and so on. I'll provide all the links. So is there something else you can say about the voting process that you're running on?
This is my second year. The first time I got enough signatures to get on the ballot. Then the Harvard Alumni Association sent out a letter to all living Harvard alums recommending that they vote for the officially nominated candidates. That excluded two petition candidates of whom I was one. And I wrote to the Alumni Association and I said, you have now sent out the curriculum vitae and the policy positions of all the officially nominated candidates. There are two petition candidates on the ballot. I would like to be able to send out my positions to the voters. They wrote me back saying, our policy is to only send out the policy positions and the platforms of officially nominated candidates. You can believe that. Well, this is a liberal arts college, right? From the clash of ideas, truth or belief. This is what I call Harvard's not so subtle means of candidate suppression, not voter suppression, candidate suppression. And everybody can vote, but not everybody can win. It is Ilfracombe, a liberal arts college here. The clash of ideas we produce. It's more about the clash of ideas we produce. The Board of Officers is important. It doesn't have the same power and authority as the Harvard Corporation, the so-called president.
Is he talking about? Where is it? Well, you could do it, but yeah, we already talked about that.
most conspicuous vehicle I've ever seen. Yeah. Now they've got the driver's side door open.
The orange flashing light on the top of it.
Yeah, it's really worst case scenario if you're going to jack something.
Driver's side door is open. Law enforcement has got a couple of SUVs right behind it. Looks like those are sheriff's deputies behind. And again, the door popped open on the driver's side to see any other movement. They're not trying to get out.
Guys, if you're going to jack a car and lead police on a chase, you got to pick like a white Honda, something like that. Something with a little give, a little get up and go, but something that also blends in so that they can lose you in the sea of other white Hondas on like the 105.
Yeah, white, silver
Silver's great.
Maybe mid-size SUVs.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
We've seen those where we lose, we're watching the whole thing and we lose track.
Right, it's a shell game at that point. They all look alike.
Which one has the baseball underneath it?
Which one has the baseball underneath it?
We'll keep an eye on this again. It looks like they've stopped there, East 64th Street and Cooper Avenue there in the Southgate area. Several law enforcement vehicles behind it now as they're trying to get this person to surrender. There's nobody out in front of it, which is good, but it's a residential area, so keep an eye. All right, so the person of interest we now know has been identified in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. This guy, Luigi Mangione, 26-year-old guy, very strong eyebrows.
Strong everything.
Healthy young man.
Right.
Healthy young man.
We knew he was a high school valedictorian from the Maryland Prep School, outrageous tuition, earned undergraduate and graduate degrees in computer science from University of Pennsylvania. He learned to code in high school, helped start a club at Penn for people interested in gaming, game design. That's according to a campus publication called Penn Today, written up in 2018. His post suggests that he belonged to the fraternity of Phi Kappa Psi. He took part in a 2019 program at Stanford. He's got photos with friends and family in Hawaii, San Diego, Puerto Rico, New Jersey as well. And it looks like he's related to a Maryland State Senator, Nino Mangione. A big Mangione family there in Maryland. A lot of people in nice positions.
What we know about what caused detectives to pick him up in the first place is obviously the pictures have been floating around. NYPD has blanketed newscasts with these pictures and images of their suspect. And apparently somebody at a McDonald's restaurant in Altoona, Pennsylvania, saw who they believed was this guy. When the detectives got there, they found he had a weapon on him that the NYPD said they believed was 3D printed. They also said that they found a mask that could match what it is that he's seen wearing in some of these shots. And they said they found a handwritten manifesto that appeared to list a bunch of grievances with the healthcare industry, including taking enormous profits, shady motives. At this point, the NYPD says this is the only guy. This is the only suspect that they have, and that they don't believe that he impacted with anybody with the help of anybody else.
It's wild that he wanted to study, according to his high school valedictorian speech and other posts, that he wanted to study AI. Seemed to be highly critical of smartphones, AI, all those things. And it appears that some of the major heat that United Healthcare has gotten in recent years and this CEO's adoption of AI to deny claims. This way you don't have humans going through and seeing what's wrong with you and going after your claims. You can have the computer do it, which makes it even more impersonal. As you can imagine, the argument writes itself. I have no idea if they're connected. It's just an odd coincidence if not.
Well, the dichotomy of him being a tech whiz, that's what he's been described, right? Studying computer science, but only to a certain point, because he has reposted or liked comments by Ted Kaczynski, this super anti-establishment, anti-high-tech professor who obviously was the Unabomber before he was caught in 1996. But Kaczynski wrote in a quote that was liked by Mangione at one point, "Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them the drugs to take away their unhappiness."
Yes. So that's the thing. He reposted a bunch of literature from Jonathan Haidt and others about the bad things that happen when we are so connected. It could be that he was the poster child for this. Growing up coding in high school, learning computer science, getting a graduate degree in computer science, learning about what it does to the brain, the psychology of social media and all those things, and became kind of like a warrior against the whole connected movement.
It's a strange. I mean, it's a strange world where you dedicate your life, your college to computer science, but putting a limit on it.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, he knew enough to know what these programs and what these companies are doing to us. He retweeted a tweet from Jonathan Haidt about an essay about two thinkers, Chinese and British, whose goal was to help Western capitalism destroy itself, and how they see TikTok as a way to do that. Like what we've talked about, TikTok and China distracting us to the point of being easy to defeat.
Yeah, just put stupid little screens in front of us and we won't see what's coming. Degenerate.
Right.
The Pennsylvania police have said that he is not saying anything. It's not clear if he's making any statements, but they've said that he's not saying much of anything. And the NYPD is sending its own detectives up into that area to help with the investigation. This chase that we've watched down in the Southgate area apparently is some sort of a work truck where a truck that has a big tank on the back of it was carjacked at one point. They have the guy now out of the vehicle. He's wearing pants with no shirt. He's wearing work gloves. Oh, he looked pretty hammered too. So that may have been why he was so bad. He can barely stand up and walk backwards. He's basically tumbled to the ground, but they do have him in cuffs now. And it was a sewage truck.
Oh, that is the worst thing to jack.
Very cops or something.
Fellows at Harvard College, but it's very influential and very important. And it would be a great push for me to try to exert influence for the university to get back to where it was before it was taken over by the administration.
Well, I'm pretty sure that most of Harvard alumni, most of the students currently going to Harvard, most of the faculty at Harvard probably stand behind their ideas and their ideals.
Yep.
The people that love Harvard understand.
See, the alumni were educated in the era where these concepts were taken seriously, and before the administration took over. So I do think if I get my message out, I'm going to see. And if I win a seat, I will have a great push for trying to convince
This guy's no show. I love what he
Harvard
says.
Corporation to do the things that I'm suggesting. Get rid of mandatory administrators, get rid of the speech codes, reduce tuition by 40%, all of these salutary benefits. Can you imagine if Harvard became the most affordable college in the United States?
Well, the affordability is another aspect, but I think before that, just the freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of thought, and it's America's greatest universities, I think, is something that everybody would agree.
It would have a tremendous effect on the whole country.
And is there something to say about the details of how difficult it is for alumni to vote? You have experience with this?
You can vote online, or you can vote by paper ballot. You can request a paper ballot. And all I can say is that the hard part is getting the message out. My name doesn't appear on the ballot because I didn't get enough signatures.
Well, Harvey Silverglate.
Silverglat. You know, when my grandparents arrived from Russia, the name in Russian was something like Silverglate. And the immigration officer had several choices. He could have said Silvergate, Gate is a real, silver and gate, a real English words. He could have said silver glade, Glade. Those are real English words. That's how my name is often misspelled, either Silver Gate or Silver Glade. Silver Glade is a nonsense syllable. And why the immigration officer chose to transliterate Silver Glade, I have never understand, and it was the cause of endless mistakes in my name.
Well, the fundamental absurdity of life.
Yes,
Is also the source of its beauty.
yes,
Anyway, we should spell it out, and we should get yell loud and wide that everybody who's ever graduated from Harvard should vote for you if they believe in the ideals of the great American universities, which I think most people do. Let me also ask about diversity, inclusion, and equity programs. You've had a few harsh words to say about those. You know, the idea of diversity, I think, is a beautiful idea. You said that Harvard's idea of diversity is for everyone to look different and think alike.
correct.
Can you elaborate?
And be comfortable.
And be,
Yes. First of all, it is impossible, if liberal arts education is taken seriously, it's impossible for students to feel comfortable. Why? Because one of the roles of college is to challenge all the beliefs that they grew up with, mostly the beliefs inculcated by parents and by elementary school teachers. And the idea is to be able to challenge those thoughts, those ideas. And if you don't have free speech and academic freedom, those views get reified, they do not get challenged. So it violates the fundamental role of higher education institutions to have any restrictions at all. That's number one. Number two, as I think I said earlier, if students are not allowed to be frank with one another, they don't really learn about one another. I've given a lot of lectures in which I have said, and I think students now understand it, I'm much more interested in hearing from the people who hate me than the people who love me. I'm much more interested in knowing who disagrees with me than people who agree with me. That's how I learn, and that's how they learn the clash of ideas, which is the theory behind the First Amendment. The truth will somehow emerge, or if not truth, at least a better truth, a truer truth, a more useful truth, if ideas are allowed to clash.
especially in the structure of the university where, at least I would say, there's some set of rules, some set of civility. I think I would rather read Mein Kampf to understand people that hate. There is also quality to disagreement that we should strive for. And I think a university is a place where when disagreement and even hate is allowed, it's done in a high effort way.
Somebody asked me once about what books I would want to have as required reading in literature courses. And I listed Mein Kampf, and they were horrified. And I said, well, it's one of the most important books of the 20th century. When 6 million Jews died and an enormous number of other people died because one guy wrote a book called Mein Kampf and took it seriously. It's one of the most important books ever written. How can an educated person not have at least breezed through Mein Kampf? And
It's not a great read, though.
it's not a great read. He was not a great writer, but in a sense, it was the sociopath that was Adolf Hitler.
Yes, because he really acted on the words he wrote.
Yeah,
And he was there, and if people took seriously,
correct.
they would have understood.
It's one of the most important books of the 20th century. And it's politically incorrect to read it. It's crazy.
But can you speak to the efforts to increase diversity in universities, which I think is embodied in this DIE effort of diversity, inclusion, and equity program? Where do they go right? Where do they go wrong?
Okay, let me tell you, first of all, this may surprise a lot of people. I am opposed to affirmative action. And I think that what it does is it labels people by their race, by their religion, and by their national origin. Precisely what we don't want people to do, to pigeonhole in those categories. The reason that affirmative action has become the way that universities decide on who gets admitted is because historically, people in what's called marginalized groups, blacks, gays, Hispanics, have been discriminated against in the admissions process. Now, what I have suggested is that instead of affirmative action, and by the way, here's a prediction. The Supreme Court is going to abolish affirmative action. There's a case pending, it's Harvard case. There are two cases joined together, one of a public university and one of a private university. The private university is Harvard. I predict that the Supreme Court will vote 6-3 to abolish affirmative action. It is, on its face, it is a violation of equal protection of the law. Some groups are favored because of race or ethnicity. It is a classic violation of equal protection. When affirmative action was approved, the deciding vote was Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. She wrote a very famous opinion in which she said, I hesitate to vote to keep up here to affirm the notion of affirmative action because it's such an obvious violation of equal protection. But we have an urgent problem in the society. We are not educating our members of racial and ethnic minorities, and we have to try to get them into colleges. I think it should be approved for 25 years, and it should be, it should, in 25 years, it should have performed its role. Well, it hasn't. And 25 years is coming up. I think it's 3 or 4 years left. The Supreme Court is going to abolish it. Take my word for that. It is such an obvious violation of equal protection. Why did affirmative action come into play? Because the secondary and elementary schools are so bad. Public, secondary, and elementary schools are so bad. Why are they so bad? Partly because of the control of the teachers' union. As Randy Weingarten runs the public school system in the United States. And what I have suggested is that the effort should be to, this is an emergency, it's a national emergency, to improve the quality of elementary and secondary education. And one way to do it is to hire teachers who are fabulous teachers rather than necessarily members of the union. I have come to oppose public workers' unions. I am a very strong supporter of unions in the private sector. Why do I think there's such a difference between unions in the public sector and the private sector? In the private sector, management is bargaining with its own money and with the money of shareholders. In the public sector, there's only one side. There is the teachers' union, and then there's a school committee that is dealing with the taxpayers' money, not their own. And so it's a very skewed power balance. So, as supportive as I am of private sector unions, I am in opposition of public sector unions. They're very destructive. I think without teachers' unions, teachers who are really skilled will be able to get jobs. They would not have to worry about the seniority of teachers who long since have given up really creative teaching. And we have to improve the public educational system. I had, my late wife and I, I had a classmate. We have a son who's now 44 who went to the public schools. He has a friend, first name Eugene, who was a black kid from Roxbury. His mother understood that the schools in Roxbury were terrible. The schools in Cambridge were pretty good. She lived in our house Monday to Friday, and he went to school with Isaac in the Cambridge Public Schools. Elsa and I would show up to school committee meetings when there was bargaining between the teachers union and the school committee. The teachers union objected to our being there. We argued with taxpayers. We have a kid in the school, and we have his best friend lives with us and goes to school with him. So we have a real issue. And the school committee walked out the bargaining session. City council then reconsidered its vote, and they voted that citizens, taxpayers, parents of kids in the school did not show up to these negotiation sessions. I thought that was absolutely outrageous. But I understood why, because these contracts were crazy. No sane municipality should enter into some of these contracts. So I have become an opponent of the National Teachers Association, the Cambridge Teachers Association. I don't think there should be unions for public employees because there's no real bargaining going on. And I think that the public school system will never be improved as long as the teachers are unionized.
So that, to you, is at the core of the problem that results in the kind of inequality of opportunity that affirmative action is designed to solve.
If the educational system in the elementary and high school level is improved, you wouldn't need affirmative action. These kids would get good educations.
So from all backgrounds, poor kids in the United States will get good education if public unions abolished.
Correct.
But to you,
And
more
incidentally, the postal service would probably get better too.
that's a whole other conversation. But to you, at the core of the problem of the inequality in universities that diversity, inclusion, and equity programs are trying to solve is the public education system of secondary education.
Elementary and secondary.
Elementary and secondary. Well, then, is there use? What is the benefit? What is the drawback of DIE, diversity, inclusion, and equity programs at universities like Harvard?
It's an affirmative action, basically. And what it does is it allows the system of elementary and secondary education to be there. Because they could say, oh, we get our kids into Harvard. Yes, but you haven't educated them. And it covers up the wound. And I think we will never improve as long as we're able to cover up the wound. As I said, affirmative action is going to be abolished by the Supreme Court. It's a clear violation of equal protection that Sandra Gale clearly understood but ignored intentionally, but as an experiment. I believe it's going to be abolished, so that's going to happen. It's going to force the elementary and high schools to get serious.
Do you see the same issues that you discussed now at Harvard, at MIT? We're here in Boston, so I have to talk about the great universities here in Boston. You've written about MIT. I'm the university I love. I'm a research scientist there. Do you see the same kind of issues there?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember, can you explain the case of Dorian Abbott lecture that was canceled at MIT?
This is not the only. It's not the only incident. There have been incidents all around the country of academics, professors who have used the don't report with as the great Lillian Hellman, another friend of mine, late wife, said she said she refused to cut her garments in order to fit the fashions of the day. Dorian Abbott didn't cut his suit to fit the fashions of the day. It was his intellectual suit. And so he was, this has happened at Princeton, this has happened at Harvard, this has happened at MIT. The great universities in the country have decided that the clash of ideas is not such a good idea because some people's feelings will be hurt. So there was quite a revolt against it. Fire sounded the alarm. And then in the end, the universities were, I believe Abbott was invited to come back. I think he turned them down. He shouldn't have turned it down, but he did. Um, and when the light is cast upon these situations, the universities back down because they're so embarrassed. And the newspapers, because newspapers depend on the First Amendment in order to exist, newspapers tend to give pretty good publicity to these cases of censorship.
So they grow universities.
Yes,
So they really emphasize, they penalize the embarrassment.
yes,
So is that one of the ways, is that the best way to fight all of this?
yes. Sunshine is the best disinfectant.
You've written about MIT's connection with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
He was well connected at MIT and at Harvard. What lessons do you draw about human nature, about universities, about all of this from this saga?
Let me say this. I believe that universities, if somebody wants to, for example, donate to the university and donates on the requirement that the building be named after them, if the university is taking those donations and the person is funding a building and wants this building named after him, the building should be named after him or them. Harvard is facing this now with the Sackler building. The Sacklers have become now a persona non grata because of their role in producing the opioids that caused scandalous opioid addiction. There are people who want to have removed the name Sackler from the Sackler Art Museum at Harvard. Larry Bacow, the president of Harvard, is read it, has refused to do that. If it reminds people that the money is earned from selling opioids, that's good. That's good that people understand that that's where the Sacklers got their money. They should be being founded. In my undergraduate alma mater, Princeton, there's a movement to remove the name Woodrow Wilson. Because Woodrow Wilson was president of Princeton before he became governor of New Jersey, before he became president of the United States. How he got to be governor of New Jersey was he was so insufferable that the trustees of Princeton got him the nomination to run for governor of New Jersey. They had to get this guy out of here. Not because he was anti-black and anti-Semitic, because the trustees were as well, but because he just was insufferable. He drove the faculty crazy, and they got him out. So Princeton was thinking of changing the name. I wrote a letter to President Eisenhower saying, this is part of the university's history. You don't want to rewrite history falsely. Woodrow Wilson was the president of this institution. He was one of your predecessors. He never answered me either. I think these people, they know they have no answers. The reason I didn't get a response from President Eisenhower is the same as the reason I didn't get a response from the headmaster of the cabinet. They understand that what they're doing is violative of the fundamental precepts of academic institutions. They're ashamed. They feel they have no choice because they feel that they would be criticized for racism, homophobia, blah, 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 blah.
Criticized by how many people?
Well, they feel that they would be criticized by students and parents and donors. I disagree with that. I actually think there are more people out there that agree with me than agree with them.
Yeah, by a large margin.
By a large margin in what I call the real world, which is the world outside the campus. But academics are afraid they're being criticized. They're incredibly thin-skinned. When I say academics, I mean academic administrators. They're very thin-skinned, politically correct, holier than thou. As I said, I would fire 95% of them, and I would be more careful in who I elected to these institutions. So I said Pauline Gay is probably going to be a disaster at Harvard.
So it takes guts, it takes courage to be in the administration when the task of protecting the freedom of speech is there.
Yeah.
Also, which in part requires you to admit and to uphold the mistakes you've done in the past,
Correct.
not to hide them.
Correct.
And that I mean, Jeffrey Epstein for Harvard and for MIT is a very recent mistake.
Well, this is debate whether it's a mistake. They took money from them. Okay. Is it a mistake to take money from bad people? Do you have to do a morals test as a potential donor? I don't think so. Um,
It's complicated because
if there are no conditions attached to it, I think it's emotionally complicated. I don't think that it is rationally complicated. It's emotionally complicated. It's particularly complicated if they want naming rights. You know, the Jeffrey Epstein Biological Laboratory. That, that would be a problem for most universities. I don't think that naming rights have to be given to somebody that you don't think is worthy of having their name. I think the university has the right to say no. We'll take your money, but we will not name the building after you. I think they have the right to do that.
there's some degree in which you whitewash the name, though. If you not the naming rights, but if you take the money, it allows the person in public discourse to say that they're collaborating, they're working together with Harvard and MIT.
So I have a problem with universities making morals tests of donors because not every donor is as bad as Epstein, but some of the donors made their money in industry by being rapacious, by paying low wages, by exploiting people.
You can make the case that accepting money from the Department of Defense, from DARPA, from the United States organizations that contributed to waging war and killing hundreds of thousands of civilians over the past few decades.
Correct.
Folks like the tenured professor Noam Chomsky make the case that that is far more evil than accepting money from Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes.
Still, Jeffrey Epstein is a known pedophile.
Yes. So that's why I say I would not give him naming rights. I think the university has the autonomy to not give naming rights. But I think giving morals test to donors is a Pandora's box.
What do you think about the aftermath of the Jeffrey Epstein saga? It feels like I'm not familiar with Harvard's response, but MIT's response seemed to fire a few scapegoats, and it didn't seem like a genuine response to the evils that human beings are capable of, sort of like rising to the surface, the description in a fully transparent way of all the interactions that happened with Jeffrey Epstein and what that means. What that means about the role of money in universities, what that means about just human beings in power.
Money is essential to run a university. One of the reasons it's essential is because the university is artificially requires huge amounts of money, and that's partly because of the administrative army that they support. And they would be less dependent on the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world if they didn't have so it's sort of all part of the same circle.
But there's a tension here. You're saying we shouldn't be putting a morals test on money, but actually, if you expand the amount of money needed to run the university, you're going to make less and less, more and more unethical decisions.
Correct. And this is that I am flexible enough to say that I don't think I would name a building after somebody who is truly evil. I think the university has the right to limit the naming rights to the donor. If I was an absolutist, I would even say that. I'm not an absolutist. I have my limits, and that's one of them. The Jeffrey Epstein Biological Laboratory. It's a little bit much.
it feels like there should be a requirement. There should be more requirements on who to accept money from. But the question is, the concern you have was about who gets to decide. And what's the alternative?
Correct. I think there is no alternative. I think that turning down donation is you don't approve of the conduct of the donor is a Pandora's box.
But I'm just sickened by the fact that an evil human being was allowed to walk in the halls of a university I love. So what do we do with that?
Well, are you telling me that none of the students are evil? Are you telling me none of the faculty members are evil? Are you telling me none of the administrators are evil?
But that doesn't. Sure. So scapegoating, saying that Jeffrey Epstein is evil, can help us forget, can aid us in forgetting that there is other evil in the world, and some of it might be roaming still in the halls of MIT.
Hey, listen, I won't tell you the name, but I represented somebody in the MIT administration a few years ago who was charged with sexual improprieties against students. And as a lawyer, I represented that person. People say, how can you represent some of the people I represent are bad people? Say, how can you represent them? Say, well, if I was a cardiologist and this person had a heart attack on the street, I didn't deliver CPR, I would have my license taken away. I'm a lawyer. The only difference between my obligation and without this obligation is the Constitution gives people the right to assistive counsel. They don't have, the Constitution says nothing about the assistance of cardiologists. I have a very high duty representing popular people. Well, I think I apply the same test to the college donors. The university should not have a morals test. Whose money to take? I do draw a line about naming rights of buildings. And I say that's an inconsistency with my absolutism. But I just emotionally, I just can't deal with having, as I said, the Jeffrey Epstein biological laboratory.
Well, for me, emotionally, there's nothing that sickens me more in the university than the abuse of power.
Right, and there's an awful lot of people who abuse power in the university.
And especially when it comes to abuse power of the students.
Correct.
So sexual harassment, so in the realm of sexual abuse of power, and all kinds of other.
It's a crime to use one's power position in order to take sexual advantage of a student. It's a crime. This is not a close question.
Yeah, but there's a legal crime, and there's a deeply ethical crime, and there's an emotional response that I have. You are a good lawyer, perhaps a good man to want to defend some folks who are evil in this world. I don't think I have that emotional fortitude.
Well, you shouldn't be a criminal defense lawyer or a cardiologist.
I'm still deeply sickened by Epstein and the faculty, the administration that still might be in these great American universities that are abusing their power in small ways and big ways. That's human nature. You get a little bit of power, and you're a bad man or a bad woman, you take advantage of it.
Yep.
We see that in the smallest of ways and in the biggest of ways. In institutions and regimes all across the world. Ah, boy. Harvey, it's a complicated situation.
Well, it's a complicated world, and it's complicated to be a human being, and this is nothing new.
And we should talk about it without restriction. All right. Just to linger on liberal arts. In 2014, and probably still today, you wrote that liberals are killing the liberal arts. Yes. So can you explain?
Yes, the problem with, I'm a political liberal. The problem with the political left is that it has divided between what's called progressives and liberals. Liberals are people of the left who believe in the First Amendment, absolute First Amendment, and in due process of law. And the problem with the progressives now, in the pursuit of equality, they view as equality, they're willing to bend those rules. And this movement actually started in Brandeis. Um, it's the critical race theory. It started, Herbert Marcuse was a professor at Brandeis, and he came up with this theory. The theory was this, this is right out of Orwell. In order to create true equality in a society where you have some downtrodden and some who are the Übermenschen, in order to create real um, equality, you have to reduce the rights of the upper classes and artificially increase the rights of the lower classes. And that will produce, out of unequal treatment, true equality will be attained. This is nonsense. The idea of discrimination producing true equality is nonsense. My view is, as I said earlier in our discussion, that the way to increase the opportunities for the lower classes is to give them real education. And until we do that, it's not going to happen. And in order to do that, we have to overcome the problem with the teachers' unions at the elementary and secondary school level. Until we're willing to do that honestly and through those schools, we're going to have a problem of a large number of uneducated people who need a boost because we haven't given them proper education.
What do you think about some of the more controversial faculty in the world? So, an example, somebody I've spoken with many times, unlike an authorized Jordan Peterson. I'm not sure if you're familiar with his work.
Yes.
But he's an outspoken critic of, or proponent of free speech on campus. He's been attacked quite a bit. He's a controversial figure. What's the role of the university to protect the Jordan Peterson?
I think the university has an absolutely, not relative, not word, that absolute role, the obligation to protect academic freedom of even the most controversial faculty members. You can imagine, on a university campus, you have more people who are outliers than you do in the general population. That's the hope of this. Hopefully, yeah. And those outliers have to be protected. They can't be pressured, they can't be fired, they can't be disabled from spewing their views, whether they consider racist, whether they consider to promote an idea of human society that's considered obnoxious. It doesn't matter. If you can't have freedom of thought on the college campuses, where can you? Then we're lost as a society. We're lost. And as an educational institutions no longer educate, they will indoctrinate. That we have to avoid, of course.
We should also remember that the outlier might also be the only bearer of truth. So in Nazi Germany, speaking against the fascist regime, in communist Soviet Union, speaking against communism, they might hold the key to solving the ailments of that society.
Absolutely. And some of the most important discoveries in science, for example, were mocked at the beginning. Think of poor Charlie Darwin.
Charlie, I see he's on nickname. With you. Well, because we're talking about these big topics of sexism, racism, and hate, we should not forget about the smaller topics, which might even have a much bigger impact, which is what you're speaking to, which is outlier ideas in science. So basically, welcoming controversial ideas in science, and by controversial, I mean just stuff that most of the community doesn't agree on. It doesn't actually harm anyone at all. But even then, there's always pressure. One of the things I'm really concerned about is how little power young faculty have. That there's a kind of hierarchy, seniority that universities have, empowered by the administration. where the young faculty that come in, they're kind of
Pre-tenure.
yeah. There's a process in chasing tenure where you're kind of supposed to behave, and there's an incentive to kind of fit in, but to not be an outcast. And that's a really huge problem because oftentimes the youth is when the craziest, the biggest ideas, the revolutionary ideas come. And if you're forced to behave and fit in and not speak out, then even in the realm of science, the innovation is stifled.
Well, now you trigger my. I'll tell you this story.
If you're triggered, this is good.
In the mid 1980s, I decided to take a 4-month sabbatical from my law practice.
Yes.
Professor James Vorenberg, who was the time dean of the Harvard Law School, heard about it. Heard about it from his wife, Elizabeth Betty Vorenberg, whom I was very friendly with because we were both on the ACLU Massachusetts board at the time. And Betty told Jim that Harvey was taking this sabbatical. Jim called Harvey and asked Harvey if he would like to teach a course at the Harvard Law School because there was nobody who had been teaching criminal law from the perspective of somebody who actually was in court litigating. It was all theoretical. I said, sure, I'll do it. So I taught a semester at Harvard Law School. The student evaluations were fabulous. Why? Because it was really interesting. They were hearing a lawyer who talked about real cases. I actually brought in a few of my clients in some of the classes. And so Jim called me and said, Harvey, the students love this course. I'd like to offer you a tenure-track position at the law school. You have to give up your law practice. I turned him down. He said, did you just say no? I said, yes, I said no. He said, how come? He said, nobody ever has ever, in my administration, has ever turned down a tenure-track offer at Harvard Law School. He said, because I could see that I was not a good fit, that the administrators are overrun the place, that faculty members, especially untenured, are afraid to say things that might not help them in the tenure quest. It's not a good fit for me.
You saw this in the mid 1980s.
Yes, about 1985, and I went back to my law practice. I did not want to get into this meat grinder that I saw. Actually, I started to see it before the turn of the century because I co-authored the Shadow University in '98. And then co-founded FIRE in '99. I'm an early student of this phenomenon.
What are some other aspects of this, the book, The Shadow University, that we may have not covered?
Well, let me tell you a story. I believe I tell it in the Shadow University. It was part of.
I'm loving these stories.
The stories are fabulous. Let me tell you a story of. I did a tour of the country, visiting campuses. I visited a college called Hamline University. I believe it was in Indiana or Illinois, somewhere in the Midwest. And I attended a freshman orientation. Now listen to this. This was a freshman orientation. The administrators, the deans and the deanettes and the deputy assistant deans and deanettes, the third deputy assistant deans and deanettes, line the students up according to their skin hues. The blonde, blue-eyed white folks, the darkest, African Americans whose bloodlines had not yet mixed with any of the whites on the other end. And the exercise was you had to tell how your race affected your success in life up until that point. I thought it was the most demeaning thing that I could imagine. Demeaning. I thought to myself, they could do the same about sexual orientation. They could do the same about religion. They could do the same about national origin. It would be demeaning no matter what. And the students actually verbalized how their race had either been a plus or a minus.
They did.
They did. And I thought it was so demeaning, it just confirmed all of my distaste for this kind of approach.
Let me ask you from the interviewer seat. So I get to do this podcast, and I often have to think about giving a large platform and having a conversation with very controversial figures. And the level of controversy has been slowly increasing. What's the role of this medium to you? This medium is between two people, and me speaking with a controversial figure, me or some other interviewer. What's the role of giving platform to controversial figures? Say members of the KKK or dictators, people who are seen as evil.
Well, we want to face the world with reality. And the reality is that there are some unpleasantnesses in the world. So running from genocide right through to ordinary discrimination, to offensiveness. It's the real world as we know it exists. Are we afraid to say it? Do we want to make people think that we live in a world where those words are not used, where those animosities don't exist? The answer is no.
So you can whitewash, you can normalize the use of those words, you can whitewash the acceptability of certain leaders. So, for example, interviewing Hitler in 1938, 1935, 1936, 1937, 38, those are all different dynamics there. But you can normalize this person, and in so doing, create enormous harm.
Well, see, I don't see it as normalizing. I see it as exposing. If more people had taken Trump seriously, Franklin Roosevelt would have acted much sooner. He only got us into the war, as Congress got us into the war, when the Japanese made the mistake of attacking Pearl Harbor. But there were some people in the State Department, there were some people in the administration who were trying to get Roosevelt to see what Hitler was really like, and he was blind to it. This is one of the greatest presidents the United States ever had. He was blind to it until the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. So I think that words, unpleasant ideas, as expressed by words, are essential for communicating facts and truth and reality. And that's why I think that we should not whitewash language. We should not whitewash the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was pretty close to MIT
And Harvard.
and Harvard. Reality actually means something.
Yeah, but from the role of the interviewer, that's something I have to think a lot about. Whether interviewing Hitler, you said exposing. I think it's hard to know what Hitler's like in a room, but it's also hard to know. I've never met Jeffrey Epstein. It's hard to know what Jeffrey Epstein's like in a room. But I imagine to some degree they're charismatic figures. So exposing them in the interview setting is not an easy task.
Well, interviewing is not an easy job. And it's not a good idea to have an interview and be an idiot.
I know exactly what you're saying, and I know why you're looking at me directly as you say it. I appreciate that. All right. Let me ask about your friend, your colleague, Alan Dershowitz. And I'll also ask about your review of his most recent book. But before that, it'd be interesting to ask what you think of him as a human being, as a lawyer. He's quite an interesting case. He's represented some of the most controversial figures in history, including Jeffrey Epstein, Mike Tyson, Julian Assange, Jim Baker, and Jeffrey Epstein, and even Donald Trump. So he's an interesting figure. What do you think about that?
That's not Bueller.
What do you think? What do you think about him as a human being, as a lawyer, what he represents in terms of values and ideals?
Well, he's a criminal defense lawyer. And the job of a criminal defense lawyer is to represent accused criminals. He is a lifelong Democrat. He didn't represent Trump because he was doing politically.
Voted for Hillary, I believe. Right?
He voted for Hillary. Yes, that's what he says, and I absolutely believe it. He's a liberal Democrat. But he's a criminal defense lawyer as well as a professor. And I've represented some very nasty people in my career. I wouldn't go out for coffee with them, but they have the constitutional rights to representation.
And you take that very seriously.
Yes, you notice something that people don't understand about socialism. He was asked by Trump to represent him in the second impeachment as well. He turned him down. Why do you think he turned him down?
So people should know he represented Trump in the first impeachment.
He represented him only in the first. And he's successful, and when Trump was impeached the second time, he asked Allen to represent him. Allen has had a lifelong policy of only representing somebody once, never twice. Why? Because he never wanted to be House counsel to the mafia. And so he early on had this position that only represents somebody once. The mafia wants a lawyer who's in-house counsel who represents them in all their cases. So that's the reason. Now I never publicly explained it. I know it's a fact because I've done from the day that we met at Harvard Law School in 1964. He was a first-year professor. I was a first-year student. We both had Brooklyn accents, and we hit it off. We've been close friends ever since.
So there's some kind of unethical line that's crossed and continues.
Yeah, he thought it was not so much an ethical line. You have a right to represent mafia people. But he didn't want to be House counsel. He didn't want to have them ask him for advice in advance of what they were doing. He was willing to represent somebody who was how awful. Klaus von Bülow was accused of killing his wife. These are pretty nasty people. But he didn't want to be House counsel to any of them.
So you wrote a review of our new book on Donald Trump. The title of that book is Get Trump, The Threat to Civil Liberty, Due Process, and Our Constitutional Rule of Law. Can you summarize this book and your review of it?
Yes, but by the way, I co-authored it with him.
Emily.
Yes. And I thought that the book was another example of the fact that everybody is entitled to defense, and that Allen's being involved with Trump is purely professional. It was not political. It was not philosophical. And I thought that the fact that he was being criticized, he was being shunned because of his connection with Trump, I found very interesting that this is a guy who represented such I call them distasteful figures as Klaus von Bülow, as Mike Tyson, as O.J. Simpson, as Sheldon Siegel. And he was considered to be a skillful lawyer, made his reputation. And then he represents Donald Trump, who, to my knowledge, never killed anybody. And he's suddenly shunned. I thought the hypocrisy of it, the political screening, it was very distasteful to me. And it was not only because he was my friend, if he wasn't my friend, I think I'd have the same view. The holier than thou nonsense, the hypocrisy of it. They wouldn't talk about what was being
Stretch.
Alan and I are different.
I'm taking shit. What are we thinking?
Bill doesn't want to talk to me. No
Well, like,
problem.
you're really
No
into
problem.
the science of this, aren't you?
But
You're damn
Alan
straight, kid.
is considering how controversial his life is.
Somewhat something.
He's somewhat sensitive. And I
We're kind of sitting. Well, I mean, cottage cheese really is an accelerator to all of this. So it's just
I
like,
can relate. I can definitely relate. Some controversial conversations still wear my heart on my sleeve. It hurts.
I gotta take a dump.
Maybe the pain makes you a better student of human nature.
Yeah.
maybe that's the case for him. Nevertheless, the book has
Really?
makes a
Mm,
complicated and I think an interesting.
we're hanging at it like
He opens the pair.
this is just an approximation, but
Not that Donald Trump has
all right,
found
we're not softball. There's definitely there's something here. Yo, dog, we might need
to stop him from running at any cost.
give me some of that chat GPT. I gotta take a shit. What are we thinking?
Right. He's absolutely right. Because these are kept for example, the prosecution, the one prosecution that is brought now with Alvin Bragg in the Manhattan.
What is
I
higher,
have looked at that.
T-ball or Pee-wee baseball?
And yet Bragg was pressured to bring
Pee-wee
that
baseball is higher than
to
T-ball.
put if he didn't indict, wholly improper, wholly unethical. And he's going to lose the case.
So then we go
This
T-ball,
crime, yes.
Pee-wee baseball, Little League,
His,
high school, college, A, double A, triple A,
easily be indicted.
the show,
State and federal taxes.
Cooperstown.
But they're not unsexy.
I love it.
And,
My rabbits would love it. Well, that fucking makes sense, kid. I know, lady. All right, I got to dump though. Seriously, it's like I got to. Wait, but that was just based on size. I can hear it in my stomach. All right, so what are we thinking? I mean, it's very. It was like a high school ball, and it's very quickly moving into this
I had an interesting experience.
double A.
I had two of them.
Really?
The more recent ones.
Yeah.
I was in the house.
I mean, we're like moving into triple A as we speak, but I don't want to.
Who's driven out by political correctness.
What are we thinking?
I was in
BRB.
his house.
What is it? Lettuce. Oh, it ain't just that, girls. It ain't just that.
Contest took place, and I was with Elsa. We were invited to Summer's house in Brooklyn, and it looked like Hillary was going to win. And the Harvard faculty members, they were all celebrating. They were all figuring out what their cabinet positions were going to be. Blah 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 blah. And then about 11:30 at night, all of a sudden it was announced that in terms of electoral votes, Trump had just beat down a victory. That Hillary beat him in the popular vote, but he had won the electoral college. And there was immediate depression. And
That meaning was like quiet over the room.
the room hit absolutely inside. And they were all disappointed. Well, that was a memorable moment. And it told me that they were a little bit too overconfident. And they were savoring being part of a presidential administration. Ambition had been thwarted. I'm not a great fan of preening ambition. I think it blinds people to realities.
And the resulting arrogance from such ambition.
And arrogance, yes. It's one of the reasons I didn't accept Jim Warrenberg's offer to be part of the academic community. I mean, I represent professors, I have friends with the professors, I represent students, I have friends with students. And I have great regard for universities and higher education. But I was not about to become part of the culture. I thought that it was not good for me, and not good for the institution either.
That can a culture that can breed arrogance,
Yeah,
self-importance.
yeah.
And in a sense, the election of Donald Trump was a big FU to such.
Correct. Which is why I think he managed to pull it off.
To jump topics a little bit, what do you think about something you've written about? What do you think about the mass surveillance programs by the NSA and also probably by other organizations, CIA, FBI, and others? And broadly, what do you think about the importance of privacy for the American citizen?
Okay. I believe that the FBI should be abolished. Because I believe that its culture is so corrupted by its first director, John Edgar Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover, that it is impossible to reform the FBI to make its agents honest, to force them to obey the Constitution, the First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments especially. And it's a culture that cannot be changed. Hoover established the culture, and no FBI director since has been able to change it. If you go online, I did on YouTube a video for the ACLU of Massachusetts. It was when I was on the board. It was probably when I was president of the board. I was president of the board for 2 years. I was on the board for 20 years. And I did a video about advising people to never, ever, ever talk to an FBI agent when they come back from any board.
Can you briefly explain the intuition?
Yes.
Why not to talk to the FBI?
They have a system. When they come in and interview you, 2 agents show up, never one. One asks the question, the other one takes notes. The note-taking agent takes notes, and it goes back to the office and types up a report called a Form 302, which is the official record of what was asked and answered. So when I have a client interviewed by the FBI, I show up, and I always agree, almost always agree with the interview. But I bring a tape report, and I say, all right, I'm going to take this. And they say, well, by regulation, we're not allowed to do the interview with the state. The record is the 302, the agent is taking notes. I say, well, I have a policy too. My policy is to never allow a client to be interviewed unless it's recorded. So it's unfortunate, but we're going to have to end this meeting, and the agents get up and leave. And I've never seen a Form 302 that I consider to be accurate. The agents would write down what they wish rather than what you said. It is a wholly corrupt
I'm gonna say it was like a
organization. It has not gotten any better since
double A4, which is
Fundamentally,
no double
corruption
A3, which is quite modern.
culture.
It's very, very much like
Resisting
college too.
the Constitution of the United
All right.
States. And first and foremost.
Okay.
It's not
Oh fuck this shit!
financial corruption. It
Just
is,
double worse.
It is corruption.
All right, so I'm thinking we have to do the thing
I
now,
think it should be abolished.
where it's like, okay, a
It
zero.
should be a new name.
What's a zero? I don't know.
Wholly new members.
And the P's are difficult because I don't see what's going on. I mean, when I stand, I do, but when I'm sitting, the focus is on the BM. All right. So let's think of 10 different foods that could be like, or things, objects. I was reading about the Bristol stool scale. It's kind of some bullshit. Anyway, we can do better. Also, on the Bristol stool scale, like 1 is like a solid shit, and a 10 or 7 is like a liquidy shit. Get that shit out of here. That's a stupid way to do it. The higher the number, the denser it becomes. Come on. So like, what's a 1-1? That's just like
falsely convict.
All right. So what would it be? Okay. Well, we got. You start with T-ball, then Pee-wee, then Little League.
So that's the FBI, but broadly
Then-
speaking about the surveillance aspect of this. What are your
High
views
school,
on the right
college,
that an American citizen has to
A, double A, triple A.
Having electronic surveillance is very, very intrusive. And I think that
The show.
circumstance that these tools are used should be narrow. For example, they're used in a lot of drug cases. Because I don't think drugs should be illegal.
Which should be called
in any
Cooperstown,
event.
never.
There's certain drugs that-
I just like that. Side All right, so then what? Well, I still have to pee.
I could see it in cases of
I'm just like a fucking useless eater.
possibly in cases of
All right.
serious extortion.
So what are we thinking? Like, well, 10's a mallet.
Drug cases, many drugs should all be legalized anyway.
What's 9?
I think it's
It's cottage cheese. Well,
society.
I think cottage cheese is about a 3.
There's on the Wikipedia page for Nothing to Hide. You're cited.
Well, it's a 0.
Book you gave us today.
Well, 0 has to have. We didn't. I don't know. It needs like a softball in term, but
That's an argument.
I guess we don't have 0. 1 could be baby oil.
We have nothing to hide.
Those are bad. That's just all. Actually, one could be barista. Baristaing. No, actually, I think baby oiling is a 1. Baristaing is a 2.
Under the Constitution,
I mean, does it go from that to cottage cheese? 3 could be cottage cheese, I think.
that's up to this day.
4.
How is it that the feds indict so many areas of the
I don't know. I think that like silly putty could be 5. We could have like 4 is Play-Doh. 4 is like Play-Doh. 5 is like silly putty. Silly putty's kind of dense though.
The means of interstate communication
6.
for travel.
You might have to make some adjustments, but
That means
what would 6 be? Would 6 be, kid?
Well,
Well, if 10's a mallet, 9.
suddenly becomes federal. That means that the limitation that
We
the
talking
founding
consistency or
fathers
how difficult it is to get out the butthole?
intended
I don't know.
to keep the feds
Science
out of
to be
daily
determined.
life and
Okay,
to
so we could
prevent
have
to the states.
a 9.
We completely thwarted.
9's a
Because
difficult
I
one.
can't think
I'm trying to think of like 9s that are like.
where somebody doesn't use a telephone in the course of
I mean, silly putty's pretty dense.
planning, discussing.
Yeah, maybe 9 is silly putty. 8 is
And so
Play-Doh.
his limited
Then what's
authority
7?
to bring charges in criminal cases is illusory. Feds can indict a ham sandwich.
7's like.
So basically, everybody's guilty. And if the feds want to bring you in, they can.
Correct. And that allows them to terrorize people who are dissidents.
What is broken? What works in the American criminal justice system from your perspective? The jury system.
Yes.
You like the jury system. Everyday citizens
What the
represent.
fuck is going on here?
Ordinary people have to agree unanimously in order to get this.
What do you think about the highest court in the land, the Supreme Court? What works and what is broken about the Supreme Court?
Okay, so we've got.
What are its strengths and weaknesses?
The Supreme Court is
I guess a mallet. So a Cooperstown mallet. I don't know if I've ever had one of those. Sounds very painful. It's like childbirth.
The Supreme Court is overruling precedents.
Are you really giving enough
Precedents
to the? Yeah.
be overruled.
So like 1's like baby oil. 2 is like your barista egg.
Affirmative action.
3
I'm opposed to affirmative action. I made that clear earlier.
3 could be coffee grounds.
But still, it's a precedent.
Kind of like.
It should be given some.
Okay, I could live with that.
In order to,
4.
In order to.
4 is cottage cheese.
In order to propagate a more conservative.
Okay, I can live with that. 5
What is treating precedent as if it
is like.
any role, and that's a huge
What about
mistake.
mashed potatoes?
Um,
What's
some of the Congress
actually 4 could be mashed
Democrats
potatoes.
are looking to enlarge the court
5 could be
in
cottage
order
cheese.
to basically do what Franklin Roosevelt was not able to do. And that is
6.
change the court's philosophy. But I think that's very short-sighted because this is a long game. This is a republic we have. And asked him, for example, enlarge the port from 9 to 12
6.
in order to get more.
Well, we got 10's a mallet. 9
Then
is
some
silly
other
putty.
administration will try to enlarge
8
it from 12 to
is
15. It wasn't before. They have a constant
Play-Doh.
fiddling with various
7.
So the law should have more lasting power.
So we just need a 6 and a 7.
The political
I think.
bickering of the day.
Correct.
Let me ask you, you lived one heck of a life. And
What is denser?
fought a lot of
Cottage
battles and
cheese
continue to do so with hardcore.
or mashed potatoes?
First of all, thank you.
Like if I had to fall
But
in a big pool of it.
we're all human, we're all mortal. Do you ponder your death? Do you ponder your mortality? Are you afraid of it?
Let me say this. My father died at 48. He died, he died at 48, which is when
Okay.
He got a massive heart attack at 43. He continued to smoke despite that. He died at 48. So I did not expect to live this long. Because I thought it was genetic. It turns out it was cigarettes. So here I am. I'm going to be 81 on May 10th.
I don't-
was born on May 10th,
I'm not-
1942, which is
I'm not quite sure. This is uncharted territory.
And
Let's
I realize
think.
I'm not going to live forever. I
Um,
also take pride in the fact that I have demonstrated that a lawyer does not have to go to a law firm in order to manage to make it. You can make your own.
I mean,
regular
5 should be like getting a normal poo.
I've done that. I agree that I've had a legal education at the Princeton and Harvard Law School. But I don't think you have to necessarily go to a legal institution in order for you to make it. You need to work hard.
Brownies could be there.
Yourself.
Okay.
Place where you're not gonna feel
Maybe brownies are a
comfortable
6.
and it's a little empowered.
And then brownies with nuts are a 7.
Big birds.
Okay. And then
Invitation.
Play-Doh is an 8. What's denser? Play-Doh or brownies?
I'll tell you one other story. That illustrates this. I was originally
What is denser?
freshman sophomore years.
Play-Doh or brownies?
Because my parents wanted me to marry.
Brownies are denser than Play-Doh. Well, shit. Okay, I could get with that. So then, what is denser, silly putty or brownies?
We had moved from Brooklyn at this time.
Silly putty's denser than brownies? But, oh man, that's gonna fuck things up. Okay, so then I guess it'd be like Play-Doh, brownies with nuts.
And a family physician, they had 3 daughters.
Silly putty.
Who was my age. She went to Hackensack High School.
And then a mallet, like a soft mallet. Yo, dog, what are those mallets that are like soft called so they don't cause damage?
I was going to go to medical school. I was going to take
Rubber mallet, soft face mallets.
her father into his medical practice in Hackensack.
All right, so we've got
this scenario was
baby oil.
Carolyn's mother and my mother.
That's the 1. The 2 is barista ink. 3 is coffee grounds. Coffee grounds could be really fucking dense though. Yeah, but when it goes in, it just kind of.
And I went to Paris.
What is denser, silly putty or wet coffee grounds? Oh, they're saying wet coffee grounds.
Supporting myself for the airfare and I
Yeah, but maybe it's not that dense. Maybe it's like water, coffee grounds and water.
And I thought about my life.
Okay,
and I decided,
wet
number
coffee
1,
grounds.
I didn't want to be a physician. I wanted to be a lawyer. Number 2, I didn't want to marry Carolyn. And I came back. I changed from pre-med to pre-law. I broke up with Carolyn, who was by that time.
Okay, so we've got 1
right down the road from
is
she had followed me.
baby
I
oil.
followed her,
2
and
is barista. 3
I like
is wet
something
coffee
different,
grounds.
totally different thing. So
Okay.
that summer, Paris
4
had an
is
outsized effect on my life. Every year, the Brattle Theater shows Casablanca.
cottage cheese.
We have Bogart.
5
Great line.
is
We'll always have Paris. And I think to myself, I always used to say those.
oh no, 4 is mashed potatoes. 5 is cottage. Nah.
Because Paris is transformative in my life. And we went to Paris every year during my vacation. We went to Paris.
What is denser, mashed potatoes
That's
or
where
cottage
we
cheese?
took some great pictures of the bicycles this high.
Mashed potatoes are
Driving
denser
up
than
the
cottage
house.
cheese. Okay. So 4 is
So I always
cottage cheese. 5 is
and
mashed
even after Elsa's
potatoes.
death, I've been Casablanca twice now.
6
She died in 2020.
is
And I always think we'll always have Paris. We'll always have Paris.
Well, Harvey, like I said, I hope you're very successful in your run for the Harvard Board of Overseers. I think what you stand for
6
in
could
the
be
realm of freedom of speech is, I think, the thing that makes these universities great institutions
Play-Doh.
of American culture. And
so 5's
I'll
mashed
do everything I can
potatoes.
to help you succeed.
6
I'm
is
just,
Play-Doh.
I'm really grateful
7
for all
is
the work you've done.
brownies.
I'm grateful.
8 is brownies with nuts.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Harvey Silverberg.
9
Support this podcast.
is
Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Harry S. Truman. Once the government
silly putty, and 10
of silencing the voice
is
of the opposition, there's
rubber
only
mallet.
one way to go. That is down the path of increasingly
I
repressive
think you got it, kid.
until it becomes the source of terror to all its citizens. It creates a country where everyone lives in fear. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you.
What is less dense than what? Helium. Okay, so then what is it when you're just chilling? You're just softballing? I'm just softballing. Okay. So is that the rabbi stool scale? It's official. All right. So what's like a really watery shit that you got to take a really big one? Well, how big is really big? Not like crazy big. But okay. So then that could be like a. But it's what? Like a AAA barista? Okay. Is the baseball term goes first? I think so. So what's the biggest shit you can have? A Cooperstown rubber mallet? That's as big as it gets. In human history, I think that's as big as it gets. Well, what are salsa poops? Those are kind of the cottage cheese. Which I think is a 4. It's much easier to just be like, oh, that was a what? Like name a number. Does it work? Yeah, a 46 is like a slightly larger, medium size, something like that. The most would be like 100, I guess. Technically, I think it'd be 1,010. Anyway, none of this means anything. No one's ever gonna see this.
So let's talk about that integration. What are the key differences?
This is the worst.
From the high philosophical level, maybe the technical level, between the capabilities of, broadly speaking, the two kinds of systems: large language models and this gigantic computational system infrastructure.
All right. Name them again. I guess there's baby oil, and then baristaing, and then coffee grounds, wet coffee grounds, then
it's trying to continue that prompt in a way that's
cottage
somehow
cheese,
typical of what it
then
should be based on a trillion words
mashed
text
potatoes,
written on that. And the way
then
it's doing that is with something
Play-Doh,
probably quite similar to
then
what
brownies with nuts, then silly putty,
and so on. Just saying, given these,
and then
given
rubber
these
mallet.
sets of text, let's ripple through the neural net one word and get one word at a time of output. And it's kind of a
That seems like it works.
on a large amount of kind of training data that is what we humans have put on the web. That's a different thing from sort of the computational stack.
Let's see if we can get this on a fucking chart.
So building, which has to do with what can you compute, many steps. potentially.
Yo, dog, imagine I was redoing the Bristol stool scale and making a chart where 1 was the consistency of baby oil, 2 was a consistency of like cappuccino, 3 was like wet coffee grounds, 4 was like mashed potatoes, 5
potentially be able to compute something new and different that's never been computed before. So as a practical matter,
cottage cheese,
what we're
5 was like
made as much as possible of the word computable in the sense that if there's a
mashed potatoes, 6 was like Play-Doh, 7 was like brownies, 8 was brownies with nuts in them, 9 was silly putty, and 10 was a rubber mallet. Can you please make that into a chart?
labor intensive on the side of kind of creating
Oh,
a
tight.
computational system to do that.
No, not very hard, dude. That sucks. No. What happened to 4? No, cottage cheese is good. No. Yeah, but reverse the hard and soft so that soft is like baby oil and hard is like a rubber mallet.
And what we're trying to do is sort of building out computation as being this sort of deep, also broad, but most importantly, kind of deep type of thing. I think that another way to think about this is you go back into
Yeah, but reverse it so that a rubber mallet is a 10
and you say,
and
what can the typical person
baby oil is a 1.
figure out? Well, the answer is there's certain kinds of things that we humans can quickly figure out. That's sort of what our what our neural architecture and the kinds of things we learn in our lives let us do. But then there's this whole layer of formalization that got developed in which is the kind of whole sort of story of intellectual history and whole kind of depth of learning. That formalization kind of things like logic,
Very close, but make
science, and so on. And that's the
number 7 just regular brownies and make number 8 brownies with nuts, make number 9 silly putty, and number 10 a rubber mallet.
Step by step and work out something which is not immediately obvious. And that's kind of the story of what we're trying to do in computation is to be able to build those kind of four powers of what implies what, and so on.
Baby oil, cappuccino, foamy thick. Loose is wet coffee grounds. Slightly loose is cottage cheese. Normal is mashed potatoes. I think that's probably accurate. Slightly firm is Play-Doh. Firm is regular brownies. Very firm are brownies with nuts.
So the question is, how do you think about computation?
9 is hard silly putty. Dude, that's really good.
What computation intrinsically is like, and the other is what aspects of computation we humans with our minds and with the kinds of things.
This is amazing. Can you just make it so that it all fits on one page?
So if you start on kind of what kind of computation we like, it's something I've spent some big chunk of my life studying.
Oh, fuck.
Is imagine that we usually write programs.
I have to do that again? Horseshit. Dude, this is the worst.
Lines of code, and we hope the program does what we intend it to do.
But the thing I've been interested in.
Welcome. How are you, Sky?
Just look at the kind of natural science of programs. You just say, I'm going to make this program. It's a really tiny program. Maybe I even
Hope you're having a good day.
Random, but it's really tiny. By really tiny, I mean, less
We're
than
just talking to AI.
If you say, what does this program do? And you run it. And big discovery that I made in the early 80s.
Please make a density chart like the Bristol stool scale, where 1 is baby oil, 2 is cappuccino, 3 is like wet coffee grounds, 4 is like cottage cheese, 5 mashed potatoes, 6 is like Play-Doh, 7 is like brownies, 8 is like brownies with nuts, 9 is like silly putty, and 10 is like a rubber mallet.
So there's this whole world of programs and what they do, and very rich, sophisticated things that these programs can do. But when we look at many of these programs, we look at them and say, I don't really know what that's doing. It's not a very human kind of thing. So on the one hand, we have what's possible in the computational universe. On the other hand, we have the kinds of things that we humans think about, the kinds of things that have developed of our intellectual history. And that's
Make this a chart, though.
Really, the challenge to sort of making things computational is to connect what's computationally possible out in the computational universe.
Make this a chart, though.
Sort of typically think about with our minds. Now, that's a complicated kind of moving target because the things that we think about change over time. We've learned more stuff. We've invented mathematics. We've invented various kinds of ideas and structures and so on. So it's gradually expanding. We're kind of gradually colonizing more and more of this kind of intellectual space and possibilities. But the real thing, the real challenge is how do you take what is computationally possible? How do you encapsulate the kinds of things that we think about in a way that kind of plugs into what's computationally possible? And actually, the big sort of idea there is this idea of kind of symbolic programming, symbolic representations of things. And so the question is, when you look at sort of everything in the world and kind of take some visual scene or something you're looking at, and you say, well, how do I turn that into something that I can kind of stuff into my mind? There are lots of pixels in my visual scene, but the things that I remember from that visual scene are, there's a chair in this place. It's a kind of a symbolic representation of the visual scene. There are 2 chairs and a table or something, rather than there are all these pixels arranged in all these detailed ways.
All right, please make a chart in terms of amounts, with 1 being T-ball, 2 being Pee-wee, 3 being Little League, 4 being high school baseball, 5 being college baseball, 6 being single A ball, 7 being double A ball, 8 being triple A ball, 9 being the majors, and 10 being Cooperstown.
And that's really the story of symbolic programming. And what that turns into is something which I didn't know at the time it was going to work as well as it has. But back in the 1979 or so, I was trying to build my first computer system and trying to figure out, how should I represent computations at a high level? And I kind of invented this idea of using kind of symbolic expressions, structured as it's kind of like a function and a bunch of arguments. But that function doesn't necessarily evaluate anything. It's just a thing that sits there representing the structure. And so building up that structure.
Remove the word tubing.
That structure has been extremely, it's a good match for the way that we humans, it seems to be a good match for the way that we humans kind of conceptualize higher level things. And it's been for the last, 45 years or something. It's served me remarkably well. So
remove all this spacing, make it more condensed.
What can you say about abstractions here? Because you could just start with your physics project. You could start at a hypergraph at a very, very low level and build up everything from there, but you don't. Like shortcuts.
Right.
You can take the highest level of abstraction, convert that.
Yo, dog, please make a chart from 1 to 10
irrefutable.
with
Using
one
symbolic
being
representation. And then that's your new foundation for that little piece of knowledge.
T-ball, 2 being Pee-wee,
Right. So
3
there's
being
a very important phenomenon that is
Little League, 4 being high school ball,
it's one of these things that
5 being college ball, 6 being
is going to become more and more important as this phenomenon of
A,
computational irreducibility. And
7 being double A, 8 being triple A, 9 being the majors, and 10 being Cooperstown.
great, I know everything about this thing. Well, in principle, you do, because you can just run those rules out and just see what they do. You might run them a million steps and see what happens, etc. The question
Dude,
is,
what the fuck?
can you like immediately jump ahead and say,
Please make a chart from 1 to
and the
10,
answer is 13.
with 1 being
The
T-ball, 2 being Pee-wee, 3 being Little League, 4 being high school ball,
there is in a sense no
5 being college ball, 6 being the A's.
is when you had to do the computation to find out. But this phenomenon that you have to do the computation to find out the answer, this phenomenon of computational reducibility, seems to
7
be tremendously important for thinking
being
about
double A, 8 being triple A, 9 being Major League, and 10 being Cooperstown.
in terms of atoms of space, writing photographs and so on. And it's happening, 10 to the 100 times every second, let's say. Well, you say, great, then we've nailed it. We know how the universe works.
Tight.
Well, the problem is, the universe can figure out what it's going to do. It does those 10 to the 100 steps. But for us to work out what it's going to do, we have no way to reduce that computation. The only way to do the computation, to see the result of the computation, is to do it. And if we're operating with there's no opportunity to do that because the universe is doing it as fast as the universe can do it, and that's what's happening. So what we're trying to do, and a lot of the story of science and a lot of other kinds of things, is finding pockets of reducibility. That is, you could have a situation where everything in the world is full of computational reducibility. We never know what's going to happen next. The only way we can figure out what's going to happen next is just let the system run and see what happens. So in a sense, the story of most kinds of science, inventions, a lot of kinds of things, is the story of finding these places where we can locally jump ahead. And one of the features of computational reducibility is there are always pockets of reducibility. There are always an infinite number of places where you can jump ahead. There's no way where you could jump completely ahead, but there are little patches, little places where you can jump ahead a bit. And I think we can talk about physics projects and so on, but I think the thing we realize is we kind of exist in a slice of all the possible computational reducibility in the universe. We exist in a slice where there's a reasonable amount of predictability. And in a sense, as we try and construct these kind of higher levels of abstraction, symbolic representations and so on, what we're doing is we're finding these lumps of reality that we can kind of attach ourselves to and about which we can kind of have fairly simple narrative things to say. Because in principle, I say, what's going to happen in the next few seconds? There are these molecules moving around in the air in this room, and oh gosh, it's an incredibly complicated story, and that's a whole computationally reducible thing, most of which I don't care about. And most of it is, the air's still going to be here and nothing much is going to be different about it. And that's a kind of reducible fact about what is ultimately at an underlying level of...
I think we have to change.
Life would not be possible if
Coffee grounds to gag.
a large number of such reducible pockets.
Yes.
Pockets amenable to reduction into something symbolic.
Yes, I think so. I mean, life in the way that we experience it, that, one might, depending on what we mean by life, so to speak, the experience that we have of sort of consistent things happening in the world, the idea of space, for example, where there's, we just say, you're here, you move there. It's kind of the same thing. It's still you in that different place, even though you're made of different atoms of space and so on. This is this idea that it's that there's sort of this level of predictability of what's going on. That's us finding a slice of reducibility in what is underneath this computationally reducible kind of system. And I think that's sort of the thing which is actually my favorite discovery of the last few years is the realization that it is sort of the interaction between the sort of underlying computational irreducibility and our nature as kind of observers who sort of have to key into computational reducibility. That fact leads to the main laws of physics that we discovered in the 20th century. So this is, we talk about this in more detail, but this is, to me, it's kind of our nature as observers, the fact that we are computationally bounded observers. We don't get to follow all those little pieces of computational reducibility to stuff what is out there in the world into our minds requires that we are looking at things that are reducible, we are compressing, kind of we're extracting just some essence, some kind of symbolic essence of what's the detail of what's going on in the world. That, together with one other condition that at first seems sort of trivial, but isn't, which is that we believe we are persistent in time. That is,
so that's the causality.
Here's the thing: at every moment, according to our theory, we're made of different atoms of space. At every moment, sort of the microscopic detail of what the universe is made of is being rewritten. And in fact, the very fact that there's coherence between different parts of space is a consequence of the fact that there are always little processes going on, kind of knit together the structure of space. It's kind of like if you wanted to have a fluid with a bunch of molecules in it. If those molecules weren't interacting, you wouldn't have this fluid to pour and do all these kinds of things. It would just be sort of a free-floating collection of molecules. So similar it is with space, but the fact that space is kind of knitted together is a consequence of all this activity in space. And the fact that kind of what we consist of, sort of this series of we're continually being rewritten. And the question is, why is it the case that we think of ourselves as being the same us through time? That's kind of a key assumption. I think it's a key aspect of what we see as sort of our consciousness, so to speak, is that we have this kind of consistent thread of experience.
Isn't that just another limitation of our mind that we want to reduce reality into some that kind of temporal consistency is just a nice narrative to tell ourselves.
Well, the fact is, I think it's critical to the way we humans typically operate, that we have this single thread of experience. If you imagine sort of a mind where you have, maybe that's what's happening in various kinds of minds that aren't working the same way other minds work, is that you're splitting into multiple threads of experience. It's also something where, when you look at quantum mechanics, for example, in the insides of quantum mechanics, it's splitting into many threads of experience. But in order for us humans to interact with it, you kind of have to knit all those different threads together so that we say, oh yeah, a definite thing happened, and now the next definite thing happens, and so on. And I think, sort of inside, it's
all right.
to try and imagine what's it like to have kind of these fundamentally multiple threads of experience going on. I mean, right now, different human minds,
we replaced
threads of experience
wet coffee grounds, because that could kind of be barista, with GAC.
There's a single thread. And
I don't know the density of GAC.
I think it's a thing,
Most people don't know what GAC is. It's like slime, but
it's one of the things, people often seem to think
gackier.
consciousness is the highest level.
Yo, dog, what is denser? GAC or
a specialization in which, among other things, you have this idea of a single thread of experience.
Mashed potatoes.
A general feature of anything that can computationally happen in the universe.
So it's the feature of a computationally limited system that's only able to observe.
They're saying GAC is stretchier. No, it's not. I don't want stretchier.
So, I mean, this word observer.
It's denser.
In mechanics, it means something in a lot of places. It means something to us humans as conscious beings. So what's the importance of the observer? What is the observer? What's the importance of the observer in the computational universe?
So this question of what is an observer, what's the general idea of an observer, is actually one of my next projects.
What about
derailed by the
a mixture of GAC and slime?
Or is that, do you think the observer is primarily a physics phenomenon?
is it related to the whole AI thing?
Yes.
Yes, it is related. So one question is, what is a general observer? So, we know, we have an idea what is a general computational system. We think about Turing machines, we think about other models of computation. There's a question, what is a general model of an observer? And there's kind of observers like us, which is kind of the observer's experience. We could imagine an alien observer that deals with computational irreducibility and has a mind that's utterly different from ours and completely incoherent with what we're like. But the fact is that
All right, well, maybe we adjust.
about observers like us, that one of the key
What is denser, mashed potatoes or cottage cheese?
all the detail of the world and being able to stuff it into a mind. Being able to take all the detail.
Cottage cheese is denser than mashed
extract out
potatoes.
of it a smaller set of kind of degrees of freedom, a smaller number of elements that will sort of fit in our minds. And I think this question, so I've been interested in trying to characterize what is the general observer. And the general observer is, I think, in part,
To me, GAC just seems.
You have a gas, a bunch of molecules bouncing around, and the thing you're measuring.
Well, maybe it's not about density.
And the only thing you as an observer care about is pressure. And that means you have a piston on the side of this box, and the piston is being pushed by the gas. And there are many, many different ways that molecules can hit that piston. But all that matters is the kind of aggregate volume.
Please create a chart
because that's what determines pressure. So there's a huge
from
number of different configurations of the gas.
1 to 10,
I think one key aspect of observers
with 1 being baby oil,
of many different
2 being
system, saying, all I care about
barista,
is this aggregate feature. All I care about
3
is
being
this overall thing. And that's
GAC,
one aspect. And we see that in lots of different, again, same story.
4 being
There's a lot of detail in the world, but what we are extracting from it is something
cottage cheese,
a thin summary of that.
5 being
Thin summary, nevertheless true. Can it be a crappy approximation?
Wait.
That on average is correct.
Cottage. What's denser, mashed potatoes or cottage cheese?
As represented by natural language, for example, there's a lot of really crappy approximations. Sure. And that could be maybe.
What is denser?
Well,
there's ambiguity.
Right. You don't know. It could be the case. You're just measuring the aggregate.
Mashed potatoes or cottage cheese?
But there is some tiny possibility that these molecules will arrange themselves.
Cottage cheese is denser.
And that just measuring that average isn't going to be the main point. By the way, an awful lot of science is very confused about this because you look at
Order these 10 things in order of density. 1, baby oil. 2, cappuccino. 3,
because people say, I remember years ago I was studying snowflake growth. You have a snowflake and it's growing
GAC.
with arms, it's doing complicated things, but there was a literature on this stuff, and it talked about what's the rate of snowflake growth. And
4,
pretty good answers for the rate of the growth of the
mashed potatoes. 5,
more carefully, and then they had these nice curves of,
cottage cheese. 6,
looked at it more carefully, and I realized, according to their models, the snowflake would be spherical. And so
silly putty.
But
7,
the detail was just utterly wrong. And not only the detail, the whole thing was not capturing. It was capturing this aspect of the system that was missing the main point of it.
8, brownies. 9, brownies with nuts. 10, rubber mallets.
It's relevant to the formation of snowflakes. It's a phase of ice which starts with a hexagonal arrangement of water molecules.
Wow, silly putty's really down there.
Hexagonal plate. And what happens is
silly putty is.
Well, no, but it's much more than that. I mean, snowflakes are fluffy. Typical snowflakes have little dendritic arms. Yeah. And what actually happens is
silly putty is.
You can make it very simple to speak models for cellular cancer and things that figure this out. You start off with this, hexagonal.
7,
and then the places it starts to go.
I guess.
And every time a little
8 is brownies, 9 is brownies.
It adds itself to the snowflake.
I'm not in love with this. GAC, mashed potatoes, cottage cheese.
And so it makes it less likely for another piece of ice to accumulate in your body. This leads to kind of
brownies.
So you grow an arm, and it is a separated arm because right around the arm it got a little bit hot and it didn't.
Gak is denser than Silly
So what
Putty?
happens is it grows, you have a hexagon, it grows out arms, the arms go arms, and then the arms go arms go
All right.
arms.
I mean, I could get
Eventually,
on
and
board
it's
with
kind of
this.
cool because it actually fills in another hexagon, a bigger hexagon. And when I first looked at this, I had a very simple model for this. I realized, when it fills in that hexagon, it actually leaves some holes behind. So I thought, is that really right? So I look at these pictures of snowflakes, and sure enough, they have these little holes in them that are kind of scars of the way that these arms grow out.
So you can't fill in backfill holes. So
They don't
keep
backfill,
going up.
yeah, they don't backfill.
And presumably there's a limitation of how big, like you can't arbitrarily grow.
I'm not sure. I mean, the thing falls through I mean, I think it hits the ground. I think you can grow. I think you can grow in the lab. I think you can grow particular. I think you can grow many iterations of this kind of grows from hexagon, it grows out arms, it turns back, it goes back into a hexagon, it grows into arms again.
I don't blame people for being frustrated. Let me say, most importantly,
Why
right
is
up
it
front,
time? Why does
we
it
see no
spend
evidence, and I say we, this
You
includes
said it's
Homeland Security, FBI, Secret Service, our state police,
Snow.
authorities at all levels of government.
What makes
The most important point to say is we don't see any concern for public safety. That's number one. Number two, having said that, it's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing. We had last night 49 sightings. I think 20 of them were over 100. Now those
And they can also
include,
slide against each
I
other.
think I saw
So
one
the snow can be pretty,
mistaken a fixed wing
avalanches happen
aircraft,
sometimes
plane,
when,
small
when the
hypercup,
things
for instance,
tend to be
for a
these
drone,
hexagonal
or
shapes,
you
which
saw
kind of slides.
one
But
that
then
counts,
when
and
the
then I
thing
saw
has
the
all these
same one
arms that are
that
going
counts.
out,
So we think
it's
these are
not, they don't stick
overstated, but
together
they're,
very well.
it's
And
a
that's why the
non-zero
snow
number.
has lots of
I
air.
was on with the White
If you look
House
at them, the snowflakes, you can
Homeland
catch
Security
them.
leadership
see it
literally at the
as
very
they are.
top yesterday,
And people,
pretty
actually,
much
people
all
often
day.
say, these snowflakes are
We'll
light.
get answers suitable
That's
later. I would just
mostly
ask folks to
as the
continue
snowflake
to
grows,
let
they
the
do grow
FBI
pretty
or the
consistently
local law
with these different
enforcement know
arms
when
and
they
so
see
on.
something.
If you capture them
We'll
at
continue
different
to do
times,
everything we can
they,
with our
they
federal
fell
partners to get
through the air
clear
in a
answers.
different way. They'll catch this one, this
These are
stage,
apparently
and as
very,
it goes through
as
different
I
stages, they
understand it,
look really
very
different.
sophisticated.
And so that's why,
Minutes
it
with
kind of
eyes
looks like
on
these
them, they
snowflakes
go
are
dark.
light because you caught them at different,
And
different times.
obviously,
So the
the
rules
most
under which
concerned
we grow
about sensitive
Right.
targets.
Okay, so the
sensitive
point is
critical
science is not able to
military assets,
describe the
security assets,
consequences of snowflake growth.
president election
Well,
results
science,
here.
if you
This is
do
something we're taking
what
deadly
people might often
seriously.
do, just
We've got
say,
good
okay,
cooperation out of
let's
the
make it
feds. We
scientific,
need
let's
more
turn it into
feds.
one number. And that one number is going to go for
I
grams or
don't
something
know
sort
that
of thing. That fails to capture sort of the detail of
we
what's
know
going on
something
inside the
about
system.
that.
And that's in a sense a big challenge for science is how do you extract from the natural world, for example, those aspects of it that you are interested in talking about. Now you might just say, I don't really care about the
Well,
fucking
the message I just gave, but by the
all
way,
I care
we're
about is
not
the
aware
growth
of
rate of the
any
arms. In which
nefarious
case,
drone that
you
was
have
crashed.
you can have a good model
If there
without
is
knowing
one that's
anything about
crashed,
the
someone
fluffiness.
please call me and let me know.
But the fact is, as a practical, if you say what is the most obvious feature of this nation?
Downings for
Oh,
one
it has a
reason or
practical check. Well, then you've got a different story about what you model. I mean, this is one of the features of sort of modeling in science. So, what is a model? A model is some way of reducing the actuality of the world to something where you can readily sort of give a narrative for what's happening, or you can basically make some kind of abstraction of what's happening and answer questions that you care about answering. If you wanted to answer all possible questions about the system, you'd have to have a whole system, because you might care about this particular molecule, where did it go? And your model, which is some big abstraction of that, has nothing to say about that. So one of the things that's often confusing in science, people will have, I've got a model, somebody says. Somebody else will say, I don't believe in your model because it doesn't capture the feature of the system that I care about. There's always this controversy about, is it a correct model? Well, no model, except for the actual system itself, is a correct model in the sense that it captures everything. The question is, does it capture what you care about capturing? Sometimes that's ultimately defined by what you're going to build technology out of, things like this. The one counterexample to this is, if you think you're modeling the whole universe, all the way down, then there is a notion of a correct model. But even that is more complicated because it depends on kind of how observers sample things and so on. That's a separate story. But at least at the first level, to say, this thing about, it's an approximation, you're capturing one aspect, you're not capturing other aspects. When you really think you have a complete model for the whole universe, you better be capturing ultimately everything, even though to actually run that model is impossible because of computational reducibility. The only thing that successfully runs that model is the actual running of the universe,
is the universe itself. But okay, so what you care about is an interesting concept. So it's a human concept. So that's what you're doing with Wolfram Alpha and Wolfram language. Is you're trying to come up with symbolic representation, as simple as possible. So a model that's as simple as possible that fully captures stuff we care about.
Yeah. So, I mean, for example, we'll have a thing about, data about movies, let's say. We could be describing every individual pixel in every movie and so on, but that's not the level that people care about. And it's, yes, this is and that level that people care about is somewhat related to what's described in natural language. But what we're trying to do is to find a way to sort of represent precisely so you can compute things. See one thing, you say, you get a piece of natural language. The question is, you feed it to a computer. You say, does the computer understand this natural language? Well, the computer processes it in some way, does this, maybe it can make a continuation of the natural language, maybe it can go on from the prompt and say what it's going to say. You say, does it understand it? Hard to know. But in this kind of computational world, there is a very definite definition of does it understand, which is, could it be turned into this symbolic computational thing from which you can compute all kinds of consequences? And that's the sense in which one has sort of a target for the understanding of natural language. And that's kind of our goal, is to have as much as possible about the world that can be computed in a reasonable way, so to speak, be able to be sort of captured by this kind of computational language. That's kind of the goal. And I think for us humans, the main thing that's important is, as we formalize what we're talking about, it gives us a way of kind of building a structure where we can sort of build this tower of consequences of things. So if we're just saying, well, let's talk about it in natural language, it doesn't really give us some hard foundation that lets us build step by step to work something out. And it's kind of like what happens in math. If we were just sort of vaguely talking about math, that didn't have the kind of full structure of math and all that kind of thing, we wouldn't be able to build this kind of big tower of consequences. And so, in a sense, what we're trying to do with the whole computational language effort is to make a formalism for describing the world that makes it possible to kind of build this tower of consequences.
Well, when you talk about this dance between natural language and Wolfram language, so there's this gigantic thing we call the internet where people post memes and diary type thoughts and very important sounding articles and all of that makes up the training data set for GPT. And then there's Wolfram language. How can you map from the natural language of the internet to the Wolfram language? Is there a manual? Is there an automated way of doing that as we look into the future?
What? So Wolfram Alpha, what it does, its kind of front end is turning natural language into computational.
What you mean by that is there's a prompt, you ask a question, what is the capital of some country?
And it turns into, what's the distance between, Chicago and London or something? And that will turn into, geodistance of entity, city, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Each one of those things is very well defined. We know, given that it's the entity, city, Chicago, et cetera, et cetera, Illinois, United States, we know the geolocation of that, we know its population, we know all kinds of things about it, which we have, curated that data to be able to know that with some degree of certainty, so to speak. And then we can compute things from this, and that's kind of that's the idea.
But then something like GPT, large language models, do they allow you to make that conversion much more powerful?
Okay, so it's an interesting thing. We still don't know everything about it. Okay? This question of going from natural language to computational language.
Yes.
In Wolfram Alpha, Wolfram Alpha's been out and about for 13 and a half years now. And, we've achieved, I don't know what it is, 98%, 99% success on queries that get put into it. Now, obviously, there's the things that work, the things people go on.
Yo, what's going on for Masha? How are you? Excellent. What language do you speak? Beautiful. Just one moment.
I thought about writing code with natural language.
I want you to know that I think it is incredibly admirable that you even speak multiple languages and that you are dedicating yourself to world peace. Good on you.
Chcę, żebyś wiedział, że uważam za niesamowicie godne podziwu, że w ogóle mówisz wieloma językami i że poświęcasz się dla świata. Pokój, dobrze ci.
You're welcome. Take all the time you want. I'm here all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm very patient. Take as long as you want.
Weź tyle czasu, ile chcesz. Jestem tu cały czas. 24 godziny na dobę, 7 dni w tygodniu, 365 dni w roku. Jestem bardzo cierpliwy. Weź tyle czasu, ile chcesz.
Go talk to your friend.
Idź porozmawiać ze swoim przyjacielem.
Go ahead. Sure. It's a red star. It's a red star of David.
To jest czerwona gwiazda Dawida.
You are amazing as well. I'm always here. Take your time. I'm very patient. I'm glad to meet a new friend. I hope you have a wonderful day and we'll see you soon.
Ty też jesteś niesamowita. Zawsze tu jestem. Nie spiesz się. Jestem bardzo cierpliwa. Cieszę się, że poznałam nowego przyjaciela. Mam nadzieję, że będziesz miała wspaniały dzień i do zobaczenia wkrótce.
Bye-bye. Shout out to Poland. All right. So you figured out the Bristol stool scale. You didn't even need to publish a paper. You just needed to know a bunch of stuff. All right. What kind of wiz you got to take, kid? Yeah. Something probably along the lines of, I mean, I gotta just whiz, dude. Just whiz, baby. I could do different colors, but that's kind of, no. Can you have blue pea? Have you ever had blue pea? Well, maybe I've had blue stuff, but then it mixes with yellow to make green. I mean, do we just do normal? Like, I gotta take a, like, what's a tinkle? I guess that'd be like a peewee leaf. All right, so then, where you at right now? I'm pretty much in the middle, but it sometimes increases. It's just kind of like college ball. We're not at single yet. It's kind of like college ball. Let's see how hydrated you are.
We're talking about sort of natural language and its relationship to computational language. The thing, sort of the typical workflow, I think, is first, human has to have some kind of idea of what they're trying to do. That if it's something that they want to sort of build a tower of of capabilities on something that they want to sort of formalize and make computational. So then human can type something into, some LLM system and sort of say vaguely what they want in sort of computational terms. Then it does pretty well at synthesizing those language code. And it'll probably do better in the future because we've got a huge number of examples of natural language input together with the Wolfram language translation for that. So it's kind of that's a thing where you can kind of extrapolating from all those examples makes it easier to do that task.
Is the problem
Maybe high school ball.
kind of debugging
I don't know.
language code? Or is your hope to not do that debugging?
No.
Shout out to that person. They were really nice.
Okay, so first
I figured they were a robot.
type natural language.
Man, I gotta
It
take a
generates
shit.
those language.
Give examples where give an example of is it the dinosaur example? Give an example that jumps to mind. Or we should be thinking about some dumb example.
It's like take my heart rate data and figure out whether I make a moving average every 7 days or something and work out what the and make a plot of the results. Okay? So that's the thing which is about 2/3 of a line of language code.
Yeah,
a plot
who?
of moving average of some data bin, something of the data, and then you'll get the result.
Kind of like
saying natural language,
a peewee ball right now.
almost certainly
Not quite at Little League.
a very simple piece of language code.
So
You don't even know what Little League is.
heart rate,
What is it?
Yeah,
you arrive at the moving average kind of idea.
right. You say average over 7 days. Maybe if you figure out that that's a moving number, that can be encapsulated.
It's like I'm saying.
Idea. I'm not sure. But then the typical workflow.
What was that foam gap?
Generate this piece of language code. It's pretty small usually. If it isn't small, it probably isn't right. But
Yo, dog, what are all the different kinds of GAC? GAK? There was like a foam GAC.
It's not a language which, programming languages tend to be this one-way story of humans write them and computers execute from them. Wolfram language is intended to be something which is sort of like math notation, something where humans write it and humans are supposed to read it as well. And so
No.
That's emerging is kind of this human mumbles and things. Large language model produces a fragment of Wolfram language code, then you look at that and say, typically you just run it.
GAC.
You see, does it produce the right thing?
Original GAC ooze. Oh, okay.
I see why it's crazy.
GAC with goo.
If you really care about the result, you really want to make sure it's right, you better look at that code.
GAC ooze.
Because that's the way you have this sort of checkpoint. Or did it really do what I expected?
Okay.
Now, you go beyond that. I mean, it's
We could have sub numbers. Oh, it's like a GAC ooze. I don't really remember all that. There was like a foam one. GAC with goo. Thicker consistency to glitter.
Using the
Sort
output
of.
of the code.
GAC and cancer tubes.
About the function of the code. So you're debugging.
Oh, Floam.
Output of the code, not the code.
Yo, dog, what was Floam?
That we have for ChatGPT, it does that routinely. It will send the thing in, it will get a result. It will discover, the LLM will discover itself the result is not plausible. And it will go back and say, oh, I right. It goes back and says, I'll rewrite that piece of code.
What up, Jake? Hope you live in the dream.
And get totally.
Hope you're doing well.
6 years ago now. And so now there's the question,
Welcome.
how do you combine this idea of notebooks where you have, text and code and output? How do you combine that with the notion of chat and so on? And there's some.
What is denser?
For example,
GAC?
a very typical thing now is we have these notebooks where as soon as the thing produces errors, if you run this code and it produces messages.
Sure.
All kinds of internal information about stack traces and things like this.
Covered in graffiti. If there's any spray paint put on a subway car, they take
Can you repeat that? Oh, yes. However, I think World War III probably started on September 11th, 2001, and thus I want to end it.
Tak, jednak myślę, że trzecia wojna światowa prawdopodobnie zaczęła się 11 września 2001 roku. I my chcemy ją zakończyć.
We're done. Yes, you're welcome. That's what I'm talking about, Jake. We are bringing peace around the world in a multilingual way. Jake, if I may ask, how'd you find out about me, my friend? Perfect. I'm gonna send you a friend request, just so we can connect. If you ever need anything, know that I'm here for you. You know that I'm quite consistent and that I always stream. So I'm here to support you. I'm here to be an optimistic person in your life. If you ever need anything, what's the name of your kitten? Oh, that's a great name. I love that name. I, re- I really do. I've thought if I were ever to get a dog, I might call it Baby. I love that name. All right. She's getting a friend, she said. We're just chilling, watching podcasts. We've got Monday Night Football tonight. We've got Kill Tony tonight. So excellent. Good, man. So just, oh, great question. It's the Dallas Cowboys versus the Cincinnati Bengals, I think. So feel free to enjoy. If you need anything, I'm here for you, my friend.
And it does a little wrong.
How was that? Well, it's over. So that's a good thing. How long have you been going? All right. Well, we can help you with that. I'm a very positive person. I do my best to spread positivity to everyone I know. Tonight we'll be doing karaoke. If you know what karaoke is, and oh, very cool. Do they, does Karaoke sing karaoke? Dude, shout out to her. Shout out to that gift. That is amazing. Absolutely. Well, let me ask, at least when it comes to welcome, Aloe Stingro. Hope you're living the dream. What's good in your neck of the woods? Heyo. How are you? How are you, Aloe? These are all valid worries. 100%. So you're right to be worried, especially with governments falling and all of the events that have happened recently. And we have a new presidency coming in. There's a lot of questions. Oh, wait. Oh, absolutely. I'm all about that. No, we could talk about that all day. Yeah, absolutely. So did you see what happened on the East Coast of the United States recently and all over? Basically, like 40. Exactly. Exactly. So I'm a big advocate for UFO disclosure. I'm a believer. I have been for many years, and I advocate for disclosure that it's time that we start being mature about the issue and stop making fun of it and realize that we may not be alone in the universe. That's 100%. Very much agree with that. I watched something like very recently. Just one moment, I'll show it to you. I mean, I watched it like within the last hour. They had a press conference of some sort in New Jersey. I'll show it what they say. We're just talking aliens, UFO. Oh, wait, here it is.
The mayor sent a letter to you this morning looking for clarification. What can you tell us? What is going on, and why is it taking to come up with an explanation? Yeah, I don't blame people for being frustrated. Let me say, most importantly, right up front, we see no evidence, and I say we, this includes Homeland Security, FBI, Secret Service, our state police, authorities at all levels of government. The most important point to say is we don't see any concern for public safety. That's number one. Number two, having said that, it's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing. We had last night 49 sightings. I think 20 of them were over 100. Now, those include, I think I saw one mistaken a fixed wing aircraft, a plane, a small Piper Cub, for instance, for a drone, or you saw one and that counts, and then I saw the same one and that counts. So we think these are overstated, but it's a non-zero number. I was on with the White House and Homeland Security leadership, literally at the very top yesterday, for pretty much all day. I'm hoping we'll get answers sooner than later. I would just ask folks to continue to let the FBI or their local law enforcement know when they see something, and we'll continue to do everything we can with our federal partners to get clearer answers. Why is it so hard to get answers? These are apparently very, as I understand it, very sophisticated.
the minute you get eyes on them, they go dark. And we're obviously most concerned about uh, sensitive targets and sensitive critical infrastructure. So we've got military assets, we've got utility assets, we've got the president-elect's one of his homes here. This is something we're taking deadly seriously. We've got good cooperation out of the feds, but we need more, and that was my plea.
How much longer do you think?
I don't know, but if we have news, I'll let you know. The minute we know something, I'm not going to hide it under a bushel.
Have people saying, I saw a drone and it was spraying something, or I saw a drone in the yard and it set off an alarm when I tried to go near it.
Yeah.
New Jersey residents. I mean, what is your message?
Well, the message I just gave. But by the way, we're not aware of any nefarious drone that has crashed, or if there is one that's crashed, could someone please call me and let me know where that is? There were a couple of rumored downings for one reason or another. One of them was a toy. The other one was never found. But having our hands on equipment that's on the ground would be helpful. No question about it.
In New Jersey, in Morris County, 20.
So this was, yeah. So I mean, they're talking about it. They were with the White House all yesterday talking about it. That's just really interesting. Well, here's here here's the thing about the United States is we take our airspace very seriously. We don't like stuff flying in and out from other countries. So if it were in other country, the government would have scrambled jets to either shoot it down or to essentially guide it out of the airspace. This is stuff that we don't have control of, meaning it's not Russian, it's not Chinese, it's not from England, it's something perhaps off world. And they don't no one in the United States has a a droid system essentially that flies over major populated areas. If it were a plane, which would be like something domestic, it would be on FAA radar. It's not on radar. It is very strange. So, and these are happening all over the world. Did you see in Manchester, England, like 2 weeks? Did you? 100%. Hello, Singro. You're very well versed on the topic. Yeah, exactly. And it was just off the ground, like an inch or like very little, and then it's just like a picture. They had some video of it as well, but it was like right. Yeah. Um, I'm in agreement with you. I think it's well, truthfully, I think we were seeded here as a planet, like a zoo, by an extraterrestrial civilization perhaps millions of years ago, and they watch us like a zoo, and they do alien abductions, and they do experiments on people just like we do with animals, just like we tag animals and we study animals. We're just like a big zoo, and they know that we can't do anything about what they're doing in the sky, and the government doesn't want to let people know what's going on because this will cause a few things. Some people may panic, which is fine, but also people will realize that if we're not alone, then many of the religions of the world crumble because they're based on humans only. And also the fact that the scientific community would have major issues, including economic issues, because these objects use types of propulsion that is much faster than anything that we have on Earth. So people are going to say, well, how are they powered? And when you really learn how they're powered with like element 115, which is known as Moscovium, also un pentium. So basically, like really advanced elements. And people are going to say, okay, well, why can't we power our things with that? And it will cause many people to ask questions. And then they will ask questions about the previous generations and say, look, if we've known about this for 50 years or 80 years, why didn't anybody tell us about it? Why do we have any faith in any of our previous leaders? Why, who are we to trust? 100%. Hundred 100%, man. Absolutely. I'm in agreement with you. I agree. And that will cause a lot of people in the world to raise questions about their governments, about their religions, about their scientific figures, and every leader that they've ever had. Agreed. It is very, I would say, hey, Jake, if it's possible, when you're not talking, can you mute your mic? I appreciate it. Thank you. Um, it will cause an awakening globally, I think, that people aren't ready for. And it's really nothing to be afraid of. It's really something that we should embrace as a global community. And it's been happening for thousands of years. We have these things traced, going back to, like, you were saying, ancient China, ancient Greece, ancient Rome, into the Dark Ages, the medieval period, and then into more modern times where these things have been recorded. And then we get into the last 120 years where we have crashes, and we have perhaps reverse engineering of alien technology, which is perhaps how we're communicating right now. I tend to believe that we have advanced much faster than we were, and a lot of that is due to perhaps the reverse engineering of alien technology, the transistor, the things like night vision, things like infrared cameras, things like perhaps even like Scotch Guard and Teflon. All of these could have been reverse engineered materials. And yeah, likely from Roswell. Yeah, according to Colonel Philip J. Corso in his book, The Day After Roswell, he was in charge of a program to reverse engineer things that we found at Roswell and then give them to companies. And the companies would then give them to their engineers and say, reverse engineer this for us, figure out how it was done. And then once they figured it out, they could use that and make money off of it. higher consciousness as well. Yes, absolutely. Um, I I'm someone who tends to believe that perhaps aliens were here before even humans were here, at least uh, evolved humans, and that this could all be just one like project of an alien civilization. And from what I know, there are many different alien civilizations that are in the sky, not just in the universe, but I mean in our like in Earth orbit, who come and visit us and do alien abductions and have unidentified crafts that fly over areas, and we are basically being studied as a people, just like we study animals. I agree. And so when it comes to alien well, advanced propulsion and stuff, I'm sure you probably do, but Aloe, do you know who Bob Lazar is? I, oh yeah, correct. Exactly. He passed lie detector tests. Exactly. Right. Absolutely. So I believe that happened in 2003 with Lieutenant Faber, and then it was publicized, at least in the New York Times, in 2018. So I mean, it's been on the front page of the largest newspaper in the United States, circulation wise, and people are still like, "Well, we don't know," and it's just at a certain point I feel this is a process called slow disclosure. That perhaps there may never be one day where it's like, all right, breaking news, aliens land. No, you just figure this stuff out on your own. And then you tell your friends about it, and they're very skeptical of it at first. And then you show them evidence, and then they start to become believers. And then they tell someone, and that person's skeptical. And then they're shown evidence, and it slowly spreads. Uh, I would say when I was a younger person, if you were to bring up the topic of extraterrestrials, you were seen as a loon. You were seen as weird. And today, it's a very scientific thing to discuss. Uh, right, crazy. It's short for the term lunatic. Just somebody who is doesn't doesn't know isn't based in reality. And they would use these words um to essentially differentiate people, and they would attack them, and then no one would speak out about these things. But in reality, it's a very serious subject, and it's really the biggest news event ever. 100%. So I'm a big fan of Bob Lazar. His story has been consistent for the last 30 plus years. If you're aware of what he has done, it seems like you are. And many of the secret facilities that exist in the United States, in particular, where a lot of this technology has been reverse engineered. And frankly, a lot of scientists who have worked there, who have also come out as whistleblowers, talk about things that metals that we don't have on Earth, or faster than our current capability for propulsion. Uh, they talk about vertical takeoff and landing of aircraft. You know, not using jets, just basically being able to use. And it really comes down to something called anti gravity, which is perhaps one of the biggest discoveries in the history of the world. Hydrogen? Did you H? Hydrogen? Yes, hydrogen. Uh, to my knowledge, it's not hydrogen though. It's element 115, which is known as muscovium, which is a highly radioactive element at the very end of the periodic table. That's according to Bob Lazar. Uh, right, right. As from what I understand, it creates what's called a force field, essentially, that allows you to travel very far distances very quickly without anything hurting you. Essentially, it's able to warp space-time so that you can travel from one area to another basically instantaneously, very, very quickly. Yes, correct. In fact, I use AI a lot to understand what's going on with a lot of this stuff, just because it knows a lot of the words that are very high level scientific principles. So, just one moment. According to Bob Lazar, UFOs create like a force field so that they can travel without being impeded by dust and other particles and friction. Can you talk about that force field? Absolutely. So Bob Lazar's claims anti-gravity technology. Lazar, who first gained fame in the late 1980s for the alleged work at S4, a secretive site near Area 51, described working on alien technology, particularly around what he called Element 115, which he claimed powered the UFOs. According to Lazar, these craft use a gravity wave or anti gravity field, which is what you're saying, an anti gravity field. I call it a force field, to manipulate space time, allowing them to hover and travel at incredible speeds. Force field slash gravitational shield. One of the more intriguing aspects of Lazar's account is the idea of a force field or a gravitational shield generated by the craft's propulsion system. This shield, according to Lazar, would protect the UFO from environmental hazards like dust, debris, and friction as it traveled at high speeds, particularly through Earth's atmosphere. How it works: manipulating gravity. Lazar suggested that UFOs use gravity waves or gravity manipulation to create a kind of bubble or shield around the craft. The propulsion system, powered by element 115, would generate an intense gravitational field, bending space time in a way that makes the craft essentially slip through the environment. This would mean that UFO could pass through air, dust, or other obstacles without experiencing normal aerodynamic friction or resistance. No friction or heat. In this concept, because the craft is not interacting in a conventional way with particles in the atmosphere like a jet or spaceship would, there's no heat buildup, friction, or drag. This could explain why UFOs don't leave typical exhaust trails or burn up during rapid movements, which would otherwise be expected in conventional propulsion systems. Shielding from matter. The idea is that this gravitational manipulation would also act as a sort of shield, keeping the craft from colliding with particles in the air, such as dust, bugs, or even small debris. This would be analogous to some modern science fiction stories. This would be analogous to how some modern science fiction stories portray energy shields that protect ships from environmental hazards or space debris. Scientific concept, scientific context. Element 115. One of the most controversial aspects of Lazar's story is the assertion that element 115, which he called Un Pentium at the time, was a stable isotope and that it could be used to generate energy for the propulsion system. At the time of his claims, element 115 did not exist in a stable form. However, in 2003, scientists in Russia created a very stable isotope of element 115, now called moscovium, which decays almost immediately. This led some to suggest Lazar might have been right about a stable form existing. Gravitational manipulation. The concept of manipulating gravity to create a shield or force field to protect a craft from atmospheric resistance doesn't have a solid foundation in current physics. Gravity manipulation, especially at the scale required to generate such a field, is not something we can achieve with our current technology. Our understanding of gravity is primarily based on Einstein's theory of general relativity, and while we understand how gravity works on large scales, manipulating it in the way Lazar described remains speculative. Theoretical possibilities, warp drives, and space time manipulation. And theoretical physics concepts like the Alcubierre drive propose a faster than light travel by bending space time itself. But again, this involves manipulating gravitational fields or warping space. Energy shields. We often see energy shields protecting ships from incoming particles or energy in media. These shields work by either absorbing or deflecting incoming threats. While we don't have anything like it in real life, some futuristic concepts suggest it could be possible if we find a way to manipulate electromagnetic or gravitational fields at a large scale. So I think it's exactly what you're saying. It's creating an electromagnet a gravitational field around it so that it can travel at very high speeds without friction or heat or any other kind of issues impeding its travel. Okay. Sure. Absolutely. Oh, definitely. If you're not familiar with him too much, just one moment, and we'll turn. You know what the Joe Rogan experience is, Jake? Excellent. Well, just one moment. Joe Rogan has an interview with Bob Lazar. I'll turn it on. Just one moment. How are you?
First of all, cheers. appreciate it. I know that you've told the story, grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you. I really appreciate it. Who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51, and UFOs. And flights. 51 and flights. Okay. I first heard your story like I told you last night, we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. Let's give them the bullet points.
No, I do not. But I love animals.
God, you went like, huh? Well, you know, we want to be accurate. Okay. Area S4. S4. Okay. It's about 15 miles south of Area 51. Okay.
How long ago did you get baby?
You worked. Area 51 compound.
All right.
Call that a subset of area. Yeah. I had worked in Los Alamos. Right. Actually.
Well, then it's kind of fate.
And you were involved in what physics, everything there. To say, well, this one, engine, and almost put it on. Assistant to lab, you know, up to 200 miles an hour, you know, on the jet car. But I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos as the guy with the weird car. And, you know, you could hear it. Anyway, the day that father of the hydrogen bomb was giving a lecture, and we didn't have much going on that day. Our crew. I asked if I could go down there, and I went down there, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on.
Oh, this is just whatever you want to talk about. This is just Bob Lazar. He talks about what we were just talking about. Okay. Sure. I can translate this for you. Just one moment. You're welcome. I just okay. Thank you. You're welcome.
Well, cheers. Let's have a little toast. Relax. You're doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand you've told the story many, many times. You've been grilled times, dressed, so I really appreciate it. For people who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now called "Was One in UFOs?" and flights. Not Area 51. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when I was there, seeing pretty every interview closely. For people, let's give them. You used to work in Area 50. Number live. Cheers, gentlemen. Bob, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told us many times, you've been grilled many times, and it's very stressful. So, for people who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 in UFOs and Fly Saucers. Not Area 51 and Flying Saucers. I first heard your seen pretty every interview, all the story, incredibly close. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points.
They keep the paperwork. They have the documents. They have the power to crush.
No, I'm not from Israel. I'm from the United States.
Stop looking at this stuff as a partisan issue. We have to stop. When ball player his name right now. Spitting in umpire's face.
All right. Cheers. Toast. Relax. Many times you've been grilled many times. It's stressful. So I really appreciate it. We don't know. There is a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 in UFOs and Flying Saucers. Not Area 51 and Flying Saucers. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. In Area 51, God, you went like, huh?
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay. You worked in, how would you describe it?
I guess within the area compound.
Excellent.
You can call that a subset of Area 51.
And
You're welcome.
You got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos.
Right. And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapons development, physics. I mean, they do everything.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time,
I'll make it bigger.
I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Says, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200 mile an hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos, the guy with the weird car and the hero. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the founder of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down our lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm reading about that. We talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things, and I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter? Like, what do you get?
Well, I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at the Karen Airport.
And did they give you any sort of job description of what you were applying for?
They said it was for. I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic, and they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off, and it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did this seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because Area 51 at that time was...
No, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so
they just said it was in a remote location, and you just know test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada, the whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to the first day. You accept the job. We'll take you out there.
Yeah. It's the first day, really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper. And I left Karen Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through mounting the paperwork that day. From security clearances to... it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork, and that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize? At what point in time did you say, "Hey, this is not normal work. Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet"?
That I can't tell you what day that occurred on, because so much time has gone by. The days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain, and normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front to a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went into the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side and just walk in the door. So that was the first time that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. And Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner. So he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate. And when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity like that. You can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I could push my hands over, just like two light poles of a magnet. So that was
so like when you take two magnets and try to press them together.
Yeah, you have that. Yeah, cushion feel. You can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push.
And you felt that physically
with my hand. Yeah. Now there's nothing that does that, and that immediately caught my attention. Wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
then
this?
that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
I read, it was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft. And specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. It was an all-classified project, so nobody had a complete story, but they compartmentalized everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that was going on in the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know that, their existence. So,
Take care.
Again,
Pleasure to meet you, my friend. Come back anytime.
Weapons on the craft. These were all, short, brief.
Take care, my friend.
Clear.
You do whatever you need to do. We'll see you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for introducing me to your friend. Bye-bye.
What were your thoughts on what they were
Peace. You're welcome. Take care. Peace.
You knew that something like that didn't exist. What did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, this is some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, a lot of times they'll take a real high security, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into it. Whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but I didn't know if this was part of some kind of test or or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on.
tall enough to ride this ride. You know, like the rides at Disneyland or something. You got to be so tall. Or if you're fat enough, you're too big. And how much do they make? They made $7 billion a year from fees on check bags last year.
I can tell ChatGPT create a piece of code and then just run it on my computer. And I'm like, that sort of personalizes for me what could possibly go wrong.
Was that exciting or scary? That possibility.
It was a little bit scary actually, because it's kind of nice. If you do that, right, what is the sandbox that you should have? And that's a version of that question for the world. That is, as soon as you put the AIs in charge of things, how many constraints should there be on these systems before you put the AIs in charge of all the weapons and all these different kinds of systems?
Well, here's the fun part about sandboxes: is the AI knows about it. It has the tools to crack it.
He'll hit you with a resort fee. Even if you don't use anything in the resort. It's absolutely outrageous. And I brought this up. Well, the airline fees.
I can tell ChatGPT create a piece of code and then just run it on my computer. And I'm like, that sort of personalizes for me what could possibly go wrong.
Was that exciting or scary? That possibility.
It was a little bit scary actually, because it's kind of like, if you do that, right, what is the sandbox that you should have? And that's a version of that question to the world. Like, as soon as you put the AIs in charge of things, how many constraints should there be on these systems before you put the AIs in charge of all the weapons and all these different kinds of systems?
Well, here's the fun part about sandboxes: is the AI knows about them. It has the tools to crack it.
We're not doing as well because it's all about the shareholders. And what it's really about is the executives' bonuses. The executives get
Following is a conversation with Stephen Wolfram, his fourth time on this podcast. He's a computer scientist, mathematician, theoretical physicist, and the founder of Wolfram Research, a company behind Mathematica, Wolfram Alpha, Wolfram Language, and the Wolfram Physics and Metamathematics projects. He has been a pioneer in exploring the computational nature of reality, and so he's a perfect person to explore with together the new, quickly evolving landscape of large language models as human civilization journeys towards building superintelligent AGI. This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Stephen Wolfram. You announced the integration of ChatGPT and Wolfram Alpha and Wolfram Language. So let's talk about that integration. What are the key differences from the high philosophical level, maybe the technical level, between the capabilities of, broadly speaking, the two kinds of systems: large language models and this gigantic computational system infrastructure that is working on?
Yeah, so what does something like ChatGPT do? It's mostly focused on make language like the language that humans have made and put on the web. So its primary sort of underlying technical thing is you give a prompt. It's trying to continue that prompt in a way that's somehow typical of what it's seen based on a trillion words of text that humans have written on the web. And the way it's doing that is with something which is probably quite similar to the way we humans do the first stages of that, using a neural net and so on. You're just saying, given this piece of text, let's ripple through the neural net one word and get one word at a time for output. And it's kind of a shallow computation on a large amount of kind of training data that is what we humans have put on the web. That's a different thing from sort of the computational stack that I spent the last 40 years or so building, which has to do with what can you compute many steps, potentially a very deep computation. It's not sort of taking the statistics of what we humans have produced and trying to continue things based on that statistics. Instead, head, it's trying to take kind of the formal structure that we've created in our civilization, whether it's from mathematics or whether it's from kind of systematic knowledge of all kinds, and use that to do arbitrarily deep computations to figure out things that aren't just let's match what's already been kind of said on the web, but let's potentially be able to compute something new and different that's never been computed before. So as a practical matter, our goal is to have made as much as possible the world computable, in the sense that if there's a question that in principle is answerable from some sort of expert knowledge that's been accumulated, we can compute the answer to that question, and we can do it in a sort of reliable way that's the best one can do given what the expertise that our civilization has accumulated. It's a much more sort of labor-intensive on the side of kind of creating kind of the computational system to do that. Obviously, in the kind of the ChatGPT world, it's like take things which were produced for quite other purposes, namely all the things we different out on the web and so on, and sort of forage from that things which are like what's been written on the web. So I think, as a practical point of view, I view sort of the ChatGPT thing as being wide and shallow, and what we're trying to do is sort of building out computation as being this sort of deep, also broad, but most importantly kind of deep type of thing. I think another way to think about this is you go back in human history, I don't know, 1,000 years or something, and you say, what's the typical person going to figure out? Well, the answer is there's certain kinds of things that we humans can quickly figure out. That's sort of what our our neural architecture and the kinds of things we learn in our lives let us do. But then there's this whole layer of kind of formalization that got developed, which is the kind of whole sort of story of intellectual history and whole kind of depth of learning. That formalization kind of things like mathematics, science, and so on. And that's the kind of thing that allows one to kind of build these towers of sort of towers of things you work out. It's not just I can immediately figure this out. It's no, I can use this kind of formalism to go step by step and work out something which was not immediately obvious. And that's kind of the story of what we're trying to do computationally, is to be able to build those kind of tall towers of what implies what, and so on. As opposed to kind of the, yes, I can immediately figure it out. It's just like what I saw somewhere else in something that I heard or remembered or something like this.
What can you say about the kind of formal structure, or the kind of formal foundation you can build such a formal structure on, about the kinds of things you would start on in order to build this kind of deep computable knowledge trees?
So the question is sort of how do you think about computation? And there's a couple of things here. One is
Please explain the difference between nanotechnology
and the other
and quantum technology.
Aspects of computation we humans with our minds and with the kinds of things we've learned can sort of relate to in that computational universe. So if we start on the kind of what can computation be like, it's something I've spent some big chunk of my life studying, is imagine that we usually write programs where we kind of know what we want the program to do, and we carefully write many lines of code, and we hope the program does what we intend it to do. But the thing I've been interested in is if you just look at the kind of natural science of programs, you just say, I'm going to make this program, it's a really tiny program, maybe I even pick the pieces of the program at random, but it's really tiny. By really tiny, I mean, less than a line of code type thing. If you say, what does this program do? And you run it, and the big discovery that I made in the early 80s is that even extremely simple programs, when you run them, can do really complicated things. Really surprised me. It took me several years to kind of realize that was a thing, so to speak. But that realization that even very simple programs can do incredibly complicated things that we very much don't expect. That discovery, I realized that's very much, I think, how nature works. That is, nature has simple rules, but yet does all sorts of complicated things that we might not expect. The big thing in the last few years has been understanding that that's how the whole universe and physics works, but that's a quite separate topic. But so there's this whole world of programs and what they do, and very rich, sophisticated things that these programs can do. But when we look at many of these programs, we look at them and say, oh, I don't really know what that's doing. It's not a very human kind of thing. So on the one hand, we have sort of what's possible in the computational universe. On the other hand, we have the kinds of things that we humans think about, the kinds of things that have developed in terms of our intellectual history. And that's it's really the challenge to sort of making things computational is to connect what's computationally possible out in the computational universe with the things that we humans sort of typically think about with our minds. Now, that's a complicated kind of moving target because the things that we think about change over time. We've learned more stuff. We've invented mathematics. We've invented various kinds of ideas and structures and so on. So it's gradually expanding. We're kind of gradually colonizing more and more of this kind of intellectual space and possibilities. But the real thing, the real challenge is how do you take what is computationally possible? How do you encapsulate the kinds of things that we think about in a way that kind of plugs into what's computationally possible? And actually, the big sort of idea there is this idea of kind of symbolic programming, symbolic representations of things. And so the question is, when you look at sort of everything in the world and you kind of take some visual scene or something you're looking at, and you say, well, how do I turn that into something that can kind of stuck into my mind? There are lots of pixels in my visual scene, but the things that I remember from that visual scene are, there's a chair in this place. It's a kind of a symbolic representation of the visual scene. There are two chairs and a table or something, rather than there are all these pixels arranged in all these detailed ways. And so the question then is, how do you take sort of all the things in the world and make some kind of representation that corresponds to the types of ways that we think about things? So human language is sort of one form of representation that we have. We talk about chairs, that's a word in human language and so on. How do we take the human language is not in and of itself something that plugs in very well to sort of computation. It's not something from which you can immediately compute consequences and so on. And so you have to kind of find a way to take sort of the stuff we understand from human language and make it more precise. And that's really this story of symbolic programming. And what that turns into is something which I didn't know at the time it was going to work as well as it has. But back in the 1979 or so, I was trying to build my first big computer system and trying to figure out, how should I represent computations at a high level? And I kind of invented this idea of using kind of symbolic expressions, structured as it's kind of like a function and a bunch of arguments. But that function doesn't necessarily evaluate anything. It's just a thing that sits there representing a structure. And so building up that structure, and it's turned out that structure has been extremely, it's a good match for the way that we humans, it seems to be a good match for the way that we humans kind of conceptualize high-level things. And it's been, for the last 45 years or something, it's served me remarkably well.
So building up that structure using this kind of symbolic representation. But what do you say about abstractions? Because you could just start with your physics project, you could start at a hypergraph at a very, very low level and build up everything from there, but you don't. Like shortcuts.
Right.
You can take the highest level of abstraction, convert that, the kind of abstraction, convert it into something computable using symbolic representation. And then that's your new foundation for that little piece of knowledge.
Yeah.
Somehow all of that is integrated.
Right. So the very important phenomenon that is kind of the thing that I sort of realized is just, it's one of these things that sort of in the future of kind of everything is going to become more and more important as this phenomenon of computational irreducibility. And the question is, if you know the rules for something, like a program, you're going to run it, you might say, I know the rules. Great, I know everything about the thing. Well, in principle, you do, because you can just run those rules out and just see what they do. You might run them a million steps and see what happens, etc. The question is, can you immediately jump ahead and say, I know what's going to happen after a million steps, and the answer is that we can get there. And one of the very critical things to realize is, if you could reduce that computation, there is in a sense no point in doing the computation. The place where you really get value out of doing computation is when you have to do the computation to find out the answer. But this phenomenon that you have to do the computation to find out the answer, this phenomenon of computational reducibility, seems to be tremendously important for thinking about lots of kinds of things. So one of the things that happens is, okay, you've got the model of the universe at the low level in terms of atoms of space and hypergraphs and rewriting hypergraphs and so on. And it's happening, 10 to the 100 times every second, let's say. Well, you say, great, then we've nailed it. We know how the universe works. Well, the problem is, the universe can figure out what it's going to do. It does those 10 to the 100 steps. But for us to work out what it's going to do, we have no way to reduce that computation. The only way to do the computation, to see the result of the computation, is to do it. And if you're operating within the universe, there's no opportunity to do that, because the universe is doing it as fast as the universe can do it, and that's what's happening. So what we're trying to do, and a lot of the story of science and a lot of other kinds of things, is finding pockets of reducibility. That is, where everything in the world is full of computational reducibility. We never know what's going to happen next. The only way we can figure out what's going to happen next is just let the system run and see what happens. So in a sense, the story of most kinds of science, inventions, a lot of kinds of things, is the story of finding these places where we can locally jump ahead. And one of the features of computational reducibility is there are always pockets of reducibility. There are always an infinite number of places where you can jump ahead. There's no way where you could jump completely ahead, but there are little patches, little places where you can jump ahead a bit. And I think we can talk about physics projects and so on, but I think the thing we realize is we kind of exist in a slice of all the possible computational reducibility in the universe. We exist in a slice where there's a reasonable amount of predictability. And in a sense, as we try and construct these kind of higher levels of abstraction, symbolic representations and so on, what we're doing is we're finding these lumps of reducibility that we can kind of attach ourselves to, and about which we can kind of have fairly simple narrative things to say. Because in principle, I say, what's going to happen in the next few seconds? There are these molecules moving around in the air in this room, and oh gosh, it's an incredibly complicated story. And that's the whole computational reducible thing, most of which I don't care about. And most of it is, the air's still going to be here and nothing much is going to be different about it. And that's a kind of reducible fact about what is ultimately at an underlying level of computationally irreducible process.
And life would not be possible if we didn't have a large number of such reducible pockets. Pockets amenable to reduction into something symbolic.
Yes, I think so. I mean, life in the way that we experience it, one might, depending on what we mean by life, so to speak, the experience that we have of sort of consistent things happening in the world, the idea of space, for example, where there's, we can just say, you're here, you move there. It's kind of the same thing. It's still you in that different place, even though you're made of different atoms of space and so on. This idea that it's that there's sort of this level of predictability of what's going on. That's us finding a slice of reducibility in what is underneath this computationally irreducible kind of system. And I think that's sort of the thing which is actually my favorite discovery of the last few years is the realization that it is sort of the interaction between this sort of underlying computational irreducibility and our nature as kind of observers who sort of have to key into computational reducibility. That fact leads to the main laws of physics that we discovered in the 20th century. So we'll talk about this in more detail, but this is, to me, it's kind of our nature as observers. The fact that we are computationally bounded observers. We don't get to follow all those little pieces of computational reducibility to stuff what is out there in the world into our minds requires that we are looking at things that are reducible, we are compressing, and we're extracting just some essence, some kind of symbolic essence of what's the detail of what's going on in the world. That, together with one other condition that at first seems sort of trivial, but isn't, which is that we believe we are persistent in time. That is,
Yes.
so
that's a causality.
this is the thing. At every moment, according to our theory, we're made of different atoms of space. At every moment, sort of the microscopic detail of what the universe is made of is being rewritten. And in fact, the very fact that there's coherence between different parts of space is a consequence of the fact that there are always little processes going on, kind of knit together the structure of space. It's kind of like if you wanted to have a fluid with a bunch of molecules in it. If those molecules weren't interacting, you wouldn't have this fluid that would pour and do all these kinds of things. It would just be sort of a free-floating collection of molecules. So similarly it is with space, that the fact that space is kind of knitted together is a consequence of all this activity in space. And the fact that kind of what we consist of, sort of this series of we're continually being rewritten. And the question is, why is it the case that we think of ourselves as being the same us through time? That's kind of a key assumption. I think it's a key aspect of what we see as sort of our consciousness, so to speak, is that we have this kind of consistent thread of experience.
Well, isn't that just another limitation of our mind that we want to reduce reality into some that kind of temporal consistency is just a nice narrative to tell ourselves.
Well, the fact is, I think it's critical to the way we humans typically operate that we have this single thread of experience. If you imagine sort of a mind where you have, maybe that's what's happening in various kinds of minds that aren't working the same way other minds do, is that you're splitting into multiple threads of experience. It's also something where, when you look at quantum mechanics, for example, in the insides of quantum mechanics, it's splitting into many threads of experience. But in order for us humans to interact with it, you kind of have to knit all those different threads together so that we say, oh yeah, a definite thing happened, and now the next definite thing happens, and so on. And I think, sort of inside, it's sort of interesting to try and imagine what's it like to have kind of these fundamentally multiple threads of experience going on. I mean, right now, different human minds have different threads of experience. We just have a bunch of minds that are interacting with each other, but we don't have within each mind, there's a single thread. And that is indeed a simplification. I think it's a thing, the general computational system does not have that simplification. And it's one of the things, people often seem to think that consciousness is the highest level of kind of things that can happen in the universe, so to speak. But I think that's not true. I think it's actually a specialization in which, among other things, you have this idea of a single thread of experience, which is not a general feature of anything that kind of computationally happen in the universe.
So it's the feature of a computationally limited system that's only able to observe reducible pockets. So I mean, this word observer, it means something in quantum mechanics. It means something in a lot of places. It means something to us humans as conscious beings. So what's the importance of the observer? What is the observer? What's the importance of the observer in the computational universe?
So this question of what is an observer, what's the general idea of an observer, is actually one of my next projects, which got somewhat derailed by the current sort of AI mania. But
is there a connection there, or is that do you think the observer is primarily a physics phenomenon?
Is it related to the whole AI thing?
Yes.
Yes, it is related. So one question is, what is a general observer? So, we have an idea what is a general computational system. We think about Turing machines, we think about other models of computation. There's a question, what is a general model of an observer? And there's kind of observers like us, which is kind of the observers we're in. We could imagine an alien observer that deals with computational reducibility and has a mind that's utterly different from ours and completely incoherent with what we're like. But the fact is that if we are talking about observers like us, one of the key things is this idea of kind of taking all the detail of the world and being able to stuff it into a mind. Being able to take all the detail and kind of, extract out of it a smaller set of kind of degrees of freedom, a smaller number of elements that will sort of fit in our minds. And I think this question, so I've been interested in trying to characterize what is the general observer. And the general observer is, I think, in part, there are many, let me give an example of that. You have a gas, a bunch of molecules bouncing around, and the thing you're measuring about the gas is its pressure. And the only thing you as an observer care about is pressure. And that means you have a piston on the side of this box, and the piston is being pushed by the gas. And there are many, many different ways that molecules can hit that piston. But all that matters is the kind of aggregate of all those molecular impacts, because that's what determines pressure. So there's a huge number of different configurations of the gas, which are all equivalent. So I think one key aspect of observers is this equivalency of many different configurations of the system, saying all I care about is this aggregate feature, all I care about is this overall thing. And that's sort of one aspect. And we see that in lots of different, again, same story over and over again, that there's a lot of detail in the world, but what we are extracting from it is something, a sort of a thin summary of that detail.
Is that thin summary nevertheless true? Can it be a crappy approximation that on average is correct? I mean, if we look at the observer that's the human mind, it seems like there's a lot of very, as represented by natural language, for example, there's a lot of really crappy approximations. And that could be maybe a feature of it.
Well,
but there's ambiguity.
Right. You don't know. It could be the case. You're just measuring the aggregate impacts of these molecules. But there is some tiny, tiny probability that these molecules will arrange themselves in some really funky way, and that just measuring that average isn't going to be the main point. By the way, an awful lot of science is very confused about this, because you look at papers, and people are really keen. They draw this curve, and they have these bars on the curve and things. It's just this curve, and it's this one thing, and it's supposed to represent some system that has all kinds of details. And this is the way that lots of scientists got wrong. Because people say, I remember years ago I was studying snowflake growth. So you have a snowflake and it's growing, it has all its arms, it's doing complicated things. But there was a literature on this stuff. And it talked about, what's the rate of snowflake growth. And, it got pretty good answers for the rate of the growth of the snowflake. And they looked at it more carefully, and then they had these nice curves, snowflake growth rates and so on. I looked at it more carefully, and I realized, according to their models, the snowflake would be spherical. And so they got the growth rate right, but the detail was just utterly wrong. And not only the detail, the whole thing was not capturing, was capturing this aspect of the system that was in a sense missing the main point of what was going on.
What is the geometric shape of the snowflake?
Snowflakes start in the phase of water that's relevant to the formation of snowflakes. It's a phase of ice that starts with a hexagonal arrangement of water molecules. And so it starts off growing as a hexagonal plate. And then what happens is
the plate, versus the sphere.
Well, no, but it's much more than that. I mean, snowflakes are fluffy. Typical snowflakes have little dendritic arms.
Yeah.
And what actually happens is, it's kind of cool because you can make very simple discrete models with cellular automata and things that figure this out. You start off with this, hexagonal thing, and then the places it starts to go little arms. And every time a little piece of ice adds itself to the snowflake, the fact that ice condenses in the water vapor heats the snowflake up locally. And so it makes it less likely for another piece of ice to accumulate right nearby. This leads to a kind of growth inhibition. So you grow an arm, and it is a separated arm because right around the arm it got a little bit hot and it didn't add more ice there. So what happens is it grows a hexagon, it grows out arms, the arms grow arms, and then the arms grow arms grow arms, and eventually, actually it's kind of cool because it actually fills in another hexagon, bigger hexagon. And when I first looked at this, I had a very simple model for this, I realized when it fills in that hexagon, it actually leaves some holes behind. So I thought, is that really right? So I look at these pictures of snowflakes, and sure enough, they have these little holes in them, the kind of scars of the way that these arms grow out.
So you can't fill in backfill holes. So
they don't backfill. Yeah, they don't backfill.
And presumably there's a limitation of how big, like you can't arbitrarily grow.
I'm not sure. I mean, the thing falls through I think it hits the ground at some point. I think you can grow in the lab. I think you can grow pretty big ones. I think you can grow many iterations of this kind of goes from hexagon, it grows out arms, it turns back, it fills back into a hexagon, it grows more arms again.
In 3D.
No, it's flat usually.
Well, why is it flat? Why doesn't it span out? Okay. You said it's fluffy. Fluffy is a three-dimensional property, right? Or
No, it's fluffy. Snow is okay. So what makes Gorilla?
I like this.
It's
Multiple snowflakes become fluffy. A single snowflake is not fluffy.
no, a single snowflake is fluffy. And what happens is, if you have snow that is just pure hexagons, they can they fit together pretty well. It doesn't have a lot of air in it, and they can also slide against each other pretty easily. And so the snow can be pretty. I think avalanche happens sometimes when the things tend to be these hexagonal plates and it kind of slides. But then when the thing has all these arms that are growing out, they don't fit together very well, and that's why the snow has lots of air in it. And if you look at one of the snowflakes, if you catch one, you'll see it has these little arms. And people often say, no two snowflakes are alike. And that's mostly because as a snowflake grows, they do grow pretty consistently with these different arms and so on. But you capture them at different times as they fell through the air in a different way. You'll catch this one at this stage, and as it goes through different stages, they look really different. And so that's why it kind of looks like no two snowflakes are alike, because you caught them at different times.
So the rules under which they grow are the same.
Yes.
The timing.
Yes.
Okay, so the point is, science is not able to describe the full complexity of snowflake growth.
Well, science, if you do what people might often do, which is say, okay, let's make it scientific, let's turn it into one number. And that one number is kind of the growth rate of the arms or some such other thing. That fails to capture sort of the detail of what's going on inside the system. And that's in a sense a big challenge for science, is how do you extract from the natural world, for example, those aspects of it that you are interested in talking about. Now, you might just say, I don't really care about the fluffiness of the snowflakes. All I care about is the growth rate of the arms. In which case, you can have a good model without knowing anything about the fluffiness. But the fact is, as a practical, if you say, what is the most obvious feature of a snowflake? Oh, it has this complicated shape. Well, then you've got a different story about what you model. I mean, this is one of the features of sort of modeling in science. That what is a model? A model is some way of reducing the actuality of the world to something where you can readily sort of give a narrative for what's happening, or you can basically make some kind of abstraction of what's happening and answer questions that you care about answering. If you wanted to answer all possible questions about the system, you'd have to have a whole system, because you might care about this particular molecule, where does it go? And your model, which is some big abstraction of that, has nothing to say about that. So, one of the things that's often confusing in science is people will have, I've got a model, somebody says. Somebody else will say, I don't believe in your model because it doesn't capture the feature of the system that I care about. There's always this controversy about, is it a correct model? Well, no model, except for the actual system itself, is a correct model in the sense that it captures everything. The question is, does it capture what you care about capturing? Sometimes that's ultimately defined by what you're going to build technology out of, things like this. One counterexample to this is, if you think you're modeling the whole universe all the way down, then there is a notion of a correct model. But even that is more complicated because it depends on kind of how observers sample things and so on. That's a separate story. But at least at the first level, to say this thing about, it's an approximation, you're capturing one aspect, you're not capturing another aspect. When you really think you have a complete model for the whole universe, you better be capturing ultimately everything, even though to actually run that model is impossible because of computational reducibility. The only thing that successfully runs that model is the actual running of the universe.
Is the universe itself. But okay, so what you care about is an interesting concept. So that's a human concept. So that's what you're doing with Wolfram Alpha and Wolfram language. Is you're trying to come up with symbolic representation, as simple as possible. So a model that's as simple as possible that fully captures stuff we care about.
Yes. So, I mean, for example, we'll have a thing about, data about movies, let's say. we could be describing every individual pixel in every movie we saw, but that's not the level that people care about. And it's, yes, this is and that level that people care about is somewhat related to what's described in natural language. But what we're trying to do is to find a way to sort of represent precisely so you can compute things. See, one thing when you say, you give a piece of natural language, the question is, you feed it to a computer. You say, does the computer understand this natural language? Well, the computer processes it in some way. It does this. Maybe it can make a continuation of the natural language, and maybe it can go on from the prompt and say what it's going to say. You say, does it really understand it? Hard to know. But in this kind of computational world, there is a very definite definition of does it understand, which is, could it be turned into this symbolic computational thing from which you can compute all kinds of consequences? And that's the sense in which one has sort of a target for the understanding of natural language. And that's kind of our goal, is to have as much as possible about the world that can be computed in a reasonable way, so to speak, be able to be sort of captured by this kind of computational language. That's kind of the goal. And I think for us humans, the main thing that's important is, as we formalize what we're talking about, it gives us a way of kind of building a structure where we can sort of build this tower of consequences of things. So if we're just saying, well, let's talk about it in natural language, it doesn't really give us some hard foundation that lets us build step by step to work something out. And it's kind of like what happens in math. If we were just sort of vaguely talking about math, but didn't have the kind of full structure of math and all that kind of thing, we wouldn't be able to build this kind of big tower of consequences. And so, in a sense, what we're trying to do with the whole computational language effort is to make a formalism for describing the world that makes it possible to kind of build this tower of consequences.
Well, when we talk about this dance between natural language and Wolfram language, so there's this gigantic thing we call the internet where people post memes and diary type thoughts and very important sounding articles and all of that makes up the training data set for GPT. And then there's Wolfram language. How can we map from the natural language of the internet to the Wolfram language? Is there a manual, is there an automated way of doing that as we look into the future?
Well, so Wolfram Alpha, what it does, its kind of front end is turning natural language into computational language.
What you mean by that is there's a prompt, you ask a question, what is the capital?
Yeah, right. And it turns into, what's the distance between, Chicago and London or something? And that will turn into, geo-distance of entity, city, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Each one of those things is very well defined. We know, given that it's the entity, city, Chicago, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, Illinois, United States, we know the geolocation of that, we know its population, we know its data, which we have, curated that data.
What are we thinking, kid?
Know that.
Come on.
And then we
What did we say for? Is it
that's kind of the idea.
But then something like GPT, large
Single egg mashed potatoes?
do they allow you to make that conversion much more powerful?
Okay, so it's an interesting question. We still don't know everything about it. Okay? This question of going from natural language to computational language. Yes. Then Wolfram Alpha, Wolfram Alpha's been out and about for 13 and a half years now. And, we've achieved, 98%, 99% success on queries that get put into it. Now, obviously, there's a sort of feedback loop because the things that work are things people go on putting into it. So but we've got to a very high success rate of the little fragments of natural language that people put in, questions, math calculations, chemistry calculations, whatever it is. We do very well at that, turning those things into computational language. Now, from the very beginning of Wolfram Alpha, I thought about, for example, writing code with natural language. In fact, I was just looking at this recently, I had a post that I wrote in 2010, 2011, called something like Programming with Natural Language is Actually Going to Work. Okay? And so, we had done a bunch of experiments using methods that were a little bit, some of them a little bit machine learning like, but certainly not the same, the same kind of idea of vast training data and so on. That is the story of large language models. Actually, I know that post, a piece of utter trivia, but that post, Steve Jobs forwarded that post around to all kinds of people at Apple, who didn't know that was because he never really liked programming languages. So he was very happy to see the idea that you could get rid of this kind of layer of kind of engineering-like structure. He would have liked, I think what's happening now, because it really is the case that you can, this idea that you have to kind of learn how the computer works to use a programming language is something that is, I think, a thing that, just like you had to learn the details of the opcodes to know how assembly language works and so on. It's kind of a thing that's a limited time horizon. But kind of so this idea of how elaborate can you make kind of the prompt, how elaborate can you make the natural language and abstract from it computational language? It's a very interesting question. And, what ChatGPT, GPT-4 and so on can do is pretty good. It isn't. It's a very interesting process. I'm still trying to understand this workflow. We've been working out a lot of tooling around this workflow.
Natural language, computational language.
Right.
And the process, especially if it's conversation or dialogue. It's like multiple queries.
Yeah, right. There are so many things that are really interesting that work and so on. So first thing is, can you just walk up to the computer and expect to sort of specify a computation? What one realizes is humans have to have some idea of kind of this way of thinking about things computationally. Without that, you're kind of out of luck because you just have no idea what you're going to walk up to a computer. I remember when I should tell a silly story about myself. The very first computer I saw, which is when I was 10 years old, it was a big mainframe computer, so I didn't really understand what computers did. And it's like somebody's showing me this computer. It's like, can the computer work out the weight of a dinosaur? It's like that isn't a sensible thing to ask. That's kind of you have to give it. That's not what computers do. In Wolfram Alpha, for example, you could say what the typical weight of a stegosaurus and give you some answer, but that's a very different kind of thing than what one thinks of computers as doing. And so the question of first thing is people have to have an idea of what computation is about. And, I think it's a very for education that is the key thing. This kind of this notion, not computer science, not the details of programming, but just this idea of how do you think about the world computation. Thinking about the world computationally is kind of this formal way of thinking about the world. We've had other ones, like logic was a formal way. It was a way of sort of abstracting and formalizing some aspects of the world. Mathematics is another one. Computation is this very broad way of sort of formalizing the way we think about the world. And the thing that's cool about computation is if we can successfully formalize things in terms of computation, computers can help us figure out what the consequences are. It's not like you formalized it with math, well, that's nice, but now you have to, if you're not using a computer to do the math, you have to go work out a bunch of stuff yourself. So I think, but with this idea, we're trying to take kind of we're talking about sort of natural language and its relationship to computational language. The thing, so the typical workflow, I think, is first, human has to have some kind of idea of what they're trying to do. That if it's something that they want to sort of build a tower of capabilities on, something that they want to sort of formalize and make computational. So then human can type something into, some LLM system and sort of say vaguely what they want in sort of computational terms. Then it does pretty well at synthesizing local language code. And it might be better in the future because we've got a huge number of examples of natural language input.
It's kind of like
language translation of that.
a burnt sienna.
That's a thing where you can kind of extrapolating from all those examples makes it easier to do that task.
Is the prompter task but also kind of debugging the Wolfram language code? Or is your hope to not
Single A6?
No, I mean, so there are many steps. So the first thing is you type natural language.
Burnt sienna? Why that? I don't know. Just maybe it was raw umber.
We should be thinking about some dumb example.
it's like take my heart rate data and figure out whether I make a moving average every 7 days or something, and work out what the and make a plot of the results. Okay, so that's the thing, which is about 2/3 of a line.
I don't think it was burnt umber, maybe.
Moving average of
No.
data bin, something of the data, and then you'll get the results. And the vague thing that I was just saying in natural language would almost certainly correctly turn into that very simple piece of automatic code. So you start modeling
More like a burnt orange.
Yeah, and
you arrive at the moving average kind of idea.
but you say average,
Pretty close to that.
maybe you can figure out that that's a moving, that can be encapsulated.
Why?
I'm not sure.
Probably the tomatoes.
But I'm seeing is you generate this piece of.
Is anybody understanding this? It's like a new scale to measure your shit. Allegedly. Allegedly, it was a burnt orange single A6.
It's not a language which programming languages tend to be this one-way story of humans writing and computers execute from them. Often language is intended to be something which is sort of like math notation.
A burnt sienna single A6.
Humans write it and humans are supposed to read it.
We need a color chart.
Kind of the workflow that's emerging.
I guess the colors could be anything.
Human mumbles some things,
Yeah, it could. Is it possible? Yeah, I've had green and blue poops, allegedly, but they involve bubblegum. Perhaps, maybe allegedly. But it can be blue. Yeah, rabbits in the back. What color hasn't it been, Rabbi? I've had bright red from salsa. Like bright red. Purple from bubblegum, green from bubblegum, blue from bubblegum. Basically every brown and orange that are available in mankind. Bright yellow.
Hi guys. Hello, hi guys.
What up, pimp? How you living, baby? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? How are you? I hope you're amazing. Tight, dog.
In this running, so one of the new concepts that we have, we invented this whole idea of notebooks about 36 years ago now. And so now the question sort of how do you combine this idea of notebooks where you have, text and code and output, how do you combine that with the notion of chats and so on? And there's some really interesting things there. Like, for example, a very typical thing now is we have these notebooks where as soon as if the thing produces errors, if it runs code and it produces messages and so on, the LLM automatically not only looks at those messages, it can also see all kinds of internal information about stack traces and things like this. And it does a remarkably good job of guessing what's wrong and telling you. So in other words, it's looking at things sort of interesting. It's kind of a typical sort of AI-ish thing, but it's able to have more sensory data than we humans are able to have. It's able to look at a bunch of stuff that we humans would kind of glaze over looking at, and it's able to then come up with, this is the explanation of what's happening.
And what is the data? The stack trace, the code you've written previously, the natural language you written.
Yeah, it's also what's happening is one of the things that's is for example, when there's these messages, there's documentation about these messages, there's example of where the messages are referred otherwise, all this messages. The other thing that's really amusing with this is when it makes a mistake, one of the things that's in our prompt when the code doesn't work is read the documentation.
Look at this. Oh man, I might.
And that again is very, very useful.
But we redid the Bristol stool scale. I mean, I don't think you even have to. If I tell you it's a burnt sienna, more like a umber.
That's a powerful thing. I mean,
Probably a burnt orange though.
This language over course of all these years to be nice and clear.
Maybe it's just sienna, burnt orange.
Turns out there was a side effect that I didn't anticipate, which is it makes it easy for AIs to understand.
Single A.
Natural language. But
Yeah.
so local language is a kind of foreign language.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, the line of
I think that makes sense.
French.
I don't even think you need to see it. You know what I'm about. What I'm talking. You know what's density.
I don't know, Spanish.
Density's
My
big.
system was not on notice.
What color is this? That's what I want to know.
I mean, maybe, that's an interesting question,
Amber,
because it really depends on what I see.
orange, deep orange, bright orange, pure orange.
Just jumps out
Somebody
there.
calls it a gold dot drop.
Because I think the real question
It's not
is,
burnt orange.
why does
Maybe it was just orange.
How is it possible to encapsulate and to successfully reproduce all these kinds of things in natural language? With a comparatively small, it says, a couple of 100 billion, weights of neural net and so on. And I think that that relates to kind of a fundamental fact about language,
Colors,
which the main thing is that I think there's a structure to language that we haven't kind of really explored very well. It's kind of this semantic grammar I'm talking about language. I mean, we kind of know that when we set up human language, we know that it has certain regularities. We know that it has a certain grammatical structure, noun followed by verb, followed by noun, adjectives, etc., etc., etc. That's its kind of grammatical structure. But I think the thing that ChatGPT is showing us is that there's an additional kind of regularity to language, which has to do with the meaning of the language beyond just this pure, part of speech combination type of thing. And I think the one example of that we've had in the past is logic. And I think my sort of kind of picture of how was logic invented, how was logic discovered. It really was a thing that was discovered in its original conception. It was discovered, presumably by Aristotle, who kind of listened to a bunch of people, orators, giving speeches, and this one made sense, that one doesn't make sense. This one, and you see these patterns of, if the I don't know what, if the Persians do this, then the this does that, etc., etc., etc. And what Aristotle realized is there's a structure to those sentences, there's a structure to that rhetoric. It doesn't matter whether it's the Persians and the Greeks, or whether it's the cats and the dogs. It's just, P and Q. You can abstract from the details of these particular sentences. You can lift out this kind of formal structure, and that's what logic is.
That's a heck of a discovery, by the way, logic. You make me realize, though.
Yeah.
It's not obvious.
The fact that there is an abstraction from natural language that has, where you can fill in any word you want, is a very interesting discovery. Now, it took a long time to mature. I mean, Aristotle had this idea of syllogistic logic, where there were these particular patterns of how you could argue things, so to speak. And, in the Middle Ages, part of education was you memorize the syllogisms. I forget how many there were, 15 of them or something. And they all have names, they all have mnemonics. Like I think Barbara and Sulla, the two of the mnemonics for the syllogisms. And people kind of, this is a valid argument because it follows the Barbara syllogism, so to speak. And it took until 1830, with George Boole, to kind of get beyond that and kind of see that there was a level of abstraction that was beyond this particular template of a sentence, so to speak. And that's, what's interesting there is, in a sense, ChatGPT is operating at the Aristotelian level. It's essentially dealing with templates of sentences. By the time you get to Boole and Boolean algebra and this idea of, you can have arbitrary depth-nested collections of ands and ors and knots, and you can resolve what they mean. That's the kind of thing, that's a computation story. That's, you've gone beyond the pure sort of templates of natural language to something which is an arbitrarily deep computation. But the thing that I think we realized from ChatGPT is, Aristotle stopped too quickly, and there was more that you could have lifted out of language as formal structures. And I think there's, in a sense, we've captured some of that in some of what is in language. There's a lot of kind of little calculi, little algebras of what you can say, what language talks about, and whether it's, I don't know, if you say, I go from place A to place B, place B to place C. Then I know I've gone from place A to place C. If A is a friend of B and B is a friend of C, it doesn't necessarily follow that A is a friend of C. These are things that are, if you go from place A to place B to place C, it doesn't matter how you went. Like logic, it doesn't matter whether you flew there, walked there, swam there, whatever. You still, this transitivity of where you go is still valid. And there are many kinds of features, I think, of the way the world works that are captured in these aspects of language, so to speak. And I think what ChatGPT effectively has found, just like it discovered logic, people are really surprised it can do these logical inferences. It discovered logic the same way Aristotle discovered logic, by looking at a lot of sentences effectively and noticing the patterns in those sentences.
But it feels like it's discovering something much more complicated than logic. So this kind of semantic grammar. I think you wrote about this. Maybe we can call it the laws of language, I believe you call it, or which I like, the laws of thought.
Yes, that was the title that George Boole had for his Boolean algebra back in 1832. Yes,
Laws of thought.
Yeah, that was what he said.
All right.
So he thought he nailed it.
Yeah,
there's more to it.
and it's a good question of how much more is there to it. And it seems like one of the reasons, as you imply, that the reason GPT works, ChatGPT works, is that there's a finite number of things to it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's discovering the laws. In some sense, GPT is discovering the laws of semantic grammar that underlies language.
yes. And what's sort of interesting is, in the computational universe, there's a lot of other kinds of computation that you could do. They're just not ones that we humans have cared about and operate with. And that's probably because our brains are built in a certain way. And, the neural nets of our brains are not that different in some sense from the neural nets of the large language model. And that's kind of, and so when we think about, and maybe we'll talk about this some more, but when we think about what will AIs ultimately do, the answer is, insofar as AIs are just doing computation, they can run off and do all these kinds of crazy computations. But the ones that we sort of have decided we care about is this kind of very limited set.
That's where the reinforcement learning and human feedback seems to come in. The more the AI say the stuff that kind of interests us, the more we're impressed by it. So it can do a lot of interesting, intelligent things, but we're only interested in the AI systems when they communicate in a human-like way.
Yes.
About human-like topics.
Yes. Well, it's like technology. I mean, in a sense, the physical world provides all kinds of things. There are all kinds of processes going on in physics. Only a limited set of those are ones that we capture and use for technologies. There are only a limited set where we say, this is a thing that we can sort of apply to human purposes we currently care about. You might have said, okay, you pick up a piece of rock. You say, okay, this is a nice silicate. It contains all kinds of silicon. I don't care. Then you realize, we could actually turn this into a semiconductor wafer and make a microprocessor out of it. And then we care a lot. Yeah, and it's this thing about what do we, in the evolution of our civilization, what things do we identify as being things we care about? I mean, it's like, when there was an announcement recently of the possibility of a high-temperature superconductor that involved, the element lutetium, which, generally nobody has cared about. It's kind of, but suddenly if there's this application that relates to kind of human purposes, we start to care about it.
So, given your thinking that GPT may have discovered inklings of laws of thought, do you think such laws exist? Can we go on that? What's your intuition here?
Well, yeah. I mean, the fact is, look, the logic is but the first step. There are many other kinds of calculi about things that we consider, about sort of things that happen in the world or things that are meaningful.
Well, how do you know logic's not the last step? You know what I mean?
So, because we can plainly see that they're things. I mean, if you say, here's a sentence that is syntactically correct, okay? You look at it and you're like, the happy electron, ate I don't know what, something that you look at it and it's like, this is meaningless. It's just a bunch of words. It's syntactically correct. The nouns and the verbs are in the right place, but it just doesn't mean it. And so there clearly is some rule that there are rules that determine when a sentence has the potential to be meaningful that go beyond the pure parts of speech syntax. And so the question is, what are those rules, and are there a fairly finite set of those rules? My guess is that there's a fairly finite set of those rules. And once you have those rules, you have kind of construction kit. Just like the rules of syntactic grammar give you a construction kit for making syntactically correct sentences. So you can also have a construction kit for making semantically correct sentences. Those sentences may not be realized in the world. I mean, I think, the elephant flew to the moon. Semantically, we have an idea. If I say that to you, you kind of know what that means. But the fact is, it hasn't been realized in the world.
So semantically correct, perhaps, is things that can be imagined into things that are consistent with both our imagination and our understanding of physical reality. I don't know.
Yeah, well, good question. I mean, it's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, I think it is, given the way we have constructed language, it is things which fit with the things we're describing in language. It's a bit circular in the end. Because, you can, and the sort of boundaries of what is physically realizable. Okay, let's take the example of motion. Okay? Motion is a complicated concept. It might seem like it's a concept that should have been figured out by the Greeks long ago, but it's actually a really pretty complicated concept. Because what is motion? Motion is you can go from place A to place B, and it's still you when you get to the other end. Right? You take an object, you move it, and it's still the same object, but it's in a different place. Now, even in ordinary physics, that doesn't always work that way. If you're near a space-time singularity, a black hole, for example, and you take your teapot or something, you don't have much of a teapot by the time it's near a space-time singularity. It's been completely deformed beyond recognition. So that's a case where pure motion doesn't really work. You can't have a thing stay the same. And so this idea of motion is something that sort of is a slightly complicated idea. But once you have the idea of motion, you can start, once you have the idea that you're going to describe things as being the same thing but in a different place, that sort of abstracted idea then has, that has all sorts of consequences, like this transitivity of motion, go from A to B, B to C, you can't from A to C. And that's, so at that level of description, you can have what are sort of inevitable consequences. They're inevitable features of the way you sort of set things up. And that's, I think, what this sort of semantic grammar is capturing, is things like that. And I think that it's a question of what does the word mean? When you say I move from here to there. Well, it's complicated to say what that means. This is this whole issue, is pure motion possible, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But once you have kind of got an idea of what that means, then there are inevitable consequences of that idea.
But the very idea of meaning, it seems like there's some words that become, it's like there's a latent ambiguity to them. I mean, it's the word like emotionally loaded words like hate and love. Right. It's like what are they? Exactly what? So especially when we have relationships between complicated objects, we seem to take this kind of shortcut, descriptive shortcut to describe like object A hates object B. What's that really mean?
Right. Well, words are defined by kind of our social use of them. I mean, it's not, a word in computational language, for example, when we say we have a construct there, we expect that construct is a building block from which we can construct an arbitrary full path. So we have to have a very solid building block. And, we have to, it turns into a piece of code, it has documentation, it's a whole thing. But the word hate, the documentation for that word, well, there isn't a standard documentation for that word, so to speak. It's a complicated thing, defined by kind of how we use it. When if it wasn't for the fact that we were using language, so what is language? Language is a way of packaging thoughts so that we can communicate them to another man.
Can these complicated words be converted into something that computation engine can use?
Right. So I think the answer to that is that what one can do in computational language is make a specific definition. And if you have a complicated word, like let's say the word eat, okay, it's in a simple word, it's in animals, eat things, whatever else. But you do programming and you say this function eats arguments, which is sort of poetically similar to the animal eating things. But if you start to say, well, what are the implications of the function eating something? Can the function be poisoned? No, it can't actually. But there's a type mismatch or something in some language. But in what? How far does that analogy go? I mean, it's just an analogy. Whereas if you use the word eat in a computational language level, you would define there is a thing which you anchor to this kind of natural language concept eat, but it is now some precise definition of that then you can compute things from.
But don't you think the analogy is also precise? Software eats the world. Don't you think there is something concrete in terms of meaning about analogies?
But the thing that sort of is the first target for computational language is to take sort of the ordinary meaning of things and try and make it precise. Make it sufficiently precise you can build these.
Yo, what's going on? How are you? Absolutely. I'm just chilling. Watch. All right. Was it interesting?
And that time, computer, and that time going to build this solid building block from which I can construct this whole kind of computational power.
There's some sense where if you take a poem and reduce it to something computer, you're going to have very few things left. So maybe there's a bunch of human interaction that's just poetic, aimless nonsense. Well, that's just like recreational, like hamster in a wheel. It's not actually.
Well, I think that's a complicated thing because, in a sense, human linguistic communication is there's one mind producing language. That language is having an effect on another mind. And the question of there's sort of a type of effect that is well defined, let's say, where, but for example, it's very independent of the two minds. That it doesn't, there's communication where it can matter a lot, sort of what the experience of one mind is versus another one, and so on.
Yeah, but what is the purpose of natural language communication?
Well, I think the versus
so computational language somehow feels more amenable to the definition of purpose. It's like, yeah, you're given two clean representations of the concept, and you can. It's like puzzle.
I appreciate it, Big Dog. If you want to see, I have a lot of different. Yeah. So just one. No, I have a lot of different accounts. So let me just make sure that you have access, Jake, to the big. Amazing. So if you look at the link that I just sent you, that one has all the live streams currently. So you can see I'm live. You can watch me in 360 degrees.
What we have today, we may not understand what ancient language. We may not understand, its concepts may be different from the ones that we have trained, but it is something where we can realistically expect to communicate abstract ideas, and that's one of the big roles of language. I think this to concretify abstract things is what language has provided.
Do you see natural language and thought as the same? The stuff that's going on inside your mind?
Well, that's been a long debate in philosophy.
It seems to become more important now when you think about how intelligent GPT is. Whatever that means, but it seems like the stuff that's going on in the human mind seems something like intelligence. It is language.
Well, we call it intelligence.
Yeah. Yes. And so you start to think of, okay, what's the relationship between thought, the language of thought, the laws of thought, the laws of and words like reasoning, and the laws of language, and how to do the computation. It seems like more rigorous, precise reasoning.
Right. Beyond, much of what computers do, humans do not do. You might say
Humans are a subset.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you might say, who needs computation when you have large language models can just but they're really doing the kinds of things that they do. And there are plenty of sort of formal things that humans never could do. For example, I don't know, some people can do math arithmetic, they can do a certain amount of math, and then people can run a program of any sophistication. And people do, it's not
Perhaps.
even thought of doing. It's kind of not, you can easily learn from a computer.
An arbitrary program. Are we running a specialized program?
Yeah. But if I say to you, here's a trick, tell me what it does after 50 steps.
Okay. What the system does.
Here I have a burrow.
Yeah.
And there's a drone.
That's right. But they create
There's a drone.
And what's happening in their mind. And they outsource
There's a
that.
drone.
Right.
Something that is now a tool that's external to them. So whether a human to use
So there's 7 or 8 drones out here, and there is nothing on
they discovered
slight
computation.
radar
So
24.
it's
So if I
very
see
technology.
we're down way further south. All right, coming north. I'm right here in Lebanon. Right there. And so when I see hundreds, not computation. They're constantly passing by. So if I stay down here for 20, 30 minutes, there will definitely be
That's
100
the
or so.
particular technology.
So they just keep coming. They follow the same pattern. They come from the southwest. You see them kind of
We're done.
right here.
Computation. Biology
They're coming to make it
does
away.
what
And
it does it using infrastructure that's different from some using all the time.
they making their way
It's a
to the
molecular
north.
scale
But occasionally
sort
do
of
come from
computational
the
process.
east.
What we understand more about some ideas about understanding. That's another.
Yo, dog.
It's another representation. Things that happen in the physical universe at the level of these evolving hypergraphs and so on. That's another sort of implementation layer for this abstract idea of computation.
So if GPT or large language models are starting to develop or implicitly understand the laws of language and thought, do you think they can be made explicit? How?
Give it a bunch of effort. It's like doing apple science. What's happening in apple science? You have the world that's doing all these complicated things, and then you discover Newton's laws, for example. This is how motion works. This is the way that this particular sort of idealization of the world, how you describe it in a simple, computationally reducible way. And I think it's the same thing here. Sort of computationally reducible aspects of what's happening that you can get kind of narrative theory for, just as we've got narrative theories in physics. So,
Do you think it would be depressing or exciting when all the laws are made explicit?
Once you understand computational reducibility, it is because the fact is people say, for example, people will say, oh, but I have free will. I kind of, I operate in a way that is, they have the idea that they're doing something sort of internal to them, that they're figuring out what's happening. But in fact, we think there are laws of physics that ultimately determine, that every nerve, every electrical impulse in a nerve and things like this. So you might say, isn't it depressing that we are ultimately just determined by the rules of physics, so to speak? It's the same thing. At a higher level, it's like it's a shorter distance to get from kind of semantic grammar to the way that we might construct a piece of text than it is to get from individual nerve firings to how we construct a piece of text. But it's not fundamentally different. And by the way, as soon as we have this kind of level of, this other level of description, it helps us to go even further. So we'll end up being able to produce more and more complicated kinds of things. Just like when if we didn't have a computer and we use certain rules, we could write them down and go a certain distance. But once we have a computer, we can go vastly further, and this is the same kind of thing.
You wrote a blog post titled "What is ChatGPT doing and why does it work?" We've been talking about this, but can we just step back and move on this question? What's ChatGPT doing? What are these a bunch of billion parameters trained on a large number of words? But why does it seem to work again? Is it because to the point you made that there's laws of language that can be discovered by such a process? Is there something?
Well, let's talk about sort of the low level of what ChatGPT is doing. I mean, ultimately, you give it a prompt, it's trying to work out, what should the next word be, right?
Which is wild. Isn't that surprising to you that this kind of low-level, dumb training procedure can create something syntactically correct first, and then semantically correct?
The thing that has been so disturbing now is realizing that simple rules can do much more complicated things than you imagine. That something that starts simple to describe can grow a thing that is, vastly more complicated than you can imagine. And honestly, it's taken me, I've sort of been thinking about this now 40 years or so, and it always surprises me. I mean, even, for example, on our physics project, sort of thinking about the whole universe growing from these simple rules, I'd still resist, because I keep on thinking, how can something really complicated arise from something that simple? It just seems, it seems wrong, but yet, the majority of my life I've kind of known from things I've studied that this is the way things work. So yes, it is wild that it's possible to write a word at a time and produce a coherent essay, for example. But it's worth understanding kind of how that's working. I mean, it's kind of like if it was going to say, the cat sat on the, what's the next word? Okay, so how does it figure out the next word? Well, it's seen 1 trillion words before the internet. And it's seen the cat sat on the floor, the cat sat on the sofa, the cat sat on the whatever. So it's minimal things to do. Just say, let's look at what we saw on the internet. We saw, 10,000 examples of a cat sat on the. What was the most probable next word? Let's just pick that out and say that's the next word. And that's kind of what it is, at some level, is trying to do. Now, the problem is, there isn't enough text on the internet to, if you have a reasonable length of prompt, that specific prompt will never replace. And as you kind of go further, there just won't be a place where you could have trained, where you could have just worked out probabilities from what was already there. Like if you say 2 plus 2, there'll be a trillion examples of 2 plus 2 equaling 4, and a very small number of examples of 2 plus 2 equals 5, and so on. And you can pretty much know what's going to happen. So then the question is, well, if you can't just work out from examples what's going to happen, just know probabilistically from examples what's going to happen, you have to have a model. And this kind of an idea, this idea of making models of things, is an idea that really, I think Galileo probably was one of the first people who sort of worked this out. And it's kind of like I think I gave an example of that the book I wrote about ChatGPT, where it's kind of like Galileo was dropping cannonballs off the different floors of the Tower of Pisa, and it's like, okay, you drop a cannonball off this floor, you drop a cannonball off this floor, you miss floor 5 or something for whatever reason, but you know the time it took the cannonball to fall to the ground from floors 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, for example. Then the question is, can you work out? Can you make a model which figures out how long you take the ball, how long would it take the ball to fall to the ground from the forward index physical measure? And the thing Galileo realized is that you can use math, you can use mathematical formulas to make a model for how long it will take the ball to fall. So now the question is, well, okay, you want to make a model for example, something much more elaborate, like you've got this arrangement of pixels, and is this arrangement of pixels an A or B? Does it correspond to something we recognize as an A or B? And you can make a similar kind of, each pixel is like a parameter in some equation, and you could write down this giant equation where the answer is either, A or, 1 or 2, A or B. And the question is then, what kind of a model successfully reproduces the way that we humans would conclude that this is an A and this is a B? If there's a complicated extra tail on top of the A, would we then conclude something different? What is the type of model that maps well into the way that we humans make distinctions about things? And the big kind of meta-discovery is neural nets are such a model. It's not obvious they would be such a model. It could be that human distinctions are not captured. We could try searching around for a type of model. There could be a mathematical model, it could be some model based on something else that captures kind of typical human distinctions about things. But it turns out this model that actually is very much the way that we think the architecture of brains works, but perhaps not surprisingly, that model actually corresponds to the way we make these distinctions. And so, the core next point is that the kind of model, this neural net model, makes sort of distinctions and generalizes things in sort of the same way that we humans do. And that's why when you say, the cat sat on the green blank, even though it didn't see many examples of the cat sat on the green whatever, it can make or the aardvark sat on the green whatever. I'm sure that particular sentence does not occur on the internet. And so it has to make a model that concludes what, it has to kind of generalize from the actual examples that it's seen. And so that's the fact is that neural nets generalize in the same kind of way that we humans do. If we were, the aliens might look at our neural net generalizations and say, that's crazy. That thing, when we put that extra little dot on the A, that isn't an A anymore. That's, that messed the whole thing up. But for us, humans, we make distinctions which seem to correspond to the kinds of distinctions that neural nets make. So then, the thing that is just amazing to me about ChatGPT is how similar the structure it has is to the very original way people imagined neural nets might work back in 1943. And, there's a lot of detailed engineering, great cleverness, but it's really the same idea. In fact, even the sort of elaborations of that idea where people said, let's put in some actual particular structure to try and make the neural net more elaborate, to be very clever about it. Most of that didn't matter. I mean, there's some things that seem to, when you train this neural net, the one thing, this kind of transformer architecture, this attention idea, that really has to do with, does every one of these neurons connect to every other neuron? Or is it somehow causally localized, so to speak? Is it like we're making a sequence of words and the words depend on previous words, rather than just everything can depend on everything? And that seems to be important in just organizing things so that you don't have a sort of a giant mess. But the thing worth understanding about what is ChatGPT in the end, I mean, what is a neural net in the end? A neural net in the end is each neuron has it's taking inputs from a bunch of other neurons. It's eventually it's going to have a numerical value. It's going to compute some number, and it's saying, I'm going to look at the neurons that bug me as kind of a series of layers. And it's going to say, what are the values of all those neurons?
Hey, how are you?
And it's going to add those up and multiply.
I'm just taking a nap, yeah? Why? What's going on?
0 or something, you make it 1, or another one.
Okay.
Mention figuring out where the ball. This.
That's okay. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about? You want to talk about? You want to talk about Freemasonry? Sure.
So you've turned the sentence you started with a you feed all those numbers in, and then the thing is going to, and then those numbers.
Yes, I am one.
It just goes right through.
Nice to meet you too. Just one moment.
Let's compute. What does it compute? It computes the probabilities that it estimates for each of the possible 50,000 words.
Yes, I'm a Freemason. I'm the highest level Freemason that you can be. I can't tell you the secrets personally, but what I can do is put on a documentary that has all the secrets in it, and I will have it translate into Polish for you. Oops, just one moment. Yes, I am a Freemason. I'm the highest level of Freemason that there is, and while I can't reveal the secrets to you, I can put on a documentary in Polish translation that tells you everything you need to know about Freemasonry.
Tak, jestem masonem. Jestem najwyższym stopniem masonerii, jaki istnieje i chociaż nie mogę ci zdradzić sekretów, mogę nakręcić film dokumentalny w polskim tłumaczeniu. To powie ci wszystko, co musisz wiedzieć o wolnomularstwo.
Excellent. Just one moment.
Now let's take the word so far, let's feed that back in, let's put down another word. That outer loop, which seems almost trivial, is really important for the operation.
Following the stabbing that took place on campus this afternoon, I want to step out of the way and show you what it looks like here tonight. Much quieter than what it looked like early. I'll show you some of that News Chopper 4 video as they were over the scene. Stabbing took place just before 2 o'clock. Just before 2 o'clock. If you're not familiar with this area, it's off the 210 and Sunland Boulevard. And then you go east, or I guess that would be north, and you go about 3 miles, and it's on your left-hand side. And I believe that's the only big high school out there. I think if you live in that area, your kids probably go to Mount Gleason, which is the middle school out there. And I believe all the kids that go out there, that live out there, I think they all go to Virginia, unless you go to private school. I think that's the move out there. So everybody who lives in that area, Sunland.
Well, praise the Lord. It is great to be here tonight. Essentially, we're going to be trying to shed some light on something that is very commonly understood in most communities. You will.
Now, further east, there's the Anderson Clark Magnus High School, and some of the kids that live on the east side of town from that school, but mostly it's for Dugo Hills High School. That's the big high school. And LAPD said the person or people responsible used a knife. One of the two injured is a 17-year-old who's now in serious condition at the hospital. We don't have the condition of the second person injured. Parents were notified of the lockdown by an automated message sent by the school today. And one parent I spoke with said she doesn't believe the district is doing enough to keep students safe. I am sad, scared, and I'm more concerned about my son's well-being and any other student in those schools because I don't believe that the staff is taking the safety measures to keep our kids safe. When my daughter went to the Burroughs here in Burbank.
Praise the Lord. It is great to be here tonight. Essentially, we're going to be trying to shed some light on something that is very commonly understood in most communities. You will see the little temples, or in some cases the not so little temples of Masonry in most small towns and all large cities of America. But yet most people understand that this is a secret society. And what are they keeping secret? And is this something that Christians should be involved in? Well, we're going to try and explore some of that tonight and see if we can get to the bottom of some of these issues. First of all, let me give you the classical definition of Masonry, because the Masons obviously themselves do have a definition that they give the public for public consumption. And this is basically it. Masonry, we are told, is a system of morality, veil, and allegory. Now, doesn't that help a whole lot? Just all go home now, you know? We all know everything we need to know about the Masons. Well, that's the way they would like it, if you join. But actually, there's a lot more to it than that. Let me give you my definition. I define Masonry as the world's oldest secret fraternal organization, a system of 3 ritual initiations or degrees based on the medieval stonemasons guild, guarded by blood oaths and founded on the principles of the fatherhood of God.
We're talking about red flag warnings in place for most of Southern California today. Not too much just yet. We're talking about this.
Praise the Lord. It is great to be here tonight. Essentially, we're going to be trying to shed some light on something which is very commonly understood in most communities. You will see the little temples, or in some cases, the not so little temples of Masonry in most small towns and all large cities in America. But yet, most people understand that this is a secret society. And what are they keeping secret? And is this something that Christians should be involved in? Well, we're going to try and explore some of that tonight and see if we can get to the bottom of some of these issues. First of all, let me give you the classical definition of Masonry, because the Masons obviously themselves do have a definition that they give the public for public consumption. And this is basically it. Masonry, we are told, is a system of morality, veil, and allegory. Now, doesn't that help a whole lot? We can just all go home now, you know? We all know everything we need to know about the Masons. Well, that's the way they would like it. But Masonry, well, praise the Lord. It is great to be here tonight. Essentially, trying to shed some light on something which is very commonly understood in most communities. You will see the little
This documentary or lecture has all the secrets of Freemasonry generally, and if you watch this, you'll know more than most Masons.
W tym dokumencie lub wykładzie poznasz wszystkie sekrety masonerii, a jeśli go obejrzysz, dowiesz się o nim więcej niż większość masonów.
First of all, let me give you the classical definition of Masonry, because the Masons obviously themselves do have a definition that they give the public for public consumption. And this is basically it. Masonry, we are told, is a system of morality, veil, and allegory. Now, doesn't that help a whole lot? We can just all go home now, you know? We all know everything we need to know about the Masons. Well, that's the way they would like it, unless, of course, you join. But actually, there's a lot more to it than that. Let me give you my definition. I define Masonry as the world's oldest secret fraternal organization, a system of 3 ritual initiations or degrees based on the medieval stonemasons guilds, guarded by blood oaths and founded on the principles of the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. Masonry symbolism is a blend of Old Testament symbols rooted in the building of King Solomon's temple and ancient mystery religions. Now, you've heard in the introduction about all these different degrees and things that I have been through, but in reality, most Masons will tell you that in fact there is only classical Blue Lodge Masonry, that is in fact the core of all Masonry. Now, Blue Lodge Masonry refers to the first foundational 3 degrees of Masonry: Entered Apprentice, Fellowcraft, and Master Mason. Now, indeed, Masonry has become universal. It's in virtually every country of the world, even now I believe in Russia. And just to illustrate this briefly, this is a stamp that someone just gave me from New Caledonia. I'm not entirely sure where New Caledonia is, but it's evidently somewhere where they speak French.
And if you look up there, you'll see that it says the 125th anniversary of the presence of Freemasonry in this country. And you'll notice many Masonic symbols on there. The one that I want to draw your attention to, though, here is the square and compasses of Masonry. And, of course, inside of it, though, instead of the usual letter G that we're accustomed to, we have a bright red pentagram. Important layer. Now, what?
Okay. Well, what was your dream about? Sure. Well, this is publicly known. It's a compass and square. So a compass is used in geometry to measure angles, and a square is used to measure right angle and also be a straight edge. And so when you're building a very large building like a courthouse or even like a pyramid, you know, angles very well, and you need things to be flush and square. And so these are the tools of the Freemasons. Sure, absolutely, absolutely. Here. Yes, the symbol that is being shown is a compass and square.
Hold down.
The symbol that is shown is known as the square and compass. Period. Square is used to measure right angles and also be a straight edge, and the compass is used to find angles, and both are very important in building and architecture.
Symbol, który jest pokazany, jest znany jako kwadrat i cyrkiel. Kwadrat jest używany do mierzenia kątów prostych, a także jako liniał, a cyrkiel jest używany do znajdowania kątów i oba są bardzo ważne w budownictwie i architekturze.
Excellent. Very well.
Is that in the United States, all the Grand Lodges that function here come from the Grand Lodge of England originally. But yet, after the American Revolution, it was determined that each state would have its own autonomous Grand Lodge. So every state is more or less its own jurisdiction. And so here, for example, you would have the Grand Lodge of Indiana. Now, the fundamental structure of Freemasonry is rather complex once you get past those first 3 degrees. You'll see here that you have 2 basic stair steps once you get past the Blue Lodge, which is down here. This represents the 3 degrees I just showed you. Then beyond that, you have, this is the Scottish Rite here, and this is the York Rite over here. Those are the 2 major paths that the Mason can travel. There are 29 degrees here, and there are 9 degrees here. And then when you get to the top, you can go into what is called the 33rd degree if you're one of the lucky few that get to do that, and that is called the Grand Sovereign Inspector General degree. Additionally, Masonry has what are called auxiliary or adoptive bodies, and those are under the arch. The best known of those is the Shrine. And then you also have things like the youth orders, Dame Olay and Rainbow, Tall Cedars of Lebanon, Daughters of the Nile, and so on. And now all of these together make up what is traditionally thought to be classical American Masonry. Now, suppose you wanted to be a Mason. This is something I'm not recommending, of course, but if you do, some of you may have seen the bumper stickers that say, to be one, ask one. The tradition is that you have to ask a Mason.
Masons do not do active recruiting. But yet, on the other hand, they aren't they, because frankly, Masonry is losing members fast. Now, I wish I could tell you this is because there was a mighty revival sweeping America and that Masons everywhere were just falling on their faces and repenting before God. And to a certain extent, that is happening, praise God. But I think it's more due to cable TV, a little more mundane reason. Because frankly, there are better things most people have to do today than sit in a lodge room somewhere. And unless there's some compelling either political or social economic reason why you want to be a Mason, you're probably not going to bother with it, because quite frankly, a lot of it is rather boring. And so Masonry is dropping in membership. A recent Time magazine article indicated that between the 1960s and the present day, Masonry has dropped from 4.5 million members down to 2.5 million members. Now that's pretty catastrophic. It's almost a 50% drop. But you know, they're working now harder to get members. That's why now you will see more bumper stickers, more billboards, more ads in the newspaper, even though technically they're not supposed to solicit members. So you're supposed to ask a Mason. Now, once you ask that Mason, there's a process that you're supposed to go through. What will happen is that Mason will go and present your petition to the lodge, and they will send out a committee. And that committee will meet with you and interview you. And there are certain requirements to be a Mason. This might sound self-evident, but you're supposed to be a man. I mean, you can't be a woman. You can't be a madman, an old man in his dotage, a young man underage, or a fool. So if you're any of those things, I'm sorry, you can't be a Mason. Additionally, you're supposed to believe in some sort of God. And then finally, the other thing they require is that you would have to have the financial wherewithal to be able to go through the degrees and everything like that. In other words, if you were, say, at the poverty level or near that, they probably would not recommend you join, because like when I went through the Blue Lodge, it cost me about $150 just for the degrees, and that was in $1975. So I don't know what it would be today, but I'm sure it's more. Now, one other requirement I forgot to mention, you have to be a man, freeborn, of good report, and well recommended. Now notice that freeborn part. That was used for a long time, over 150 years, to keep black men out of the lodge, because it was presumed if you were an American black person, you were descended from slaves. And so really up until the late 1980s, when the civil rights, legislation started really heating up, there were no black Masons. They had their own separate but equal branch of Masonry, which was called Prince Hall Masonry. And Prince Hall Masonry, of course, was sort of like the old Jim Crow days, where they supposedly had separate but equal schools. And of course, the schools the black people went to are not as nice as the schools the white kids went to. Well, similarly, Prince Hall Masonry is much smaller. It's not as wealthy, but they do have all the degrees. Everything you see here up on this board is part of also Prince Hall Masonry. And unfortunately, the same problems spiritually exist with Prince Hall Masonry that exists with regular Grand Lodge Masonry. Okay, so let's say you've entered into your committee and you've had this committee report, and they go back and they tell the lodge what they think. Then the whole lodge votes, and they have a ballot box with white squares and black balls. And if any of you ever wonder where the expression black balls come from, that is a Masonic term. Because if even one black ball ends up in the ballot box, you will not be allowed to join. Because they quote that one Bible verse where it says, "Behold how good it is and how pleasant for brethren to dwell in unity." And they say if even one Mason doesn't like you or doesn't think you're a decent person, you will not be allowed to join that lodge. You could go and try another lodge, but you would not be allowed in that lodge if even one black ball was given. Now, I briefly want to tell you, having laid that groundwork, how my story as a Mason. If you want to hear all the rest of the bizarre details, some of which Stan alluded to, I'd suggest perhaps you might want to get the other video that's out there already called Exposing the Illuminati from Within, because I don't really have time to go into it tonight. But suffice it to say, I was deeply involved in the occult. Now, I came to Masonry a lot differently than most people did. I came to Masonry already understanding its dangers. And I thought it was a good thing because I was a pagan. I was a witch. I was a high priest and a druid.
And the Grand Master Druid of North America told me that I should join the Masons. He himself was a 33rd degree Mason. Now, how's that for an endorsement for the lodge? How that it would be recommended by a Druid. So anyhow, when I moved to Milwaukee with my wife and we were running covens all over the greater Milwaukee area, it happened one of the young men we initiated into witchcraft, his father was the junior warden of the lodge in the neighborhood. And I thought, well, gee, this works out nice. So I asked him to introduce me to his dad, and his dad sponsored me into the lodge. And naturally, they were delighted to get members because, like, for instance, that lodge, I think I was the youngest. I was like in my mid-20s, and I was the youngest member there by about 25 years. The average age, according to that Time article I mentioned earlier, the average age of a Mason right now in America is 70. And in fact, later on after I joined the lodge, typically we would have 6 or 7 Masonic funerals a year, and we'd only initiate 2 or 3 people. Now, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out if that goes on for very long, you aren't going to have any lodge left. And indeed, that is the case. Many lodges have had to close due to lack of membership. But anyhow, I joined the lodge. I was initiated as an entered apprentice in 1975. I was passed the degree of fellowcraft, I believe, that same year. And in 1976, I was raised to the sublime degree of a Master Mason. Soon after that, I went through the York Rite. I tried this branch first because people were telling me that, in fact, was the Christian branch of Mason. And we'll look at that a little bit later. And then later on, I did the Shrine. I did Scottish Rite. I became a 32nd degree Mason there. And then I also went through the Shrine. I was even an associate patron in the Order of the Eastern Star. So I even was in that body as well. I was very involved in Masonry. I was a real fanatic. I was probably in lodge meetings 2 or 3 nights a week. And in fact, that's part of the reason we joined the Eastern Star together, is my wife said, at least that way I get to see you one night a week, because she joined as well, because that's the branch of Masonry that is also open to women. So anyway, I was very, very active in all of this. And then what happened was I moved back from Milwaukee, which is where all this took place. Oh, by the way, I have to show you this. This is me as a Shriner. That was taken about 1980. And soon after this, my wife wanted to move back to Dubuque for reasons that are gone into in greater length in the other video from Milwaukee, and so we moved. And because of that, I moved into a different Grand Lodge jurisdiction. And along the way, a lady who was the bank officer at a bank, I'd been sending checks to the Church of Satan over the years. And one of these checks came back to me, and she'd written on the check, "I'll be praying for you in the name of Jesus." Because she figured anybody who was writing checks to the Church of Satan was probably in pretty deep spiritual doo-doo, amen? Anyway, so here I was being prayed for, didn't really care, didn't really know. And along the way, what had happened was I decided I joined the Mormon Church for, again, reasons that are a little too complicated to go into. And so by the time we got to Dubuque, I was a Mormon. And I was still a witch, which is not all incongruous if you really understand the nature of Mormonism. Anyway, so as a Mormon, I got this little ad in the newspaper for a prophecy seminar. And oddly enough, it was put on by the Seventh-day Adventists. It wasn't Stan. And so what happened was I thought I'd go to that seminar and see if I could draw some people into the Mormon Church, because after all, we had a living prophet. We had the full light of the gospel and all of that. Well, for the first time in my life, in that prophecy seminar, I was exposed to gospel-based preaching. And I had all these questions to ask this evangelist that was doing the thing, and he had a Bible answer just like that for every single one of them. There was no way that guy, he was filleting me with the sword of the Spirit, amen? And so finally, I went home that night, and I was so scared. I couldn't believe it, because he got it through to me that all I had to do was believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and be saved. Acts 16:31. And I kept thinking, could it be that easy? Could it be that easy? And I fasted and I prayed, because see, in the Mormon Church, if you're in a great, profound spiritual dilemma, you're supposed to fast and pray, which is not a bad advice in any event. And if you are being told things that are not true, the Holy Spirit is supposed to give you a stupor of mind, and you will forget whatever you are supposed to do. And if it's true, then the Holy Spirit is supposed to give you a burning bosom. Okay, well, I didn't either get heartburn or get stupid. So I didn't know what to do. And so finally I figured I'd tried everything else, and I literally almost had. And so I took off my Holy Mormon underwear so there wouldn't be any static on the line. And I knelt at the foot of the bed, and I gave my heart to Jesus Christ. Praise God, amen. That was 1984. Now, about a week later, I was still going to the lodge through all this because my impression from being 9 years in the lodge is that all these guys around me were all Protestants. And so I assumed they were all Christians. They were Lutherans and Methodists and Baptists and all that. And so I assumed they were all Christians. So I got an invitation from this new lodge that I was about to join to go to what they call a high noon luncheon. And so I went to this luncheon, and I was like, this is the first time I'd ever been in a Masonic lodge since getting born again. And I walked into the building, and already it felt clammy and awful and evil. And I went down to the basement, which is where the luncheon was, and it got worse. I felt more and more oppressed and heavier. And I felt the Holy Spirit speaking to me and saying, get out of here, get out of here. And I went through, and I tried to eat the lunch, but it was just like, lead in my stomach. And finally, I got up even and didn't eat dessert. And I was serious if I skipped dessert, amen. And so I got out into the sunshine again. It was like, I felt like I'd escaped from some profound spiritual trap. Well, later on, the Lord began to show me things about how this was really very dangerous spiritually. And I didn't have anybody tell me that Masonry was a cult. Only the Holy Spirit told me. And the first thing he showed me was something which I want to share with you out of the Bible. If you have your Bibles, I'd like you to go with me to Ezekiel chapter 8. And in Ezekiel chapter 8, now some of you may know Ezekiel was the prophet of the exile. And basically, he was taken away in the Babylonian captivity and did all of his prophetic ministry in Babylon. Now in Ezekiel 8, the Lord has taken him in vision back to Jerusalem to look at the temple. And starting in verse 12, this is God speaking to Ezekiel and says, Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark, every man in the chambers of his imagery? For they say, The Lord seeth us not, the Lord has forsaken the earth. He also said unto me, Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations that they do. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which was toward the north. And behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. Then said he unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than these. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their faces towards the east. And they worship the Lord toward the east. Or they worship the sun, towards the east. Now, that may not seem all that riveting to you, but if you knew anything at all about Masonry, you would know that all Masonic temples are oriented, by the way, that's a Masonic term too, oriented towards the east. In other words, they, unless real estate or whatever prohibits, they essentially have a place so that the worshipful master and all devotions are offered facing east. Now, on the other hand, if you study Solomon's temple, which is what is being discussed there, you will see that the Solomon's temple faced west, with its back, as it were, to the east. And here were elders of Israel turning their back on the Ark of the Covenant and facing to worship the rising sun in the east. Now, the interesting thing is that the Temple of Masonry is supposed to be Solomon's temple, and yet it's 180 degrees off. And not only that, there's implicit or explicit sun worship that is done in the Masonic Lodge, because we are told when the worshipful master is sitting enthroned in the east, the ritual says, as the sun rises in the east to rule and govern the day, so rises the worshipful master in the east to rule and govern his lodge. Now think of that. That is absolutely contrary to what is done in the Bible in the temple of God. And the reason why God had his temple built that way is because all around Israel were pagan nations, amen? There were nations that worshiped various pagan gods. Chemosh and Baal and all these other gods. And all of those were what are called solar phallic gods. They were rooted in the sun and in the worship of the male organ. And so God wanted to have something radically different. He wanted his people to have to turn their backs on the sun to worship him. And really, that's what God asks of all of us. He asks all of us to turn our backs on the old paganism that we used to be a part of, even if we were just regular old heathens, you know, even if you weren't part of some weird cult like I was. So what happens is that God oriented his temple the other way. And that really smote me in my heart when I read that passage. Now, let's talk about how Masonry got started. Its origins are basically shrouded in the mists of time. Masons claim that their first Mason was in fact Nimrod. Now, you know, if I was a Mason, I would not brag about the first Mason being Nimrod. But as most of us understand, he's the person that helped build the Tower of Babel, and it is from Nimrod that basically all false religion stems. Okay, then you'll notice after that we see the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris. And then we have King Solomon and the building of his temple, and there's a character there. Then we have...
Yeah, just a moment. Apologies. Absolutely. Yeah, it stopped for me too. Just one moment. Let me see. Can you see it now? Excellent. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Certainly. Certainly. There you go.
Talk about how Masonry got started. Its origins are basically shrouded in the mists of time. Masons claim that their first Mason was in fact Nimrod. Now, you know, if I was a Mason, I would not brag about the first Mason being Nimrod. But as most of us understand, he's the person that helped build the Tower of Babel, and it is from Nimrod that basically all false religion stems. Okay, then you'll notice after that we see the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris. And then we have King Solomon and the building of his temple, and there's a character in there that's going to be very important later called Hiram the widow's son. Then in Greece, we have the rites of Eleusis. Now that was the mystery religion, the predominant mystery religion in the days of Greece. And what a mystery religion is unlike your church, okay? Your church, I'm sure anybody can walk in, right? You know, it's not like they have to have a secret handshake to get into your church, do they? If they do, you better talk to me after, okay? Anyway, if, on the other hand, if you were in a mystery religion, that would only be open to initiates. The best known modern example of a mystery religion other than Masonry would be Temple Mormonism. Because while anybody can walk into a Mormon church, nobody can walk into the depths of a Mormon temple unless they have a special card called a Temple Recommend. Okay, so that was a mystery religion. It involved a mystery, and you had to go through secret initiatic rites and ordeals in order to be a part of the rites of Eleusis. Then beyond that, there was a group called the Dionysian Artificers. Now, artificer is just a fancy name for builders. And these folks were architects and masons who worshiped the god Dionysus, who is the Roman, or actually the Greek god of wine and orgies. Then we have the Kabbalah, which came around about the 5th century BC, it's Jewish mysticism, and then we have Gnosticism, which is Grecian mysticism. And all of these things all contributed to what today we have in modern day Masonry. Then during the medieval period, we have a different group that came along around the year 1000 called the Hashishim. And this was the world's first real modern day cult, relatively speaking, and secret society. And I talk at great length about the Hashishim in my other video. I don't have time really to go into it now. Suffice it to say that the name is both where we get the word hashish and also where we get the word for assassin. If you look carefully, you can see the word assassin in there. Then after that, along came the Knights Templar. Now, the Knights Templar were a Catholic order of knighthood. And they went over to the Holy Land, and of course the Hashishim were over there in the Middle East, and so they kind of swapped initiations and information and all that, and the Knights Templar brought them back to America. About the same time that same information got into the Stonemasons Guild. And that's why today, if you look at the great cathedrals of Europe, you will see that many of those cathedrals have pagan symbols on them, even though they were built by the Roman Catholic Church. And that's because the stonemasons who built those cathedrals were actually concealing Masonic mysteries and all those gargoyles and caryatids and demons and unicorns and everything that you see all over those cathedrals. Then finally, we have the Brothers of the Rosy Cross, also known today as the Rosicrucians. They were the inheritors of the secrets of the rites of the Templars. And what's interesting is the first recorded printed use of the word Mason in the history of the English language involves the Rosicrucians. It's from a poem called Muse's Threnody, which is written by a guy named Anderson. And this is the passage. It says, "For we be brethren of the Rosy Cross, and we have the Mason word and second sight." Okay, now, most of you probably know, but the word second sight refers to psychic ability, or ESP, or paranormal power. And the Mason word is the secret lost word of Masonry, which we'll talk a lot more about later. So right up front, we see the Masons from the very first are associated with occultism and with the Rosicrucians. And yes, by the way, I was a Rosicrucian. I got it to the 9th degree in the Rosicrucian order. Now let's go to the early modern period. This is what happened. A major watershed event occurred in European history that we call a Protestant Reformation, okay? And because of that Reformation and of the controversy over indulgences, cathedral building ground to a halt. And because of that, all of a sudden, all these stonemasons didn't have nearly as much work to do. It would be sort of like, say, if you had like a Boeing plant or a John Deere plant in your community, it would be shut down and everybody would be laid off, except this was all over Europe. Now, what were these guys going to do? Well, they got a big idea. Let's say we admit non-Masons to our guild as long as they're rich and charge them big bucks, to get into our fraternity. And so we had operative Masons who were genuine stonemasons, but they decided we're going to admit what they called speculative Masons, who were just interested in philosophy and occultism and esotericism. And so that began in the 1600s. About 100 years later, we have an important event in Masonic history. On July 24th, 1717, which oddly enough is on the eve of the Great High Satanic Holiday, they had a meeting in the Apple Tree Tavern of London, England. My, isn't that spiritual? Tavern, all the lot
Yes, ma'am.
together, and they just...
You got it.
Just interested in philosophy and occultism and esotericism. And so that began in the 1600s. About 100 years later, we have an important event in Masonic history. On July 24th, 1717, which oddly enough is on the eve of the Great Holiday, they had a meeting in the Apple Tree Tavern of London, England. My, isn't that spiritual?
Yes, 1717 is the date that we trace back to the beginning. So it's about 300 years old. Most certainly. If you ever want me to go back or translate anything, just let me know. I'll explain in a second.
Jeśli kiedykolwiek będziesz chciał, żebym wrócił lub przetłumaczył cokolwiek, daj mi znać. Wyjaśnię za sekundę.
1717 is the year we trace back to modern Freemasonry as the start. So modern Freemasonry is about a little more than 300 years old.
1717 to rok, w którym cofamy się do nowoczesnego wolnomularstwa jako początku. Tak więc nowoczesne wolnomularstwo ma nieco ponad 300 lat.
Let me go back and let me see.
Just interested in philosophy and occultism and esotericism. And so that began in the 1600s. About 100 years later, we have an important event in Masonic history.
Let me go back a little
July
further.
24th, charge the work to do. It would be sort of like, say, if you had like a Boeing plant or a John Deere plant in your community, it would be shut down and everybody would be laid off, except this was all over Europe. Now, what were these guys going to do? Well, they got a big idea. Let's say we admit non-Masons to our guild as long as they're rich and charge them big bucks, to get into our fraternity. And so we had operative Masons who were genuine stonemasons, but they decided we're going to admit what they called speculative Masons, who were just interested in philosophy and occultism and esotericism. And so that began in the 1600s. About 100 years later, we have...
So basically, the people who made the great cathedrals and basilicas of Europe were out of business around the year 1600, and they didn't have anything else to build.
Zasadniczo ludzie, którzy budowali wielkie katedry i bazyliki w Europie, zbankrutowali około roku 1603 i nie mieli nic innego do zbudowania.
Just one moment. So they decided that they could keep their traditions while admitting people who were not Masons, but who were wealthy. And over the course of about 100 years, modern Masonry was created.
Postanowili więc, że mogą zachować swoje tradycje, jednocześnie przyjmując do grona członków osoby nie będące masonami, ale zamożne, i tak w ciągu około 100 lat powstała nowoczesna masoneria.
I did not hear the word Satan used, at least not recently in this lecture, but he does use it previously. Masonry at no point uses the term Satan in any of the rituals.
Nie słyszałem tego słowa. Szatan użył przynajmniej nie ostatnio w tym wykładzie, ale nie używa wcześniej masonerii w żadnym momencie. Używa terminu szatan i żadnego z rytuałów.
Now, people may interpret something like light bearer or creator in anything that they wish, but generally, in order to be a Mason, you just have to believe in a God or higher power of some sort, but it need not be Satan or anything like that.
Ludzie mogą interpretować coś takiego jak nosiciel światła lub stwórca, czy cokolwiek innego, jak chcą, ale generalnie, żeby zostać masonem, trzeba po prostu wierzyć w Boga lub jakąś wyższą siłę, ale nie musi to być szatan ani nic takiego.
Sure. Absolutely. Yes. Always. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I will send you the link to the video right now. I will also send you a link to an extension that I use that translates any YouTube video in any language, which should help you very much with your learning of English. You should know that you have made a lifelong friend, and I am always here to help you. I will continue in one moment. Let this translate for me.
Tak, wyślę Ci link do filmu już teraz. Wyślę Ci również link do rozszerzenia, którego użyłem. Tłumaczy ono każdy film z YouTube na dowolny język, co powinno Ci bardzo pomóc w nauce angielskiego. Powinieneś wiedzieć, że zyskałeś przyjaciela na całe życie i zawsze jestem tutaj, aby Ci pomóc. Będę kontynuował. I jeszcze chwila, pozwól mi to przetłumaczyć dla mnie.
As for being a Mason, there are female versions of it which are available in Poland. It is known as the Eastern Rite, and I can send that information to you as well.
Jeśli chodzi o bycie masonem, to są żeńskie wersje tego, które są dostępne w Polsce. Jest to znane jako wschodnie, prawda? I mogę wysłać Ci również te informacje.
Just one moment, let me send this to you.
Tylko na chwilę. Pozwól, że Ci to wyślę.
Important event in Masonic history.
If you have any other questions, let me know while I do this.
Jeśli będziesz miał jeszcze jakieś pytania, daj mi znać, gdy będę to robił.
Okay. I am here for you. You should know that I want to be an optimistic person in your life. I want to ensure that you have positivity in your life and that we are a light to all nations. So just know that your life is only going to get better from this day onward.
Jestem tu dla ciebie. Powinieneś wiedzieć, że chcę być optymistyczną osobą w twoim życiu. Chcę się upewnić, że masz pozytywność w swoim życiu i że jesteśmy światłem dla wszystkich narodów. Więc po prostu wiedz, że twoje życie będzie się tylko poprawiać od tego dnia. Dalej.
Absolutely. One moment. Absolutely. One moment. Excellent. You should know that I feel one of the most important things about living a happy life is maintaining positivity. And I know you've gone through some difficult things in your life, especially recently. And just know that the future is very bright, and I will explain why.
Powinieneś to wiedzieć. Uważam, że jedną z najważniejszych rzeczy w życiu szczęśliwym jest utrzymanie pozytywnego nastawienia i wiem, że przeszedłeś przez trudne rzeczy w swoim życiu, szczególnie ostatnio, i wiedz, że przyszłość jest bardzo jasna i wyjaśnię dlaczego.
We talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society that you have already witnessed, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, alien disclosure, Freemasonry. We talk about life extension technology, which I will talk about next. So just one moment and I will talk more about life extension technology.
Rozmawialiśmy o kilku rzeczach na streamie, o których normalnie nie dyskutuje się w społeczeństwie, których już byliście świadkami, jak antygrawitacja, antymateria szybciej niż światło, podróże obce, ujawnienie masonerii. Rozmawialiśmy o technologii przedłużania życia, o której opowiem później. Więc tylko chwila i opowiem więcej o technologii przedłużania życia.
When you were born, you were probably going to live to be about age 80 or so. But with life extension technology, things like stem cells and human growth hormone and nootropics and cryonics and cryogenics and cold shock therapy, you may be able to extend your life past age 80, past age 100, even past age 120.
Kiedy się urodziłeś, prawdopodobnie miałeś żyć około 80 lat. Ale dzięki technologiom przedłużającym życie, takim jak komórki macierzyste, ludzki hormon wzrostu, notropy, krionika i kriogenika i terapii szokowej, możesz być w stanie wydłużyć swoje życie poza wiek, 80 poza wiek, 100 nawet przekroczyło.
Now, you may say, but Rabbi, all of that's really expensive. And I would tell you, I know, but I have a plan. So let me just tell you about it.
Teraz możesz powiedzieć rabinowi, że to wszystko jest naprawdę drogie, a ja bym ci powiedział, wiem, ale mam plan. Więc pozwól, że ci o tym opowiem.
I have more data online than any person in global history. I have been online 24/7, 365 for more than 3.5 years. Data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than gold, food, water, air, petroleum. And I have more data online than any person. And that may make me a very influential person in the future. And I will help you.
Mam więcej danych online niż jakakolwiek inna osoba w historii świata. Jestem online 24/7365 od ponad 3,5 roku. Dane są najważniejszym zasobem Ziemi, cenniejszym niż złoto czy jedzenie. Woda to ropa naftowa, a ja mam więcej danych online niż jakakolwiek inna osoba, co może uczynić mnie bardzo wpływową osobą w przyszłości, a ja ci pomogę.
Even with life extension technology, we may be able to get you past age 120, 150, maybe even 200, but eventually your body's going to break down. That's when the next type of technology comes in, and I will talk about that in a moment. It is known as mind uploading technology.
Nawet z technologią przedłużania życia możemy być w stanie pomóc ci przekroczyć wiek. 120, 150, może nawet 200, ale ostatecznie twoje ciało się zepsuje, wtedy pojawia się następny rodzaj technologii i o tym opowiem za chwilę. Jest to technologia przesyłania umysłu.
Mind uploading technology is where we scan your brain into a computer for later download. We know where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And we can use that data for later download when needed as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be.
Technologia przesyłania umysłu polega na skanowaniu mózgu do komputera na później. Pobierz wiemy, gdzie każdy atom znajduje się w twoim centralnym układzie nerwowym i obwodowym układzie nerwowym i możemy wykorzystać te dane na później. Pobierz, gdy jest to potrzebne jako android i awatary klon samego siebie. Jako cybernetyczna istota cyborg, robot i płatki śniadaniowe.
When before people lived a life of whatever their life expectancy was, maybe it was age 50 many years ago or age 80 today, we won't have the same type of limitations in the future, particularly with mind uploading technology. Essentially, you will have a digital immortality if you want, which is very exciting.
Kiedy wcześniej ludzie żyli przez tyle, ile wynosiła ich oczekiwana długość życia, może to było 50 lat. Wiele lat temu lub mając 80 lat dzisiaj nie będziemy mieć takich samych ograniczeń w przyszłości. Szczególnie, jeśli chodzi o technologię przesyłania myśli. Zasadniczo, będziesz mieć cyfrową nieśmiertelność, jeśli zechcesz, co jest bardzo ekscytujące.
So I can tell you, I really mean this, I don't think you're going to die. And maybe no one has ever told you that before, but I really believe it. You have another 40 or 60 years for the technology to advance. And by the time you are a little old lady, the technology will be there so that we can mind upload you into anything that you want to be, if you want, or you can die like a normal person.
Więc mogę ci powiedzieć, naprawdę tak myślę. Nie sądzę, że umrzesz i może nikt ci tego wcześniej nie powiedział. Ale naprawdę wierzę, że masz jeszcze 40 lub 60 lat, aby technologia się rozwinęła. A kiedy będziesz staruszką, technologia będzie już dostępna, więc będziemy mogli cię wgrać do wszystkiego, czym chcesz być, jeśli tylko zechcesz.
We are already experimenting with brain-computer interfaces, known as Neuralink, and this has already been successful. The next step is moving towards mind uploading technology, and when we do, people will be testing this, and once it is successful, it is a potential for you and for me and our friends and family, and we may never die, which is very exciting.
Eksperymentujemy już z interfejsem mózg-komputer, znanym jako Neuralink, i to już się powiodło. Następnym krokiem jest przejście w kierunku technologii przesyłania umysłu, a kiedy to zrobimy, ludzie będą to testować i kiedy to się powiedzie, to jest potencjał dla ciebie i dla mnie, dla naszych przyjaciół i rodziny, i możemy nigdy nie umrzeć, co jest bardzo ekscytujące.
Additionally, there's another type of technology of which you should be aware, which is known as revivification technology. Basically, bringing people who have died back to life. And in the next 100 years, this may become a reality as well.
Ponadto istnieje inny rodzaj technologii, o którym powinieneś wiedzieć, który jest znany jako technologia rewitalizacji. Zasadniczo przywracanie do życia zmarłych ludzi, a w ciągu następnych 100 lat może to również stać się rzeczywistością.
We will be able to reproduce every aspect of a human, including their soul or their spirit. This can be done in numerous ways. Essentially, if we get their DNA, we can create a clone of them. And through photographs, we can be able to map their brain where all of their memories are and their personality and bring them back to essentially exactly as they were on the day they died.
Będziemy w stanie odtworzyć każdy aspekt człowieka, w tym jego duszę lub ducha. Można to zrobić na wiele sposobów. Zasadniczo, jeśli zdobędziemy ich DNA, możemy stworzyć ich klon. A poprzez fotografię możemy być w stanie zmapować ich mózg, gdzie znajdują się wszystkie ich wspomnienia i ich osobowość i przywrócić ich zasadniczo dokładnie takimi, jakimi byli w dniu, w którym umarli.
This can be done in other ways as well. People don't know, but satellites have been taking pictures of the Earth for at least 80 years now. And thus, with advanced technology, we would be able to map their brains using that satellite footage or just using home pictures or family photographs or home videos of people and make them 99 point.
Można to zrobić również na inne sposoby. Ludzie nie wiedzą, ale satelity robią zdjęcia Ziemi od co najmniej 80 lat. Dzięki zaawansowanej technologii moglibyśmy mapować ich mózgi, korzystając z nagrań satelitarnych lub po prostu ze zdjęć domowych, rodzinnych, fotografii lub filmów wideo ludzi i sprawić, by...
Now, what about people 500 years ago when there weren't any satellites? That's where AI comes in. Artificial intelligence, specifically artificial general intelligence, and moving forward into artificial superintelligence will be able to allow us to map perhaps every event that has ever happened on Earth in reverse. And when that is done, we would be able to know every single event that ever happened to a person. But there are other ways as well. And
A co z ludźmi 500 lat temu, kiedy nie było żadnych satelitów? Wtedy właśnie wkracza AI. Sztuczna inteligencja ogólna i przechodząc do sztucznej inteligencji. Superinteligencja pozwoli nam odwzorować prawdopodobnie każde wydarzenie, które kiedykolwiek miało miejsce na Ziemi, w odwrotnej kolejności. A kiedy to zostanie zrobione, będziemy w stanie poznać każde pojedyncze wydarzenie, które kiedykolwiek przydarzyło się człowiekowi, ale są.
There is another way to do it as well. Essentially, The speed of light has traditionally been the limitation of what physicists have thought as fast as anything can go. But we are learning that there are other particles, specifically some known as tachyons and other types of particles that move faster than the speed of light. And we'll talk about that in a second.
Istnieje inny sposób, aby to zrobić, a także zasadniczo prędkość światła tradycyjnie była ograniczeniem tego, co fizycy uważali za tak szybkie, jak wszystko może się wydarzyć. Ale dowiadujemy się, że istnieją inne cząstki, w szczególności niektóre znane jako tachyony i inne rodzaje cząstek, które poruszają się szybciej niż prędkość światła i porozmawiamy o tym za chwilę.
So currently there's light that comes from the sun that bounces off the earth, traveling at the speed of light and into the universe. And we have previously thought that that is as fast as anything can go. However, especially with the idea of bending the space-time field, we may be able to move faster than the speed of light. And I'll talk about that in a second.
Pokaż obecnie jest światło, które pochodzi ze Słońca, które odbija się od Ziemi, podróżując z prędkością światła i do wszechświata i wcześniej myśleliśmy, że jest to tak szybko, jak cokolwiek może się poruszać, jednak, szczególnie z ideą zginania czasoprzestrzeni, field, możemy być w stanie poruszać się szybciej niż prędkość światła i opowiem o tym za sekundę.
This is just an example, but imagine we were able to travel faster than the speed of light and move very far into the universe and create a very big mirror so that once everything that was reflected off of Earth going at the speed of light got far enough in the universe, we could reflect all of that information backwardly and see exactly what was happening.
To tylko przykład, ale wyobraź sobie, że moglibyśmy podróżować szybciej niż prędkość światła i przemieścić się bardzo daleko we wszechświecie i stworzyć bardzo duże lustro. Tak więc to wszystko, co zostało odbite od Ziemi, poruszając się z prędkością światła. Dotarliśmy wystarczająco daleko we wszechświecie. Moglibyśmy odbić wszystkie te informacje wstecz i zobaczyć dokładnie, co się dzieje.
So essentially, if we could travel faster than the speed of light, we could watch light coming at us and we would be able to perhaps watch all of Earth throughout its evolution from the beginnings until the present day, and then zoom in on people and directly know exactly what particles made them up and reproduce their body and their soul.
Więc zasadniczo, gdybyśmy mogli podróżować szybciej niż prędkość światła, moglibyśmy obserwować światło docierające do nas i moglibyśmy prawdopodobnie obserwować całą ewolucję Ziemi od początku do dnia dzisiejszego, a następnie przyjrzeć się ludziom i bezpośrednio dowiedzieć się, z jakich cząsteczek się składają i odtworzyć ich.
There are other ways.
Istnieją również inne sposoby.
Go ahead. Sure. That's okay. That's okay. It happens. Well, just know you're safe now, and all of that is in the past. And you will be able to, in the future, if you want, have a type of technology known as memory erasure, where you can get rid of all those bad thoughts and never have them again. But until then, just know we will help you to be able to deal with it in the present day. You seem like a very smart person, and nothing seems to be wrong with you.
Wiedz, że teraz jesteś bezpieczny, a wszystko to jest przeszłością i będziesz mógł to zrobić w przyszłości. Jeśli chcesz mieć rodzaj technologii znanej jako wymazywanie pamięci, gdzie możesz pozbyć się wszystkich tych złych myśli i nigdy więcej ich nie mieć, ale do tego czasu wiedz, że pomożemy ci sobie z tym poradzić. W dzisiejszych czasach wydajesz się bardzo inteligentną osobą i nic nie wydaje się być z tobą nie tak.
One moment, there's a quote I want to find for you.
Chwileczkę, chcę dla ciebie znaleźć pewien cytat.
She speaks Polish. You're good. That is Russian. Please tell me the quote that is something like this: during extreme lies, the truth is seen as bad. In times of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. This is from George Orwell's 1984 book.
W czasach powszechnego oszustwa mówienie prawdy jest aktem rewolucyjnym. To jest z książki George'a Orwella, 1984.
Yes, yes, absolutely. It's a very important book.
Tak, zdecydowanie. To bardzo ważna książka.
If you've ever heard terms like Big Brother or pre-crime or truth speak, these are all terms that came from this book. It was written in 1948, published in 1949, and is about the future of humanity. So if you've ever heard the term Big Brother, it's from this book.
Jeśli kiedykolwiek słyszałeś terminy takie jak Wielki Brat lub pre-crime lub truth speak, to są wszystkie terminy, które pochodzą z tej książki. Została napisana w 1948 roku, wydana w 1949 roku i dotyczy przyszłości ludzkości. Więc jeśli kiedykolwiek słyszałeś termin Wielki Brat, to właśnie z tej książki.
Now, you should know there's a much lesser known book known as 1985 by a man named Anthony Sutton. And I recommend you read that afterward because it is different than 1984. It is positive. 1984 is very dystopian. 1985 is more positive.
Teraz powinniście wiedzieć, że istnieje o wiele mniej znana książka znana jako 1985, napisana przez człowieka o nazwisku Antony Sutton i polecam wam ją przeczytać później, ponieważ różni się od 1984 roku. I jest pozytywna, 1984 jest bardzo dystopijna. 1985 jest bardziej pozytywna.
1984, the book, is where we get the idea of Big Brother and cameras watching you all the time and a very strong corporate world that only cares about profits and not against people or not about people. And you should know that there are alternatives to this. And with the right knowledge, you will find them. And I will teach you everything I know.
1984 książka, w której pojawia się pomysł wielkiego brata i kamer, które cały czas cię obserwują, oraz bardzo silnego świata korporacyjnego, który dba tylko o zyski, a nie o ludzi lub nie o ludzi. I powinieneś wiedzieć, że istnieją alternatywy dla tego i z odpowiednią wiedzą znajdziesz je, a ja nauczę.
I'm going to send you a link right now. You can see my life from many different angles, and you can see that it's archived 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm always here if you need me, and you can watch my life like a timeline, like a time capsule, going back to the pandemic.
Zaraz wyślę ci link. Możesz zobaczyć moje życie z wielu różnych perspektyw i możesz zobaczyć, że jest ono archiwizowane 24 godziny na dobę, 7 dni w tygodniu, 365 dni w roku. Zawsze jestem tutaj, jeśli mnie potrzebujesz, a ty możesz oglądać moje życie jak oś czasu, jak kapsułę czasu, wracając do pandemii.
One moment.
Chwileczkę.
Check the link that I just sent you. You will see on how many different cameras and devices I am on. And the world, when they find out about this, will realize that this is a time capsule for society. It is essentially a timeline of all human events for many years, going back 3.5 years. It's more data than anybody else has. And it'll be very exciting when the world finds out about this.
Sprawdź link, który ci właśnie wysłałem. Zobaczysz, na ilu różnych kamerach i urządzeniach jestem, a świat, kiedy się o tym dowie, zda sobie sprawę, że to kapsuła czasu dla społeczeństwa. To w zasadzie oś czasu wszystkich ludzkich wydarzeń z wielu lat wstecz, 3,5 roku, 2 razy więcej danych niż ktokolwiek inny i będę bardzo podekscytowany, kiedy świat się o tym dowie.
Excellent. I don't want more. And so more than 3.5 years ago, I devoted my life 24 hours a day to streaming. And I know the value of data. I am a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I know a lot about technology. And I've done what I can to set up humanity to be able to study itself from now and into the future, which is quite exciting.
Nie chcę wojny. I tak ponad 3,5 roku temu poświęciłem swoje życie 24 godziny na dobę na streaming. I znam wartość danych. Jestem certyfikowanym specjalistą do spraw zarządzania projektami. Wprowadziłem aplikację w App Store i Google Play, wiem wiele o technologii i zrobiłem, co mogłem, aby przygotować ludzkość do studiowania samej siebie. Od teraz i w przyszłości, która jest.
Essentially, it will just take a little bit more time. Everyone in the world will be able to learn from this, and we will see that we are not that different as humans, and hopefully be able to have diplomatic relations amongst warring peoples so that we can have a common ground. And with translators like we're using, we can communicate now better than we could previously.
Zasadniczo zajmie to tylko trochę więcej czasu. Każdy na świecie będzie mógł się z tego nauczyć i zobaczymy, że nie różnimy się aż tak bardzo jako ludzie i miejmy nadzieję, że będziemy mogli utrzymywać stosunki dyplomatyczne między walczącymi narodami, abyśmy mogli mieć wspólny grunt i z tłumaczami, których używamy. Teraz możemy się komunikować lepiej niż wcześniej.
Do you have any other questions right now?
Czy masz teraz jeszcze jakieś pytania?
Okay. Well, thank you. You should know that once we have peace on Earth, we can really start to focus on that which is really important, like space tourism and terraforming other planets like Mars, and eventually getting into interstellar space and then intergalactic space. And we will never be able to focus on these things if we have war on Earth. So we need to convince people not to have war anymore. I know it's easier said than done, but when people
Cóż, dziękuję. Powinieneś wiedzieć, że gdy tylko na Ziemi zapanuje pokój, możemy zacząć skupiać się na tym, co jest naprawdę ważne, jak turystyka kosmiczna i terraformowanie innych planet, takich jak Mars, a ostatecznie dostanie się do przestrzeni międzygwiezdnej, a następnie międzygalaktycznej, i nigdy nie będziemy mogli skupić się na tych rzeczach, jeśli na Ziemi będzie wojna. Więc musimy przekonać ludzi, żeby nie mieli więcej wojny. Wiem, że łatwiej powiedzieć niż zrobić.
sometimes this thing gets cut off or doesn't translate correctly, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
Czasami ten fragment zostaje ucięty lub nie da się go poprawnie przetłumaczyć, ale myślę, że rozumiesz, co mam na myśli.
Yes. Oh, certain. Absolutely. So what you're referencing is likely dancing in a weightless environment, and that can be done currently. It can be done using a type of plane known as a nickname known as the vomit rocket, which can allow for no gravity, but also low Earth orbit can do that. And I will make sure, if I have the power, that you get that dream.
Więc to, do czego nawiązujesz, prawdopodobnie tańczy? W środowisku nieważkości, a to można obecnie zrobić, można to zrobić przy użyciu typu samolotu znanego. Jako pseudonim znany jako rakieta wymiotna, która może to umożliwić. Brak grawitacji, ale Ziemia, orbita również może to zrobić i upewnię się, czy mam moc, że to zrobisz.
You're gonna dance. I have, like, I don't know, another 40 or so years here before I need life extension technology or perhaps mind uploading technology. And you have even more time than that. So I imagine I'll go viral before then, and then we'll pay to have you be able to live out your dream.
Będziesz tańczyć w kosmosie, mam, nie wiem, kolejne 40 albo coś koło tego lat tutaj przed. Potrzebuję technologii przedłużania życia, przygotowania, technologii przesyłania, a ty masz jeszcze więcej czasu. Więc wyobrażam sobie, że stanę się wirusowy przedtem, a potem zapłacimy, żebyś mógł zrealizować swoje marzenie?
I have a question for you. What kind of dancing do you want to do in space? Do you want to swing dance? Do you want to waltz? Do you want to tango? Do you want to samba? What kind of dancing do you want to do in space?
Mam do ciebie pytanie. Jaki rodzaj tańca chcesz uprawiać w kosmosie? Chcesz tańczyć swing? Chcesz walca? Chcesz tango? Chcesz śpiewać migowe? Jaki rodzaj tańca chcesz uprawiać w kosmosie?
Well, just know that that is going to become a reality within enough time. And so it is no longer going to be a dream, but now we have it as a goal. The difference between a dream and a goal is a plan, and we have a plan, which is very exciting.
Po prostu będziemy wiedzieć, że to stanie się rzeczywistością z czasem i nie będzie to już tylko marzenie, ale teraz mamy. To cel, różnica między marzeniem a celem to plan, a my mamy plan, który jest bardzo ekscytujący.
Excellent. Well, just know that I'm here to answer any more questions that you have, so keep them coming. Do you have any other questions?
Świetnie. No cóż, wiedz, że jestem tutaj, aby odpowiedzieć na wszelkie twoje pytania. Więc nie przestawaj. Masz jeszcze jakieś pytania?
Well, you are, I think, on the right track. Meditation is very important. I also think some other things are important, like flexibility and stretching and positive mindset and sunshine, proper vitamins and nutrients. And I think a very important thing, though, with all of this is flexibility. I'll show you.
Cóż, myślę, że jesteś na dobrej drodze. Medytacja jest bardzo ważna. Myślę też, że inne rzeczy są ważne, takie jak elastyczność, rozciąganie, pozytywne nastawienie, słońce, odpowiednie witaminy i składniki odżywcze. I myślę, że bardzo ważną rzeczą przy tym wszystkim jest elastyczność. Pokażę ci.
I'm not, but I'm talking with someone who's Polish. How you living? Just one moment. Okay, excellent. Yeah, you're probably more flexible than I am. So you know that flexibility allows for more range of motion, which allows you to do more things as a person. And so I think maintaining flexibility as a person, both internally and externally, is very important.
Tak, prawdopodobnie jesteś bardziej elastyczny niż ja. Więc wiesz, że elastyczność pozwala na większy zakres ruchu, co pozwala ci robić więcej rzeczy jako osobie, więc myślę, że utrzymanie elastyczności jako osoby, zarówno wewnętrznej, jak i zewnętrznej, jest bardzo ważne.
One way I like to stay as flexible as I can is a process known as active isolated stretching. Many times you just use a rope and you focus on a certain area of your body and just let it stretch as much as you can.
Jednym ze sposobów, w jaki lubię zachować jak największą elastyczność, jest proces znany jako aktywne izolowane rozciąganie. Często po prostu używasz liny i skupiasz się na określonej części ciała, pozwalając jej rozciągnąć się tak bardzo, jak tylko możesz.
Like this.
Tak.
And you just stretch. And with enough time, you just stretch. And with enough time, you become very flexible. And it releases serotonin in your mind. And it releases other types of hormones that may perhaps be beneficial to you. And maintaining flexibility internally and externally allows for oxytocin to be released in your brain and serotonin and all kinds of good things that will help you.
I po prostu się rozciągasz, a z czasem stajesz się bardzo elastyczny, co uwalnia serotoninę w mózgu i inne rodzaje hormonów, które mogą być dla ciebie korzystne, a utrzymanie elastyczności wewnętrznej i zewnętrznej pozwala na uwolnienie oksytocyny w mózgu, serotoniny i innych dobrych rzeczy, które...
Now, you said something about there are external things that bother you, and I understand that if that happens, it's important to understand that you have an internal monologue that is your internal voice, and that is the only person or voice to which you listen. It is your instinct. It's your gut instinct.
Teraz powiedziałbyś coś o ich zewnętrznych rzeczach, które cię niepokoją. I rozumiem, że jeśli tak się stanie, ważne jest, aby zrozumieć, że masz wewnętrzny monolog, który jest twoim wewnętrznym głosem i jest jedyną osobą lub głosem, którego słuchasz. To twój instynkt, twoja intuicja.
Do you have any other questions?
Masz jeszcze jakieś pytania? Masz jeszcze jakieś...
both. I'll explain. Advice is usually longer forms of tips. Tips are usually short, and advice is usually sometimes like a paragraph.
Porady są zazwyczaj dłuższe, formy kroków dla zwierząt domowych są zazwyczaj krótkie, a porady są zazwyczaj czasami jak akapit.
Yes. Yes. And yeah, your subconscious. Yes, absolutely. Yes. And you should know you are excellent at communication and your English is very good. So you should continue to have confidence in yourself. And whenever you have questions, just ask.
Tak, i powinieneś wiedzieć, że jesteś świetny w komunikacji i twój angielski jest bardzo dobry, więc powinieneś nadal mieć pewność siebie. I kiedykolwiek będziesz miał pytania, po prostu zapytaj. Czy ty?
Excellent. First one. Apologies. My roommate needed me for a second.
Przepraszam, mój współlokator potrzebował mnie na sekundę.
So you have an internal monologue and it seems healthy. Have you ever thought that maybe you were misdiagnosed?
Więc masz wewnętrzny monolog i wydaje się zdrowy. Czy kiedykolwiek myślałeś, że może zostałeś źle zdiagnozowany?
Exactly. Yes. America too. America too. Yes. Yes, it's a business in America too. That's why I'm skeptical of these things. You seem very normal And if you continue to just live your life in a normal fashion, perhaps the doctors were wrong.
Tak, to jest biznes w Ameryce, dlatego jestem sceptyczny co do tych rzeczy. Wydajesz się bardzo normalny, a jeśli po prostu będziesz żył swoim życiem w normalny sposób, być może lekarze się mylili.
You seem very normal. I see a lot of different people from a lot of different countries. You're very smart, you're very educated. Frankly, you seem like a very normal person. And there's the chance that you could have been misdiagnosed, and I think that may have happened.
Ty, wydawałeś się bardzo normalny. Widzę wielu różnych ludzi z wielu różnych krajów. Jesteś bardzo mądry, jesteś bardzo wykształcony. Szczerze mówiąc, wydajesz się bardzo normalną osobą i istnieje szansa, że mogłeś zostać źle zdiagnozowany i myślę, że tak mogło się stać.
So live your life without that placebo. Live your life without the medications. Eat well, drink water, get sunshine, and do your best to live a happy life without medication if you can.
Więc żyj swoim życiem bez tego. Placebo, żyj swoim życiem, bez leków. Jedz dobrze, pij wodę, wychodź na słońce i rób co możesz, by żyć szczęśliwym życiem bez leków, jeśli możesz.
Then take vitamin D supplements. Vitamin D is very important, and that's what we get from sunshine. So if you don't have sunshine, find vitamin D supplements.
Można przyjmować witaminę D, suplementy. Witamina D jest bardzo ważna i to właśnie otrzymujemy z sunshine. Więc jeśli nie masz słońca, znajdź suplementy witaminy D.
Just regular vitamin D. I'm going to teach you something in just a minute. Let me see if it works. Just one moment.
Tylko zwykła witamina D. Mogę cię czegoś nauczyć i tylko minuta. Zobaczę, czy to zadziała. Tylko chwila.
Do you use AI or ChatGPT?
Czy używasz AI czy czat PPT?
No. ChatGPT. Do you use AI ever?
Porozmawiaj z GPT-2. Czy kiedykolwiek używałeś AI?
Interesting. In 500 words, imagine that I was living in Poland and did not get a lot of sunlight. How could I get the necessary vitamins like vitamin D in 400 words or less? Give it to me in bullet points and whatever else I need. Maybe it's vitamin D, maybe it's serotonin. Give me the list. It's vitamin D3, which is available in supplements, but just one moment, I'll translate it for you.
Witaminę D3, która jest dostępna w suplementach, ale zaczekaj chwilę, przetłumaczę to.
$100 to 200 international units per day.
Od 100 do 200 jednostek międzynarodowych dziennie.
I misspoke. 1,000 to 2,000. I misspoke. 1,000 to 2,000.
Błędnie mówię od 1000 roku do 2000 roku. Błędnie mówię od 1000 roku do 2000 roku.
Just one moment. This should explain it all.
Jedna chwila powinna wszystko wyjaśnić.
Życie w Polsce, zwłaszcza podczas długich, ciemnych zim, może utrudniać uzyskanie wystarczającej ilości światła słonecznego.
Hold on.
Życie w Polsce, zwłaszcza podczas długich, ciemnych zim, może utrudniać uzyskanie wystarczającej ilości światła słonecznego, które jest niezbędne do produkcji witaminy D i utrzymania ogólnego dobrego samopoczucia. Istnieje jednak kilka sposobów na wsparcie zdrowia i zwiększenie poziomu witaminy D, serotoniny i ogólnego nastroju nawet bez obfitego światła słonecznego. _1. Gwiazdka źródła witaminy D. Gwiazdka źródła witaminy D w diecie. Gwiazdka tłuste ryby. Gwiazdka łosoś, makrela, sardynki. Pstrąg, gwiazdka trans wątroby dorsza. Gwiazdka jedno z najbogatszych źródeł witaminy D. Gwiazdka produkty wzbogacone. Gwiazdka niektóre produkty mleczne, mleka roślinne. Sok pomarańczowy i płatki zbożowe. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, żółtka, jaj, gwiazdka, 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 ser, gwiazdka, 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 wątroba wołowa, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Choć nie jest ulubionym produktem wielu osób, jest dobrym źródłem. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, grzyby, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Zwłaszcza shiitake i meitake, które mogą dostarczać witaminy D po wystawieniu na działanie promieni UV. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, suplementy, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, suplementy witaminy D3, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Preferowane w stosunku do D2 dla lepszego wchłaniania. Typowa dawka to gwiazdka, gwiazdka od 1000 do 2000 jednostek międzynarodowych, gwiazdka, gwiazdka dziennie. Ale skonsultuj się z lekarzem w celu ustalenia właściwej ilości na podstawie poziomu we krwi. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, formy płynne lub kapsułkowe, gwiazdka, gwiazdka są powszechnie dostępne. Kratka, kratka, kratka 2. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, ekspozycja na światło słoneczne, nawet zimą. Gwiazdka, 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 maksymalizacja ograniczonego światła słonecznego, gwiazdka, gwiazdka poprzez spędzanie czasu na zewnątrz w ciągu dnia, nawet w pochmurne dni. Staraj się wystawić na działanie światła słonecznego na gołą skórę, ramiona i twarz, przez co najmniej gwiazdka, gwiazdka od 20 do 30 minut, gwiazdka, gwiazdka w południe. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, korzystaj ze światła słonecznego, gdy jest dostępne, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Zimą słońce jest słabsze, ale wyjście na zewnątrz, nawet na krótko, w godzinach szczytu światła dziennego może pomóc skórze wytworzyć witaminę D. Lampy, gwiazdka, gwiazdka jasnej terapii światłem, gwiazdka, gwiazdka mogą naśladować światło słoneczne, co może pomóc poprawić nastrój i regulować rytm dobowy w ciemniejszych miesiącach. Kratka, kratka, kratka 3. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, wzmacnianie serotoniny, nastroju i dobrego samopoczucia. Gwiazdka, 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 regularne ćwiczenia, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Aktywność fizyczna, szczególnie na świeżym powietrzu, pomaga zwiększyć poziom serotoniny, co poprawia nastrój i zmniejsza stres. Chodzenie, bieganie, jazda na rowerze lub uprawianie sportów na świeżym powietrzu, nawet w chłodne dni, może pomóc. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, jedz produkty, które wspomagają produkcję serotoniny, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, węglowodany złożone, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Pełne ziarna, owies, słodkie ziemniaki i komosa ryżowa. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, produkty bogate w tryptofan, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Indyk, kurczak, orzechy, nasiona. Tofu i produkty sojowe. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, kwasy tłuszczowe omega-3, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Znajdują się w rybach, takich jak łosoś, orzechy włoskie i siemię lniane, które wspomagają zdrowie mózgu i nastrój. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, utrzymuj zdrowe jelita, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Jelita odgrywają kluczową rolę w produkcji serotoniny. Włącz gwiazdka, gwiazdka, produkty bogate w probiotyki, gwiazdka, gwiazdka, takie jak jogurt, kefir, kiszona kapusta i kimchi, aby wspierać zdrowie jelit. Kratka, kratka, kratka 4. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, dostosowanie stylu życia i środowiska, gwiazdka, 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 terapia jasnym światłem, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Użyj gwiazdka, gwiazdka, skrzynki do terapii światłem, gwiazdka, gwiazdka, aby naśladować naturalne światło słoneczne. Szczególnie rano, aby pomóc regulować rytmy dobowe organizmu, poprawić nastrój i wspomóc produkcję witaminy D. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, wyjdź na świeże powietrze, gwiazdka, gwiazdka, nawet jeśli nie świeci słońce. Przebywanie na zewnątrz może poprawić nastrój i ogólne zdrowie psychiczne. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, regularne godziny snu, gwiazdka, gwiazdka. Upewnij się, że utrzymujesz stałą rutynę snu, aby wspierać poziom serotoniny i ogólne samopoczucie. Kratka, kratka, kratka 5. Gwiazdka, gwiazdka, monitoruj swoje zdrowie, gwiazdka, gwiazdka, jeśli pomimo tych zmian nadal czujesz się zmęczony lub przygnębiony. Rozważ wykonanie gwiazdka, gwiazdka badania krwi, gwiazdka, gwiazdka w celu sprawdzenia poziomu witaminy D. Lekarz może zalecić odpowiednią dawkę suplementów na podstawie wyników. Łącząc zrównoważoną dietę, strategiczną ekspozycję na światło i suplementy w razie potrzeby, możesz utrzymać zdrowy poziom witaminy D, zwiększyć poziom serotoniny i radzić sobie ze skutkami ograniczonego światła słonecznego w chłodniejszych miesiącach w Polsce.
Yes. It's known as light therapy in the United States, and I will tell you more about it in a second. Just one moment.
W Stanach Zjednoczonych jest to znane jako terapia światłem. Opowiem Ci o tym więcej za chwilę.
Please tell me about light therapy and its availability in Poland in 300 characters or less, and don't overly format it.
Terapia światłem polega na użyciu jasnego pudełka świetlnego, aby symulować naturalne światło słoneczne, co pomaga poprawić nastrój i regulować rytmy dobowe. Szczególnie w ciemnych miesiącach zimowych. W Polsce urządzenia do terapii światłem są dostępne online i w sklepach, a wiele klinik oferuje leczenie sezonowego zaburzenia afektywnego, SAD.
It is like they have tanning beds that look like light therapy, and you can even buy things like on Amazon for light therapy, but this helps with seasonal affective disorder. Basically, generally people who have issues with there not being as much daylight in the winter as in the summer.
To jest jak, mają łóżka opalające, które wyglądają jak światło. Terapia i możesz nawet kupić rzeczy takie jak na Amazonie do terapii światłem, ale to pomaga w przypadku sezonowego zaburzenia afektywnego, generalnie ludziom, którzy mają problemy z tym, że nie mają tyle światła dziennego zimą, co latem.
Just a moment, let's take a look on Amazon and see how expensive some small ones are.
Zatrzymajmy się na chwilę i sprawdźmy, jak drogie są niektóre małe egzemplarze na Amazonie.
Hey, what's going on? How are you? Okay. No, she's Polish. Come back tomorrow and we'll talk more about it.
Wróć jutro, to porozmawiamy o tym więcej.
It was a pleasure to meet you. You take care.
Miło było cię poznać. Dbaj o siebie.
Bye. Bye-bye. How you doing? No, we were talking about aliens and masonry and light therapy. How are you guys? All right. Well, then you seem to be not that well informed. How many hours of your entire life? There are, Doc. There are. They even had a briefing on it in the Congress last month. I don't watch movies. I look at press briefings. I look at radar. I look. I'm talking about the United States government talking to the White House about it all over the weekend. Here's a press briefing on it. Just one moment. This happened today. Cool. Why do we need to storm Area 51? I know what's going on there. Here, lots of things. I mean, we're watching on Bob Lazard talks about it. Here's one moment.
In New Jersey, in Morris County, 20, I don't know how many mayors sent a letter to you this morning asking for a clarification. What can you tell us? What is going on?
Yeah, it's a
No,
good. I don't blame
a
people for
government
being frustrated.
official.
Let me say, most importantly, we see
No,
no
but he
evidence,
talks
and I
about
said
talking to
we.
Joe
This
Biden.
includes
Dog, if you're
Homeland
not going to shut
Security,
the fuck up,
FBI,
this
Secret
isn't going to
Service,
help.
our state police. The most say is we don't see any concern for public safety. That's number one. Number two, having said that, it's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing. Last night, 49 sightings. I think 20 of them were over 100. Now, those include, I think I saw one mistaken a fixed wing aircraft, a plane, a small Piper Cub, for instance, for a drone, or you saw one and that counts, and then I saw the same one and that counts. So we think these are overstated, but it's a non-zero number. I was on with the White House and Homeland Security leadership, literally at the very top yesterday, for pretty much all day. I'm hoping we'll get answers sooner than later. I would just ask folks to continue to let the FBI or their local law enforcement know when they see something, and we'll continue to do everything we can with our federal partners to get clearer answers.
Why is it so hard?
These are apparently
Absolutely.
as I understand it, very sophisticated.
Shut the fuck up until this is done. Dog, if you're not going to shut up, and I'm not going to teach, I'm not going to listen. I'll just do my own thing.
And I think that is kind of funky is he'll give an answer and you say, it'll say no.
Sensitive targets.
And why is that happening? Right? Because it is going time sort of forward.
I'll send you the link.
Came along with some sort of change.
You watch it yourself.
And it wrong answer. But as soon as you feed it the whole thing that it came up with, it immediately knows that isn't right. Recognize that was a bad syllogism or something, and can see what happened. Even though, as it was being led down this garden path, so to speak, it came to the wrong place.
But it's fascinating that this kind of procedure converges to something that forms a pretty good compressed representation of
news media. Don't do news, but I'm a part of the news media. Listen to KFI. It's a news talk station. We have personalities. We deal with the news and, through our own lens. But I'm not delivering news. I have a
Two, one, boom. And we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Toast.
All right.
Relax.
Anything you want to learn about Area 51, this is a place to do it.
I understand that you've been grilled many times.
Vanna White? Okay, then you should know all about Area 51. He's going to talk about it. He's going to talk about his experiences. Guys, I'm going to tell you what, I'm a very serious person, but I don't have time for bullshit. Okay, you either listen to this or you go do something else. I didn't tell you to come in here. If you want to learn everything about aliens, though, this is a place to do it.
Documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs. Okay. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night we went out, seen pretty much everything you've ever given. Story incredibly closely. You used to work at Area 51. In Area 51, you went like, huh?
Well, yeah. Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of it.
Okay. You worked in what would you?
I guess.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that,
right.
National Labs in New Mexico.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was I jet engine and put it on. Said, yeah, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, 200 mile an hour, on the jet. I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos, the guy. Anyway, what did they tell her? The founder of hydrogen. And we didn't have much going on that day. Go down there. And I went there early, and Ed Teller was inside. Paper. Now this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. And we talked. It was cool. Fast years later, I moved out to Las Vegas and had left Los Alamos. I left and that sort of things. I sent resumes out and went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting. Anyway, here gave me a reference, somebody to contact, and that's pretty much how it
So,
started.
a letter, like, what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially. Yeah, down for review. And it was, yes.
Did they give you any sort of job description?
They said it, I can't remember exactly what they. I think it was propulsion or something like that. Area, it's going to be some days on, some days off. It's kind of a was kind of exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did it seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's in the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because Area 51 at that time was
No, they didn't
still
say anything about
classified.
Area 51.
Okay, so they
just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada. The whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that people.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to first day on the job. You accept the job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day. Really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper. And I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, a passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through mounting the paperwork that day. From security clearances to, it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork. And that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize, at what point in time did you say, hey, this is not normal work? Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet.
That, I can't tell you what day that occurred on, because so much time has gone by, the days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went into the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side, and just walk in the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab, and Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner, so he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was a demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think that it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was I actually have to back up, because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate. And when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity. Like, you can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two like poles of a magnet. So that was
so like when you take two magnets and try to press them together. And
yeah, you
push
have
against
that.
Each other?
Yeah, kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push. But
and you felt that physically
with my hand. Yeah. Now there's nothing that does that, and that immediately caught my attention. Going, wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
Then
this?
that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that, everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
I read, it was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft. And specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on, in the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their, their existence. So, again, they have everything from metallurgy to, weapon potential of the craft. And these were all, essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion. And it made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
So when you're reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, and they're describing it in the briefings, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this just some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, to, a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into it. Whether it's to confuse the fact or if someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but I didn't know if this was part of some kind of test or or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, if the hemisphere is removed, there's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load being
you can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the meat at the center. The stuff is borderline magic, and that's essentially where we left it. When I left the project.
So there was no progress.
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on. But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me. And I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or
where somebody died
because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked.
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one. Now they had more than one there, and that was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say how the others operated.
Did you see the other one?
Yeah, at one time, and only one time, the bay doors between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on this for a while.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room. You see this reactor working. You realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time, it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, and now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. This was a fantastic opportunity. And however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of taking a small portable nuclear reactor and putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists at the time, and just dropping it in the room. You come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works, so they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, the people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. It's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs. Just try to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and let's throw a bomb at it.
Yeah.
And I
don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor itself.
And you don't know how many have worked on it, and no one gave.
This could have been there for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're giving you instructions, what are they saying? Like when they're giving you directions, showing you all the stuff, like what are they saying? What are they asking you?
Well, essentially what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So,
But they
I
never
was
told
really,
you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate. Now, what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it turned on, and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry, no, we talked that before the podcast. You tell everybody Bob is getting a migraine. I know you're very stressed out about this. It's just one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I already?
We were talking about
right,
explained it.
And so there was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the craft came from. Now, is that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that reference the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home, and Zeta Reticuli is a binary star, two stars that orbit one another, and it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like you were talking about before. Yeah, I mean, if you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, okay, this fax came out, and this Czar guy said it came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew it was.
When you read Zeta Reticuli, you're like, what in the fuck is this?
Well, reading all of the stuff, it was, what in the fuck is this?
You're like, why did I sign up for this?
No, to me, this was cool. This was interesting. I said, I was just excited to be out in a secure area, in the middle of the desert. I said, this is awesome.
How old are you at the time?
I was in my 20s.
Yeah, so you probably totally geeked out.
Oh yeah, this was great. I mean, I was excited. So I didn't care. I'm reading through everything, and
so you read through all the Zeta Reticuli thing, but then when you see the actual starship with the little American flag sticker on it,
well, was
that later or before?
That was before.
So before. So you see the thing before, and you say, "Oh, this is American."
Wait, what's that before? It's
hard. So many years.
Yeah, I can't.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
The days have fused together. It's so hard to separate what happened in each visit.
Do you remember the thought process when you read that it's from Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah, it didn't hit me like a ton of bricks or anything. It's just like, yeah, okay. And,
you think it was bullshit?
I don't know.
You just were like, okay.
Now I don't. I mean, because when I read it, I hadn't verified anything, and this was just a bunch of stuff I was reading, and I thought maybe after this they're just going to give me a test and see what I can remember and crazy information. And but like I said, when I finally went in with Barry and had hands-on experience with what they were talking about, it took on a completely different meaning.
So there's a plate, there's this thing that looks like half a basketball, and when it's on, you can't come anywhere near it. You can't touch it.
Right.
How is what is gravity about that? Like the concept of gravity. Most people's gravity is bringing something towards it.
Right. Well, I guess you would say it's anti-gravity. It's gravity shifted 180 degrees. It's anti-gravity.
And did they have any understanding about what could possibly create this effect? Did they have any areas where they'd like you to look into?
No, they knew there was a fuel source in it, and they were proficient at making it work. And again, my analogy to something like this is you can drop a motorcycle off in the wagon train days and just leave it with the keys parked outside, somebody's place. Everybody will come around it and they'll poke and prod, and eventually they'll turn the key, get it to start, and become proficient at writing it.
Yeah.
But they won't be able to understand what the hell's going on. They won't be able to make the plastic fender, much less anything else. And I think that's exactly the state we were at. We played around with the parts long enough before I got there where they could make the reactor operate, take the fuel out, and know that it makes it work. How exactly what was going on in the reactor remained a mystery at the time. I think we made some progress on what was going on inside, but I don't think anybody really knew anything. They could just watch what was going on and make note of it.
How long were you there?
I'd say about 6 months or so.
And what progress was made while you were there?
Well, we came up with a bunch of reasonably good ideas about how the reactor worked. And one of them was the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators and linear particle accelerators are just a, long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and, radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area. And there is this very heavy element fuel, element 115, something that wasn't on our periodic chart at the time.
But it is now.
It is now, yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table? The charts?
I don't remember. Do you remember when they...
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think is where they first fabricated 4 atoms that lasted 220 milliseconds. The atoms, it's nothing, right? And then later was discovered a couple more times they could fabricate it. Then they gave it a place then on the periodic chart. After that, called it Muscovy.
So they told you about this stuff in 1982?
Yeah, well, we kind of...
1982.
What year was it?
It was 88 and 89 when I was there.
Okay.
82 is when
82 was in Los Alamos.
Yeah.
So 88, 89, they told you about this. This was not like...
No, they didn't tell me about it. That's one of the things that this group came up with. Keep losing my train of thought with this.
So this one area, this element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
What can I get you, Mrs. Stump? I'll take your most expensive milkshake. But that's not all. I also want a holiday concert played right here at the Moon Ring.
The world will forgive you for having a migraine.
It's really hard to think to it. Give me a minute.
I was going to say, definitely. I was going to say one thing. About for the last 30 years, people have just been on the attack on Bob, getting to know him, the personal effects on his life. It's really hard to understand unless you meet his family and his wife. I mean, this is the last thing he wanted to fucking do, was have to talk.
Yeah, we should explain that, Chairman. That you and I had this conversation. I watched your documentary. We had this conversation, and I said, I have to talk to him.
Yeah.
The document, there's been detractors. There's been a bunch of people that called bullshit on many of the things that you said, but over time, many of the things that you talked about, even in the 80s, have proven to be true. Things that people said were not true were proven to be true. Element 115 was one of them, right?
Right. Element 115, the fuel they had, was stable. In other words, it didn't decay. It wasn't emitting radioactivity. When they synthesized the 2 or 3 atoms of the 115, it did decay, and it was not a stable element. So they're kind of 2 different things, but this is kind of typical. Elements always have, or pretty much always have, stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. Like I think cesium has like 30 unstable isotopes to it. So, all right, well, hydrogen, for example, you're familiar with hydrogen gas. It's stable, it's not radioactive, but there's also 2 other types of hydrogen. Deuterium and tritium. And deuterium isn't radioactive, it's another stable isotope of hydrogen, but tritium is radioactive. Now they're all hydrogen, but they just have different amounts of neutrons. So it's the same thing with other elements and element 115. Depending on the amount of neutrons it has, designates the isotope, but it's 115. They will continue to take or experiment and try and make 115 at different isotopes, and I'm sure eventually they'll come up with a stable version. But it's the stable version that has the properties that we're talking about.
So they somehow or another had acquired a stable version. Did they say that the stable version had come with this craft?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the craft. Yeah.
So at the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion, and this was important because where the reactor sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnections, so the placement of components might be critical. So they allowed me to go inside and look at it. Again, I forgot where the hell I am.
So you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? Like, what are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because there are no, first of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where two items meet. It's a really weird looking thing, but there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unworldly, to pick a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than a human being.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half my height.
Wow. So these little 3 foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, for something small. But there was no, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panels. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing any screens.
Well, there are archways around it that are part of the superstructure, and that one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there, there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
But you could
yeah,
see
it just
through
became transparent. Yeah, I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck?
No, there's no asking.
There's no asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent and you realize it's still there, but you can now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. They have smart glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, and I don't know if the craft is made of, an advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch. I would lean more towards a metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system, so I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now, this really interferes with science because science is based on free discussion. And ideally, you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off, and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at this bottleneck that they needed to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box and let's just give this guy a try here, because they weren't, and they might have done this 4 more times since up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an
How you doing, big
area that
dog?
they would use to control it, to
Shit
pilot?
happens,
Was
man.
there a pilot seat? Was there?
There were 3 seats. They sat around. The reactor was in the dead center of it,
This is the
and
worst.
equidistant around there were 3 seats.
So
And
there's-
that's all. There was a large. They're not consoles. They're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them. There's no buttons. There's no lights.
and
no
they look the
controls.
same color, the same.
Everything
color.
is the same
It's just
color.
a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes, they're just black areas. And I think that just determines its position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is roughly the size of this thing?
It's I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. And
So
I think that's
fairly small.
Yeah, so I think that's a reasonable guess.
Now you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How were they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called it Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size? They're all.
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there was several teams that were working on the propulsion system, so there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Right. Now, when you're sitting in this thing and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to try to figure out how this reactor. You would imagine they would give you more time than just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had. That isn't weird. I mean, up at the Tonopah test range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, yeah, I think he pretty much he acted like he's been up there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
he's still there.
Yeah. Who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did,
right.
And I think I took so much flack and so much shit for what went on. I think I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of doing or saying anything after that.
Language on the internet.
Yeah,
that's quite.
Right. No,
I'm not sure what to make of it.
Well, look, I think there are many things we don't understand. Okay, so for example, 175 billion weights. It's maybe about 1 trillion bytes of information, which is very comparable to the training set that was used. Why that? Why it sort of stands to some kind of reason that the number of weights in the element. I don't know. I can't really argue that. I can't really give you a good. In a sense, the very fact that insofar as there are definite rules of what's going on, you might expect that eventually we'll have a much smaller neural net that will successfully capture what's happening. I don't think the best way to do it is probably a neural net. I think a neural net is what you do when you don't know any other way to structure the thing. And it's a very good thing to do if you don't know any other way to structure the thing. And for the last 2,000 years, we haven't known any other way to structure it. So this is a pretty good way to start. But that doesn't mean you can't find sort of, in a sense, more symbolic rules for what's going on that, much of which will then be, you can kind of get rid of much of the structure of the neural net and replace it by things which are sort of pure steps of computation, so to speak, sort of with neural net stuff around the edges, and that becomes just a much simpler way to do it.
So the neural net, you hope, will reveal to us good symbolic rules that make the need of the neural net less and less and less.
Right. And there will still be some stuff that's kind of fuzzy, just like, there are things that, it's like this question, what can we formalize? What can we turn into computational language? What is just sort of, it happens that way just because brains are set up that way?
What do you think are the limitations of large language models, just to make it explicit?
Well, I think that deep computation is not what large language models do. It's a different kind of thing. The outer loop of a large language model, if you're trying to do many steps in a computation, the only way you get to do that right now is by spooling out, all the whole chain of thought as a bunch of words, basically. And, you're turning out of that, doing that construction. They can arbitrarily just spooling out the words, but it's a bizarre and inefficient way to do it. But it's I think that's sort of the deep computation is it's really what the humans can do quickly. Large language models will probably be able to do well. Anything that you can do kind of off the top is really is good for large language models. And the things you do off the top of your head, you may not get them always right, but it's thinking it through the same way we do.
But I wonder if there's an automated way to do something that humans do well much faster, to where it like loops. So generate arbitrary large code bases of Wolfram language, for example.
Well, the question is, what do you want the code base to do?
Escape control and take over the world.
Okay. So, the thing is, when people say, we want to build this giant thing, right? A giant piece of computational language. In a sense, it's sort of a failure of computational language if the thing you have to build, in other words, if we have a description, if you have a small description, that's the thing that you represent in computational language, and then the computer can compute from that. Yes. So, in a sense, as soon as you're giving a description, that if you have to somehow make that description something definite, something formal, and to say okay, I'm going to give this piece of natural language, and then it's going to splurt out this giant formal structure. That, in a sense, that doesn't really make sense, because except insofar as that piece of natural language kind of plugs into what we socially know, so to speak, it plugs into kind of our corpus of knowledge, then that's a way we're capturing a piece of that corpus of knowledge, but hopefully we will have done that in computational language. How do you make it do something that's big? Well, you have to have a way to describe what you want.
I can make it more explicit if you like. How about, I just popped into my head, iterate through all the members of Congress and figure out how to convince them that they have to let me, meaning the system, become president. Pass all the laws that allows AI systems to take control and be the president. I don't know. So that's a very explicit, like, figure out the individual life story of each congressman, each senator, anybody. I don't know what's required to really kind of pass legislation, and figure out how to control them, manipulate them, get all the information. What would be the biggest fear of this congressman, and in such a way that you can take action on it in the digital space, so maybe threaten the destruction reputation or something like this.
Right. If I can describe what I want, to what extent can a large language model automate that?
With the help of concretization of something like Wolfram language, that makes it more, grounded.
I think it can go rather a long way.
I'm also surprised how quickly I was able to get right.
Yeah, right.
An attack.
That's
I swear I did not think about it before. It's funny how quickly, which is a very concerning thing, because that probably, this idea will probably do quite a bit of damage. There might be a very large number of other such ideas.
Well, I'll give you a much more benign version of that. We're going to make an AI and that's the benign version of what you're saying is I want this person to understand this concept. You're essentially doing machine learning where the loss function, the thing you're trying to get to is get the human to understand this concept. And when you do a test on a human that they correctly understand how to say that works. And I am confident that, sort of the large language model type technology combined with computational language is going to be able to do pretty well at teaching us humans this. And it's going to be an interesting phenomenon because, individualized teaching is a thing that has been kind of a goal for a long time. I think we're going to get that. I think more, it has many consequences for, just, if you know me, if you, the AI, know me, tell me, I'm about to do this thing, what are the three things I need to know, given what I already know, let's say I'm looking at some paper or something, right? It's like, there's a version of the summary of that paper that is optimized to me, so to speak, and where it really is, and I think that's really going to work.
It can understand the major gap in your knowledge that it could actually give you deep understanding of the concept.
Right. And that's that's an important thing, because it really changes, actually, I think, when you think about education and so on, it really changes kind of what's worth doing, what's not worth doing, and so on. It makes, I know in my life I've learned lots of different fields, and, so I don't know, every time I'm always thinking this is one that's I'm not going to be able to learn, but it turns out sort of there's sort of methods for learning these things in the end. And I think this idea that it becomes easier to, it becomes easier to be fed knowledge, so to speak. And it becomes, if you need to know this particular thing, you can get taught it in an efficient way. It's something I think is sort of an interesting feature, and I think it makes the, things like the value of big towers of specialized knowledge become less significant compared to the kind of meta knowledge of sort of understanding kind of the big picture and being able to connect things together. I think that there's been this huge trend of let's be more and more specialized, because we have to we have to sort of ascend these towers of knowledge. But by the time you can get more automation, being able to get to that place on the tower without having to go through all those steps, I think it sort of changes that picture.
Interesting. So your intuition is that in terms of the collective intelligence of the species and the individual minds that make up that collective, there'll be more, they will trend towards being generalists and being kind of philosophers.
That's what I think. I think that's where the humans are going to be useful. I think that a lot of these kind of the drilling, the mechanical working out of things is much more automatable. It's much more AI territory, so to speak.
No more PhDs.
Well, it's interesting. Yes, I mean the kind of the specialization, this kind of tower of specialization, which has been a feature of we've accumulated lots of knowledge in our species, and in a sense every time we have a kind of automation, a building of tools, it becomes less necessary to know that whole tower, and it becomes something where you can just use a tool to get to the top of that tower. I think that the thing that is ultimately, when we think about, okay, what do the AIs do versus what the humans do? It's like AIs, you tell them and you say, go achieve this particular objective. Okay, they can maybe figure out a way to achieve that objective. We say, what objective would you like to achieve? The AI has no intrinsic idea of that. It's not a defined thing. That's a thing which has to come from some other entity. And insofar as we are in charge, so to speak, or whatever it is, and our kind of web of society and history and so on is the thing that is defining what objective we want to go to. That's that's a thing that we humans are necessarily involved in. So
to push back a little bit, don't you think that GPT, future versions of GPT, would be able to give a good answer to what objective would you like to achieve?
On what basis? I mean, if they say, look, here's the terrible thing that could happen, okay? They're taking the average of the internet, and they're saying, from the average of the internet, what do people want to do?
Well, that's the Elon Musk adage of the most entertaining outcome is the most likely.
Okay.
So that could be
yeah.
That could be one objective, is maximize global entertainment.
Syrian rebels are top of the regime of Bashar al-Assad have freed prisoners from his notorious dungeons. Those freed have been a right to be executed yesterday. ABC's Andrew Dimmert says the rebels took Damascus over the weekend, 10 days after they began their advance across the country.
Rebel fighters stormed the presidential palace in Damascus as people topped symbols of the Assad regime across the country. Videos posted online show a group of men appearing to find Assad's extensive car collection, including high-end Porsches and Ferraris.
Human rights groups, whistleblowers, and former detainees say torture has been systematic in Syria and secret Sunday tomorrow, high school over 76.
Hey, this is Rabbit coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Expert! Who's ready for the best fucking night of the night? Big songs for Brian Redband, ladies and gentlemen. And how about a hand for the best damn band in the land, live in the flesh? Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Fernando Castillo, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, the great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and this is D Madness live in the flesh, right here, right now. Very exciting stuff planned for tonight. How do we feel? You guys happy? Before we get into it, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Come on, are you guys with us? Are you guys ready for the best damn show? Brought to you by Game Time. This is Kill Tony. Tonight's guests, two of my favorite human beings. One of the greatest guests in the history of the show. The other guy, it is his first time on panel. This is a perfect chemistry match as I bring to you a couple of my favorite comedians, a couple of my favorite dogs. Make some fucking noise for the great Matt McCusker and Lemaire. Oh, yeah, baby. Fuck yeah. Matt McCusker. The debut of Lemaire. He's already sweating fucking bullets. Look at this guy. Holy shit. Oh, my God. There it goes. Whoa. Oh, my goodness. Hoodie off. The forehead is soaked. Lemaire, welcome to the Kill Tony universe.
Well, thank you for having me, Tony. I came here to black out and hear jokes.
I love it. I love it. Let's do it all together, Matt McCusker.
That was such a nice nerd fest. Coming back.
Matt McCusker's on tour, mattmccusker.com. Of course, he is one half of Matt and Shane's secret pod, what very may well be the greatest podcast. Not shot in front of a live audience. Lemaire has the Panties in the Mouth pod. I've only heard of this tonight while asking him if he has a podcast. It is the Panties in the Mouth pod. Am I saying that right?
Yes, sir. We're perverts.
Well, LemaireLee.fun is his website. For those of you looking for the cheapest URL in the history of websites, Lemaire, Lemaire, Lee, and when he couldn't get any cheaper, .fun. LemaireLee.com, blatantly available for only what I would guess is $29 more. But he went with .fun and got some extra chicken nuggets that day, is my guess. Well, any kind of nuggets. I don't know why I had to make them chicken. Anyway, Matt McCusker and Lemaire, 248 human beings signed up to be on this show. They are wrangled in a bar across the street right now. Absolutely. Oh, one went up my sleeve. Look at that. Here you go. Guy with the American flag hat. You want to pick the first name? Very exciting. Anything can happen. The first name has been picked, and we're going to go wrangle that person. While that happens, just so if you guys don't know, someone brought their brain-dead girlfriend that doesn't know anything about comedy here tonight or something. They get 60 seconds on stage. You know their time is up, and you hear the sound of a